Hello and welcome. I decided to start early because why not? I was bored and we're just hanging out in chat and say I might as well. Come on, doesn't matter, right? I hope people will join soon. Some people might be have a little bit of delay to join, but that's all right because we're just here mainly to hang out. I said in the description, like in the title, I want to talk about. I had an idea to talk about taxonomy in role-playing game. But if you're somebody want to join and there's something else they want to talk about, they're welcome to do so. I put the link in the chat, and I'm seeing right now that somebody already used it.
Oh no! You let
Welcome
me
there.
in?
Yes, of course. Nice seeing you. Nice seeing you on my channel.
Yeah,
It's
so
not your
rare.
first time. It's not your first time, but oftentimes
it's
you just
rare,
jump
though.
in after like doing 12 hours on your own. So
Yeah,
How you doing?
that's why I'm being a crackhead, but that's beside the point. Oh, Jesus. Okay, that's too bright.
oh, there you go.
No. You son of a bitch. Tiny buttons, fat thumbs. It's always going to be a problem.
Yeah, use your cock.
There we go. No, it's even smaller. Oh, my God. It's horrible. Horrible. So who else is joining us tonight?
It's like I put the link in the chat. People that want to join. So, and like I said, I do usually have like a kind of subject that I want to talk about, but it's more like a suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
We're there to hang out, and like I said, I interact with the chat. Yeah.
You said it was about taxonomy tonight, right?
Yeah, it's pretentious. I like that word.
You like the word pretentious, or you like the word taxonomy?
Both.
Fair.
Yeah. When you get called something a lot, you learn to like the word.
Well, that's one way of looking at it.
You get what I mean by taxonomy of role-playing game, right? It's when they talk about the animal kingdom, taxonomy is like all those family they belong to and the thing like that. And I think it's something that is not really discussed. Like I think I often say, or maybe I'm just ignorant on the subject, but it feels like we lack the proper vocabulary and the proper language to discuss about role-playing game. When we say like, oh, what is the role-playing game? We're gonna say, oh, it's like this, it's like that, it's crunchy, it's light. We're gonna talk about setting and stuff like that. But I think it's kind of like it's not very precise, right? It's not. Oh, there you go. Crispy joining us as well. Hello, Crispy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
It's going well. Crispy, I was just finishing watching the Dockyard with Rick.
Oh, geez, you watched that? Holy smokes!
Yeah, of course.
You masochist, you.
No, man. I watch the stuff you put out. I watch the stuff that Rick put out as well. So,
yeah, well, there's literally maybe 10 people that you've joined, and thank you for joining. It's appreciate it. It's good.
Yeah.
And pleased to meet you, Mr. Bear.
Nice to meet you, Crispy.
You never talked before. Yeah.
I've heard a lot about you.
It's
I'm a big fan.
You're kind of famous around these parts.
Yeah, infamous.
Well, that's me. I'm the infamous one, but you can be famous. Why not?
No, thanks.
Why won't my mouse work?
So yeah, like I was saying, like that's the idea I had about like talking about taxonomy, like trying to classify role-playing game and stuff like that. But like I said, if there's a subject you want to talk about, we can keep the subject for later. We can like come back to it. Crispy, is that something you wanted to talk about?
Oh, I always have things on my mind. It's whether or not they're worth airing to the public. But yeah, so when you say taxonomy of role-playing games, like what would you, if you're looking at like the genus and the family and the kingdom, how would you break that down for you?
That's the thing. I don't really know, and that's why I want to do those stream, and I want to have like those open panel where we can talk about. The idea is to figure out stuff out together. Like maybe one of those lines should be maybe there's a setting that goes some place like that. Maybe there's a dice mechanic that goes somewhere in there.
Oh, okay.
But I'm not sure what is really relevant and how I would order them in a sense. Like which one would go? Is there like a higher class, or are there like maybe taxonomy is not the right way to go about it, because taxonomy is kind have like a order of magnitude kind of thing,
Right.
because maybe it's a multiple axis kind of thing. I'm not sure, and that's why I like to invite people, like I trying to figure out those things. The question is always like, what make a game different than another game? In feel, in tone, there's a setting that counts for something. What make two games similar or the same? You can have like two different games with different setting, but have a very similar vibe, like feel the same, or maybe even like use the same system. When you can have like two different games with very similar setting that do feel very different. So at some point there's something.
Yeah, there's some examples of that, aren't there? Like if you look at Palladium Rifts, and then compare that to Savage Worlds Rifts, it's the same. It's kind of the same setting, but it feels like a completely different game between the two.
But again, we're breaking it down into simulationist at this point, gamist, tactical, narrative. Like there's all these like terms we can use. But if you want to get into like the feel of a game, that's a rough one, because the example he just used is a perfect example of two games that are completely gamist, tactical type games, completely different feel for both of them. Right?
Totally different feel.
So,
or I'm not very familiar with this, but all of the different Call of Cthulhu games out there, how do they all feel the same? I would be surprised if they all feel the same. Probably not.
And oftentimes they make a different Call of Cthulhu game or a different Lovecraft game, because Call of Cthulhu is a specific one, but they make different Lovecraft game to play in the Lovecraft universe, so with the Lovecraft mythos, with a different feel. So making a different game is the goal, is to have a different feel. And is that what really matters more than setting, more than in the feel? I believe so. I think the feel of a game come more from that's something I'm a firm believer, right? The feel of a game comes more from the rule set and the system than it actually come from the setting.
And does it come from that, or does it come from the individual style? Like, for example, Bear has his style of what he would do. If we were playing the same game, would let's say I have a different style than Bear. Obviously Bear's right, I'm wrong. But if I were, is it just the rules, or is it also that? And how do you even categorize that? That's just the things that you bring, you Max and Bear, that are different from what someone else will bring. Is there enough room in most games to even have that? Like, or some games it seems like you're so hamstrung by the mechanics that it's really more of a board game feel.
Yeah, and do you have any view on that, Bear?
Well, okay. So one of my favorite games of all time is Marvel Superheroes, the original, and
Space Rip for people watching.
Anyway, we're gonna let that slide.
It's not. This isn't Disney. This is like pre-Disney, right? This is
TSR 80s. Right?
Yeah.
This game, I had friends in Vancouver who hated it. Couldn't stand it. They were Champions players and Mutants and Masterminds players, and they loved that. And and I said, well, let me just run a game. I said, okay. And when we were done playing about 3-4 sessions, one of the guys came to me. He says, man, I hate this system, but you make it sing.
Yeah.
And it's like, that's what matters. So I don't think, what Elle just said about they've denounced GNS theory. What the shit they denounced their theory?
Don't jump the chat, Bear.
I'm sorry. Rules. I apologize. I thought we were allowed to take things from the chat. My forgiveness. We'll wait till later.
There's a chat
for people that are new here. Every message in chat is going to be read and replied to some extent, but you have to wait for your turn.
But I might not be here then, Max. Anyway, the point is that like the theory is a solid theory, right? Once upon a time, they decided they were going to take sociopath out. Everybody was just going to be some type of psychopath. That was the way they were going to go about 20 years ago. And now it's back because they realized it was a very good terminology for a very specific behavior pattern.
Right.
So GNS is a very good set of criteria, gaming narrative simulationist or gamist narrative simulationist, however you want to put it, for defining base ideas on games. But then when we dive into gamist simulations, we're going to start breaking that up more into subcategories. And that's where taxonomy gets to be in the weeds. And we got to be careful.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be in the weed for sure. But like the problem I with genus theory, to be honest, is like I liked it somewhat. It's flawed. It's not complete. But I like it better because genus theory at first was to describe player motivation, not game style. Then it'd be like the threefold theory was to describe game style. And I think like they say, the gamist is gonna want to win. Is gonna be willing to go out of character for his character to win. Do something out of character for his character to win. The narrativist player want to have a good story and is willing to go out of character to make the story more interesting. The simulationist is the one that say, I want to portray a guy living in this world, so I'm never gonna rather go outside of character. I'm gonna do what my character would do, even if it means losing, even if it doesn't make the story the most interesting story. That was the original like description.
Yeah.
And I think that can be useful as a player motivation. And in that sense, I would be like, and simulationist is the one that's most misunderstood because people think, oh, simulationist means like you want to have system to describe every fucking leaf falling from a tree in the world. You know what I mean? Like, it's not quite that. That would just be fucking insane.
Are we playing Fusion? I didn't realize we were playing Fusion. My apologies.
Yeah. But Justin, the link is in the chat. You can scroll up if you want to. What I was saying, I lost my train of thought. But
okay, so they're originally designed for players, but they can be applied to style of game as well.
Yeah,
because we see.
Because we were talking about like the style of running the game as well, and that's the thing, that we all have different style of running our game, and we have there's different things that we're gonna put the emphasis on while running our game, right? We're gonna put more focus on this aspect of the game, less on that, whatever, right? And there's a different system that you're gonna fit a style more than other. And if I want to talk about like try to categorize those games, stuff like that, is in a sense to make it easier to say like, you know what, I have those style of game I like that mesh well with my style of running the game, and then somebody could tell you, and that's that's kind of like pie in the sky because nobody's gonna fucking take something from me. But somebody like in theory could say like, yeah, if you like that game's in the same kind of a family or genus or whatever.
Genus? We're turning them into living creatures now. Is that what we're doing with our games?
Yeah. Well, it's a living thing.
That can't end badly.
Do you think it's possible to take a let's say more of a gamist game and run it in a different style?
Absolutely.
Because I think it is. I think it is. I've seen enough Star Trek games. I haven't played any Star Trek games, but I've seen so many different Star Trek games that are out there, and each one of them feels different. It looks different. It doesn't. If it weren't for the fact that they are using the same lexicon, I wouldn't even have put them in the same universe. But they're using the same rules.
So they're talking about campaigns.
Yeah.
But I think it is possible to use a gamist game to play like a more narrative style.
But is it making the task, which is already can be quite difficult, is it just making it needlessly more so?
Yeah, it's like if you try, like technically you could like hammer an alien with a screwdriver, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but there's a difference, right? There's a big difference between that. And that's one of those false equivalency situations where you can, but role-playing games are designed all for the same purpose, which is to play a game, right? Mm-hmm. A hammer is designed to hammer.
Yep.
A screwdriver is designed to screwdrive or screw or whatever you want to say. Though I love when you say focus because that's my favorite thing Quebecers do is say focus, and it sounds like fuck us, which I think is their time. But the games themselves are going to be tools. You build something with the tools. So if you're using the hammer to build a cabinet or to break down a treehouse, it's still a hammer.
Yeah.
If I'm using a game to tell a narrativist, simulationist, or game style thing, it's still a game. It's still an RPG set. So I think it behooves us not to try and classify games by that style because it will break down very quickly. You will very, very quickly find it falls apart and it doesn't hold water anymore.
So am I understanding you correctly, Bear, that you would say then that the whole classification of this is more of a gamist, this is more narrativist, that it actually does, it has limited utility because it breaks down. Absolutely. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely limited utility. So, okay, one of the things they teach you when you get into sales, or if they're good at teaching you sales, they teach you never give people 2 choices and never give them more than 3. Just that's the way it is, right? 2 choices, they'll pick nothing, or they'll pick the cheapest option. 3 choices, they'll consider all 3 and then pick the one they most want, usually. More than 3 choices, they'll be overwhelmed and want no more. No, I'll come back another day. They won't want to stick around for that.
Yep. And always suggest the one that you want them to pick is always the one that comes last.
Exactly. But when it comes down to this type of thing, classifying items and stuff like that, I don't want to use the word rainbow, but I'll use shades of gray. There's a ton of them. And if you start trying to break things down just to this, that, or, it's going to fall apart. And people will go out of their way gleefully to find examples that break your pattern, just to show you how dumb you are, right? Because that's what people love to do.
Of course.
You got to be on a spectrum here. Games have to be on spectrums, just like people can be on spectrums, just like colors can be on
spectrums. Not that spectrum, Max.
Not that Max. No, Max. No. Yeah. But that was 41 out of 50. That was a pretty good reaction. Yeah. So for me, I would say their usefulness is outweighed by their uselessness in the long run.
Interesting. Okay.
So you think like it's kind of like almost like a pointless endeavor? Like you don't think there's any value in trying to be able like to I imagine you went to the SAQ to get some wine at some point. You have like those taste palette now that you can say like, oh, if you like this taste that's in taste palette, you probably couldn't we have like this kind of like for those people that are not from Quebec that don't understand, in our government owned wine store, every wine is classified with a certain like wine palette. And if you like a specific wine, you can look at that wine palette, and then you can try a different wine from the same wine palette, and you're gonna likely like it, And in a sense, I think like, could we have something like that for a role-playing game?
Well, first of all, it's been long since admitted and proven that wine tasting is a horseshit, bullshit, pretentious theater, right? It's not real. Yeah. Because they've done blind tests and given them, poussez-poussez and watched.
You mean this came from a box?
This is amazing, like this must be from the region of the, like it's horseshit, right?
Yeah.
But it does come down to preference.
Now, how do you?
I like a dry wine. I like a sweet wine. I like a this wine. I like a that wine. Those types of things. Now we're getting into more than 3 categories. Yeah. Now we're expanding the field of choice. Now.
Yeah, and that's what I'd like to do. Actually, like I'd like to have this language that we can say like, oh, this game is like this. This is this general family, this kind of category. Like it can be broad. There can be a lot of overlap. This other game fit in most of those labels. And hello, Justin.
Hey.
How are you doing?
The most frustrating thing I ever did was try to explain to a guy why you do not drive a screw with a hammer. I still don't think he got it, though.
Yeah. Well, it works, but...
Gonna do a lot of damage on the way in.
Yeah. And it's gonna get fast and well, and also the screw is very brittle. So,
but Max, are you saying like there should be enough commonalities or categories that could be applied so that you say, if you really like this, like let's say I just absolutely adore a certain game. Let's just pick one. So let's say if you really like DCC, then take a look at this. Like, then and what would that be exactly? Is that what you're saying? Is that there should be something that, if you like this, then look at this. This might be close to what.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what he's saying.
That's what I'm wondering in a sense. Like, I'm not here like to make a statement. I'm saying like, could we come up with a way, putting our brain together and come up with a way that say like, that would be like a useful classification. There might not be, but like I said, that's why like I make those Shokan and panel stuff so we can like try to.
So what would we start with the classification? Would you just start with mechanic? Like, oh, this is a dice pool game. This is a D20 game. This is a roll under game. This is what do you think we would, if you were to start with that?
This is a builder game. This is a random generation game. Like, there's so many facets of the game.
Rules light, crunchy.
I think those are all interesting consideration. Yeah, rules light and crunchy. That would be the two
easiest ones to.
I've discovered through using Against the Dark Master and my own work on Bastard Sword and talking to other people who read it, the term crunchy does not mean the same thing to everybody.
No, that's very true.
That's true.
It's not peanut butter. You know what I mean? You can't just go, well, that's extra crunchy. Like, for what's crunch for me might not be crunch for you, and that's
Yep. And this is also part of where I want to have this conversation, because I'm also unsatisfied with the term crunchy, because like crunchy is like, it's kind of like this empty term that doesn't mean much.
Well,
like sandbox.
Where
yeah, I usually use it to mean rules dense, but
and if that's the case, then would it be better to just go by genre? Like you just say, this is a fantasy game. This is a sword and like. Is there a difference between fantasy and sword and sorcery, or is there? Is it? So then we could say, well, what other genres would be? This is a cyberpunk.
But hang on, let's say we go sword and sorcery. We've got Conan by Modifius 2D20. We've got Beasts and Barbarians, which uses Savage Worlds, and then we've got Barbarians of Lemuria. Three very different games, which I vaguely know almost nothing about all of them.
I don't think the setting is the best approach to it, because oftentimes what somebody would want is like, I like this game, I'd like to have a game that has a similar feel, but in this kind of setting instead, right? And of course, you can like say, well, I just adapt the setting to your game of choice. That's something that can be done.
And then we're back to that feel problem, right?
Exactly. It's back to that feel problem. That's what I want to try to nail in. Like, what define the feel of a game? What are like? I think the crunch, and like we say, crunch is too vague a term. It's too ill-defined. There's a difference in the type of crunch that can be. Some games have the crunch really character creation. The crunch is very front-loaded. Some game the crunch is only gonna come in combat. Some game the crunch is gonna come. The rules are complex. You have a lot of modifier to add. There's a lot of different quality of crunch. So again, if we want to use that term, or that like, maybe we need to define it better or precise it with some other qualificative. And yeah, dice mechanic also matter for something, in my opinion.
Again, though, we're getting like, there's so many factors to consider. I think blanket terms are going to be very difficult to conceive of that can really be, on point.
Well,
so what would your solution? Oh, I'm sorry, Justin. Sorry.
Sorry. The most accurate term you could use is the name of the game, but I think we want something a little more broader than that.
So Bear, what would you do? Like, how would you handle this if you're like, well, I'm going to introduce a new game. Let's say you pick something off your shelf, and I'm admiring your library behind you.
Thank you.
So you're going to pick that off the shelf, and you're going to pitch it to a group of players.
Sure.
And like, how do you do that? How do you sell that? You're talking about sales, right? So you have you're going to run Conan. You have three choices. How would you choose what to offer them, and how would you describe it?
Well, so that's a weird place for me, because I don't let my players tell me what game we're playing.
No, I understand.
I say, hey guys, we're going to play this Conan 2D20, and that's it. Like, that's
okay. Well, that's a solution for sure. That's why I asked.
If I were having to present it, I would say, okay, guys, look, we got three sessions here. We got one that's going to be, let's say we had Conan 2D20, Conan D20, and Conan and Barbarians of Lemuria, but we're going to play Conan, or maybe even the old Conan game from TSR, which uses a color chart and all that fun stuff. I would have to sell them by comparing them to other games. Look, we're going to play one. We got one, this Conan 2D20. It's very loosey goosey. It's it's not overly strict. It's got a little bit of builder to it, but ultimately it's going to play fast. We've got the D&D. We got 3rd edition D&D as Conan. And I'm done talking. I don't need to say anything more after that. And then I've got something that was like a failed attempt in the 80s, but there's been some house rules online that could be fun. It's a lot like Marvel, but different, but it could be fun. And that's the only way I would be able to sell it, because it's a narrative simulation dice pool mechanic with a builder option.
Yeah. That doesn't really mean anything, does it? Like,
it doesn't mean anything. It's just nonsense. It's just air.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you could use those terms like more into a conversation. It's just like a starting point, in a sense. Like, it's just like if you have an idea, like, then, or if somebody else is familiar with it, you could say like, oh, this game is more tactical, this game is more cinematic. Maybe that's one access that exists.
Sure, you could definitely go with that. Yeah, that would work. But then again, Eden Studios had both, right? You had All Flesh Must Be Eaten, which was more tactical, but was ultimately the same system as Buffy the Vampire Slayer, which was just streamlined a bit and was considered cinematic. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, they were both builder systems where you had to take a point pool and build your character. So again, it gets complicated. And I think I see where the impetus comes from, because in video games, we have RPG, we have first person shooter, we have, turn-based strategy game. We have all these great terms that allow us to do stuff. But that's video games, because video games do something. They are designed to do something. They're designed to be a first-person shooter, a multi-massive multiplayer game, or whatever the case may be. Role-playing games are human. Humans interact with them, and humans can change them. You can't change a first-person shooter into something else while you're playing.
Well, I completely agree.
I think it's hard. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying it's Herculean as a task.
Yeah.
But do you think that the game designer of RPG probably has a vision? Like
they probably do.
You can take the game and do something else with it. But maybe even for them, it would be say like, what, this is what I'm trying to do, right?
But don't most games, like, and again, your library is much more extensive and expensive than mine. But don't most games say, you make this game your own? Here's the game, but in the end, you just change what you need to, leave out what you want to in order to make it your own. Like, is that?
I think there's a lot of indie games that say
most games say that.
This is what the game is meant to be played. This is the vibe we're going for.
Do it this way or else. Like the black helicopters are coming in and.
Well, some of them say don't play our game if you're right
I mean, there's obviously nonsense people out there, right? Like, I don't want certain people that look the wrong way, or whatever, think the wrong thing, touching my product, which is nonsense. But most of the games, and again, I don't have as extensive a library, but I can't think of any one of them that says if you don't use everything that we have in this book, then you really shouldn't play this game. Like, all of them say
Starfleet Battles.
Starfleet Battles like that? Is that what it is?
Well, Starfleet Battles is a very complex interwoven miniatures rules, so it's not a role-playing game. So no.
But isn't like even like in the 80s at some point, like, or maybe even before, like there was a question about like by Gygax at what point are you not playing D&D, right? At what point like you change the rules so much that it's no longer Dungeon and Dragon and something else? There's also this question.
The second it becomes fun.
Yeah. Well, and does that even matter? Like, so I'm not playing exactly.
I have one line. Okay.
It doesn't matter at your table. It doesn't matter at a table per se.
Professor Dungeon Master said it best. As much as that guy gets on my tits,
he
said it best when he said, if you were using hit points and armor class and rolling a d20 and trying to get the highest number possible with classes and levels, you're playing D&D.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what it says on the book. Doesn't matter what it says on the box. You're playing D&D because that's the D&D way. So what does that make it? What do we call that style of play other than the brand itself, right? And Justin, I feel you on that. Like what you said earlier, I agree with, by the way. Not being fun. It's stopped being fun. It's become arguing. It's become tribalism. It's become all these things because maybe Max is right. Maybe we need something like this to start breaking up this mentality in people so that way they can start flocking to the type of style of game they prefer as opposed to arguing over what makes a game true.
Yeah.
So then it's not so much describing the game; it's just describing the way you and your group play the game. So it's more we play this certain way.
The thing, the reason I think like that there's maybe like maybe there's a reason to try to pinpoint more like the feel a game is trying to go for instead of just saying like, well, you can play wherever you want. Because like a lot of game I've seen people like trash a game. Like Conan did 2D20 is an example for that. Some people like really dislike this game. I think it's a good game, but people like try to do something that the game is not meant to do. If you go play Conan 2D20 like you would play D&D, you're not gonna have a good time because it's not the right fit for it. The game is made to be played much more loose, much more cinematic and stuff like that. That's why I'm saying no, it's not that it's a bad game necessarily, but it wasn't the right fit with what you're trying to do or for your style of running a table. And that's what I'm trying to say. Like, and like I said again from the beginning, I might be wrong. Maybe it's a pointless endeavor, and maybe that's gonna be the conclusion for this talk tonight. But I think it's still worth talking about it. Something to do anyway.
It's fair.
Yeah, let me have a look in chat, see if we have some insight and catch up a bit.
We'll just a lot of hate coming our way.
Yeah, there's no insight.
No, El was saying earlier, we were talking about like having scratch and sniff phone, and you're saying if 5e books were scratch and sniff, it would smell like cat lady and depression.
I'm just going to say it again, and I can't wait for the hate to come down on me. I think 5e has a fantastic core system. It's the execution of it that I don't care for.
I agree with that, but I would put a caveat. I think there with some optional rule, 5e can be very good, but it really feels like it's a game that's designed by committee, and compromise had to be made, and so we're just gonna put like those rules as optional rules.
Which is why I say the core skeleton of the game is fantastic, but death saves, people don't like them. This thing,
exactly.
That thing. I hate the fucking subclasses. They drive me nuts because every class winds up having mech, stuff like that.
Well, I could
but
say
if you play Adventures in Middle Earth, it's amazing.
Yeah, my problem with 5th edition, and I have played it, I've run it. I'm not keen on the settings. I just find them bland, and I just don't like the settings very much.
Yep.
And what we struggled with, and maybe it's just because we were doing it wrong. I don't know.
It's hospital.
I didn't like the leveling up. I didn't like the plateau type play. It just didn't. I hated the fact that it's virtually impossible to kill players. Not that I'm out to just kill players, but it just didn't feel like it felt like there was so little risk all the time. And then all the new products, they're just coming out. It just seemed like a rehash of other things. And I just didn't think that they did a very good job with the settings. Like that.
Justin?
Yes?
You're saying something?
Yeah, I interrupted. Sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to just make a comment about what Bear said. I was going to say, I could say the same thing about the Miss Marvel movie, the first one.
Oh, the first one? I don't know.
Being not that bad. It's the crap around it that puts the nasty taste in your mouth. And that's the same thing with 5th edition. It's the crap around it that puts the nasty taste in your mouth.
Yeah, I'd rather drink bleach than watch Brie Larson do anything on
screen. Well, if she smiled and all the other stuff around the production of the film wasn't there, it wouldn't be that bad.
I think I'd be down for the Brie Larson Bang Bros episode. That would be kind of fun.
If I was the male lead.
No, God, then I would definitely not watch. I would gouge out my eyes at that point.
Yeah, make me blind, please, God.
No, okay. So here's the thing.
How you feel about it?
So 5e needed to be what they promised us, which was a modular system of dials and levers, right? That was the idea. That was what it was supposed to be. Is all versions of D&D are possible, but just by making choices and then having the D&D you wanted. That would have been fantastic. I don't like death saves. Great. I'm going to have the 0 hit points. You're dead. I don't want subclasses. Great. I'm turning those off. Oh, I want the spells to take longer. All right, I'm going to press a button and they're all going to go up 3 levels before you can have spells. Whatever the case may be. That would have been great. But never happened. And the reason it never happened is because I think pretty sure somewhere in their design process, they looked at the only other game I've seen do that ever, which was Fusion, and went, oh, Jesus, this doesn't work. People just want to play a fucking game. They don't want to design a game. Fantasycraft is a great example of that. Fantasycraft is the best, most versatile, most optional version of 3rd edition D20 ever. But nobody wants to play it because it requires so much goddamn work to set it up. It's like programming at that point in time. It's not a game anymore. It's an endeavor, a job. So
there's something like game design is fun for some people. I really enjoy it.
Yep.
But we have to understand that we're not like making a game about game design, right? Yeah.
Well,
and for me, like for 5e, like I said, I think the core system is solid, but it has the same problem that I have with every edition of D&D. I'm not a big fan of the D20. It's like I think the random part is too weighted compared to like the character part. But that's that's no different than any other like OSR or whatever.
I'm okay with weighted randomism, whatever word would be appropriate there. As long as it's progressive with the development of your character, like the weight shifts with your character's skill and particular area.
I think that's also like it should be like an element that is, and maybe that's just like part of dice mechanic. Like when we discuss about different type of game, like dice mechanic does matter because like if you tell me like it's a D20, you have to roll high, and then you're gonna add a small number to your roll. It's gonna be a different feel than if you say you roll 3d8 or you roll 2d10 and then you add a big number to you know what I mean? Like which matter more, what your character can do or just the luck roll, right?
What my character can do.
That's what I prefer as well, but that's not what D&D do.
Okay, but what if I want class and level, dice pool, builder?
Yeah. If we had like this, if we design those kind of category and then we put label on game, you could say like, look at this one. This one fit those
So you're just a game segregationist, is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
I want to classify thing, put everything in the box,
you know,
like little.
We can outlaw them, you know.
It fit my it fit my kind of brain.
I'm starting by segregating everything created by WotC and Paizo into one side and everything else into the other side.
It's very similar in feel. I'm gonna read those two comments together and reply like, how do you stuff a TRPG? Go one way, TTRPG or RPG. Don't just put one T, it's just confusing.
Well, that's how the Japanese do it. The Japanese do
really?
TRPG, yeah, because they understand tabletop's one fucking word. Yeah. It's not even their language, and they understood that it's one word.
Roleplay is on one word too. So L is now officially Japanese. That's a new lore developed. I'm here for the RPG taxidermy. So how do you stuff in the taxidermic sense of RPG? That's 5e post Tasha's Cauldron. That's how you stuff RPG.
Tasha's Cauldron. Yeah.
Well, it's when they start like.
Xanathar's guide was okay. It was a step in the right direction, and then Tasha's was like the complete.
Xanathar's was the last book I bought.
Yeah, it was actually a decent little book. It was helpful, you know.
Yeah.
So
and then after that, it
was helpful.
Forget it.
Yeah, Tasha's just was like, "Hey, we're off in Woo Land now," and
it was ridiculous.
To be Woo Land.
Took me 2 seconds in the store to decide on that one.
And it's really like when the last kind of like remnant of identity that D&D had was thrown out of the window. Now like everything was fucking skin suit and everything, like nothing matter. Alignment doesn't matter. You put your modifier where you want. So to give an answer to that question,
just bland
RPG taxidermy. There you have it. In my opinion, it's just like fucking Pet Cemetery.
So Jeremy Crawford stuffed and mounted D&D. Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure D&D stuffed and mounted him.
Probably goes both ways. Mr. Max watch everything. Evan Schoner calling him a useless non-role player. Yeah, he's allowed to his opinion, and maybe he got some valid criticism that I can take and grow from it. What's wrong with that?
I've never seen you role play, so I can't comment.
No, I have a game.
I played in a game with Max. He's solid.
Yeah.
Any good? Yeah, he's okay.
I dungeon mastered him.
How are his accents? Can you do character accents that aren't French, or does everybody sound the same?
We're working.
Yeah. They all sound the same. They have the
Hello, bonjour. I am from Japan.
And you say like it's not genius genre. Well, it's the same thing. Genius is Latin for genre. Yeah. Fantasy and sci-fi should never mix. Sci-fi is fantasy.
But this is where you're going to run into the problem with your idea of this taxonomy is that it's going to suit Puritans.
Yeah.
Puritans love taxonomy. Yeah. And therefore because they can say stuff like that. Fantasy and sci-fi should never mix, you know?
They do mix.
They mix all the time.
Especially in Highlander.
Sure.
Especially in Robert Howard.
Yeah, that's true.
Fuck, the elephant man in the tower. You know, he was an alien from another fucking world. You know, came to Hyboria.
Wasn't that one of the first module of D&D? You could find like a crashed spaceship and a laser gun and shit like
Peaks.
Yeah, RPG Grandma was talking about that in a stream last night. About spaceships that I don't know much about that, but yeah, she was saying that even in some of the early maps. I mean, she's in the chat. She was in the chat. She can wade in.
I don't know if she's still there. We're catching up. Yeah. We're catching up to when she say hi.
It'll only take 6 months.
That's but she was saying, and it kind of makes sense to me, even that it would be there. Like, I don't think it would be out of place.
Yeah, and let's be honest too. Like, in a sense, like I often say, if you make like and you kind of have to do that, like make a hard magic system for a role-playing game, and oftentimes like role-playing game make a magic system that is reliable. You're gonna cast a spell, the spell is gonna happen, whatever. At some point, you're just making fucking magic technology. You know, there's a way, like it's a form of science. And if you play sci-fi and you don't play like the hard sci-fi stuff, and you just like explain, it's technology, and you don't like wave it, you just make your sci-fi magic. You know, your science magic. So like there's no real demarcation between the two.
I think that's like the hand wave, the capabilities of technology is okay if the technology is not absurd.
Well, how does as a Star Trek fan, Bear, how would you approach this?
I see I've been labeled here as well. This is lovely. On this side of the world, on this side of the Atlantic, I'm the Star Trek guy. Over on the British side, I'm the superhero guy. This is awesome. I love this.
No. Here you're also the superhero guy. You're Star Trek guy is Mr. Max.
You're a true Renaissance man. You're an everyman.
Yeah. I'm a Renaissance man. Yeah. As in, I'm poor and waiting for a patron. Okay, that's right. Star Trek is a bad example because they went out of their way to hire science advisors to try and come up with theoretical ways these things could work. So we understand how the warp bubble works. We understand how the replicator works. We understand how the holodeck works. Now, the level of technology and energy required is astronomical, and they had to come up with,
space crystals,
unobtainium to get it done, but they got it done.
Is that what that is?
Dilithium, the antimatter infusion injectors, all this kind of stuff. But it was all vetted by actual scientists. So was that?
Red matter? That's not allowed. We can't. No, red matter doesn't exist.
As JJ has nothing to do with
science. Picture me doing that as well.
I'm just teasing.
That's okay. I'll start teasing you, and we'll all be friends.
We're just saying no. That's what we do. That's the point,
right? For sure. I like your cell animated shading around your head. By the way, it's really
that's right. I have to do something about the forehead.
You look like you're a cutscene from like an early 2000s MMO. It's great.
I like it.
Anyway, so the point is that that's good. Star Wars is absolute woo-woo magic.
Mm-hmm.
How does the hyperdrive work?
Yeah, it's wizards in space.
It's space wizards, right? And that's the problem.
I still like it, by the way.
Let's look at Warhammer 40K. Now I know next to nothing about Warhammer 40K, but
that's a rabbit hole to fall into.
But their tech is magic.
Yeah, their tech is magic. You basically go through
their tech priests is what they're called.
That's also like the tech priests. In the lore of 40K, the tech priests don't understand technology.
No, they don't.
They treat it as magic.
Yeah,
but they don't make the technology happen through the ritual, right? They're just like they perform the ritual because they don't understand.
They're like monks.
You're breaking it.
They're like monks copying texts that they can't even read.
They can't even read.
Yeah,
which is an interesting. It's an interesting thing to consider.
Max, I just gave you a softball and you missed it.
We all missed it.
I missed it too.
You broke it.
Oh, he said it's like just priest copying text. I said, so it's Islam.
Yeah.
It's just repetition. It's just Allah Akbar. Sorry.
I'm not Victor though. I'm not the Islamophobe. That's Victor.
That's right. We need Victor in here so we can have him get him drunk and watch him go.
Never come to my channel.
But you guys are right. But this thing, you're right. Everything you guys are saying is right and accurate. So if we have such a wide spectrum of accuracy available to us, it makes it very difficult to start trying to compartmentalize that accuracy. Because eventually we're going to run to the thing that has 5 components of 6 different things, and you go, well, what the fuck is that?
You'd have to look at the weighting of it. What's the most important? Is it the?
And now we're in the weeds where we want to document,
or is it the?
That's I guess the best you could do is just create a database of all games and just have like a feature list that you can pick from, and it'll give you.
And maybe different people would look for different thing, like different oh, I'm interested in the dice mechanic. I don't know. Like it's not gonna happen. We're just taking it for the conversation.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah. It's a good conversation, but unfortunately, and you may please tell me if you disagree. Most people aren't going to try different games. Like there's just a lot of games that just don't.
That's true, but
there's some groups that just will never play anything other than 5th edition, or if it doesn't have the little ampersand whatever thing. Dragon ampersand. They're not going to touch it.
Do you think that it was easier to find a different game that is in a vein that you might like because you've liked that game, or maybe because you say, well, you know what, I like that game, but it's a little too tactical? Then we can say, well, this game has those out of a 5 feature, you got 4 that are similar to the game you played, but the 5th one is more cinematic, less tactical.
Right?
Maybe that could be. I don't know. It's just like pie in the sky. Like I said, it's not gonna happen.
Let's take Against the Dark Master, a game that I love and hate at the same time. What do I love about it? Character creation is amazing. In fact, it inspired me to change some of the stuff in Bastard Sword to make it more like that, because I really like that kind of character creation. The play is fine until you get to combat. And then it turns into a miniatures war game all of a sudden. And it slows down to a fucking halt. It just grinds at that point in time. What kind of game is that? Because outside of combat, it's not a tactical game at all. But the minute it gets into combat, it's a tactical game.
It's a broken.
And combat is and maybe that's a flaw in the design of the game, because like there's those two different identity. Maybe that's something to consider as well. Like maybe it's just a designer that didn't quite get that. You know, if you're gonna cater to two different audience with that.
Well, it's based on a game from the 80s. Mirth, Rolemaster, Middle Earth role playing, all that stuff. So that was a design at the time, because it was all wargamers making role playing games at that point, right? We've had 30 years of development, 40 years of development since.
Yeah, you've knocked off the conventions of role playing war games in your role playing games.
While we're still on the topic of fantasy and sci-fi, I want to discuss something like I said, those shows go on tangent. So.
Yeah,
that's how we do thing here.
This is how we do it.
Yeah, like I have this sometime, and I think I told you that at some point, like in chat, but I didn't expand because it was in chat, right? I wasn't on stream. Bear, I say like there's some movies and stuff like that are in a sci-fi setting, but are not sci-fi story.
Yeah,
and there's some, and the same thing with could be said with fantasy, I guess. So you would agree. And what I mean by that is, like, for me, for a sci-fi story, for the sci-fi element need to be like core to the story, right? You could like retell like I don't know, fucking Braveheart in 23 or 25, you know, if you want, you know,
Cleopatra 25.
Oh, but I know what that is. I don't know what you do.
Yeah, but it's reason for a death camp. God damn it.
Okay, so we've got the 7 types of story: overcoming monster, rags to riches, quest, voyage and return, rebirth, comedy, and tragedy. Right?
Yeah. So
that's storytelling, and that's, you can go all the way back to the ancient legends, all the way up to the latest shit being churned out on Netflix. They will fall into one of those categories usually.
Or
then we get into the man versus man, man versus beast, man versus nature.
Well, right? We talked about this last time.
I had a point, Justin, but that's okay.
Sorry.
remember it.
I thought that was the point.
No, the point was I was going to address what Mr. Max was saying.
Okay.
Sci-fi. What is a sci-fi story? What is a fantasy story? It's the setting that is sci-fi or fantasy or modern or what have you. The story is the story. Hence why you can have 7 Samurai, Magnificent Seven, and Battle Beyond the Stars all telling the same story.
Yes.
Yep. But that's the thing. They tell the same story, but like the set, like I said, the setting can just be like set dressing in a way, which is nothing wrong with it. Like I find out what is a true sci-fi story is like when it asks maybe a question that is related to technology, right? Well, to the relationship between the place of men in the world with technology and the thing changing.
So man versus environment.
Sci-fi.
Yeah,
kind of.
The revolution
or men or
development, right?
Or the action, like the broader spectrum of the action of men, right? At some point when I guess it's versus environment, when we start like changing environment so much, or we losing our nature and stuff like that. Those are interesting sci-fi story. It doesn't mean that it's
sorry, Justin, I know you want to talk, so I want to let Justin talk before I make a point, but I have a point I want to make to that. Justin, please.
Yeah.
Well,
my stream, man.
Oh, sorry, my apologies.
Justin, please.
Mes sincères condoléances.
Don't apologize. Don't. No,
Max, you just gotta lay a ta gueule on him when he gets out of line. Yeah.
Ta gueule,
Crispy speak French as well. Just Justin
here,
uncultured. Yeah.
I don't speak the tongue of the demon, and I insist on that.
No, but you let the ass of it. All right, Justin, make your point.
We all have to learn to speak French.
So we were talking last week about a sci-fi story being a story that deals with the revolution of new technological developments, right? So what would be the civilizational upheaval of anti-gravity?
Right, it has to have that element.
Yeah. That would be the thing that defines it as science fiction, not science fiction being like the wallpaper.
What's the sense of conflict?
I guess you could also have like a story that would be like I would consider like a sci-fi story beyond just being in the sci-fi setting. If technology, like if there's a problem, like maybe like I guess that's also like a kind of like a
welcome to college. This is what they do to you in college when you take creative writing classes. They watch you they do this to you. They let you go. Yeah, but what if and then you realize, oh, that's just man versus beast. It's like it's sickening how they do this to you. It's disheartening, actually.
Yeah.
But because I was about to say like the example like 2001 Space Odyssey, right? With which is the AI that's not like created to serve man, but then that's again like the Golem story in a sense.
It's man versus monster. It's man versus beast. Right? It's insidious how easily this can be used, which is why it's not a trope. It's almost a fact, right? It's really
like Frankenstein, which is often considered like the first science fiction story, which is bullshit because like the ancient Greek had science fiction story. But like it's like because if you read the actual book, it's not just like man versus monster. There's a whole philosophical question about creation, like
it's man versus nature. It is our nature to die. And therefore, he is fighting that nature.
Well, it's also like about man.
It's about the creation of
man,
a
creature,
creating his
exactly
own
creating like there was a subtitle of like the new Prometheus, you know, because he was like he was basically becoming like the creature becoming a creator in a sense and creating life himself,
and then destroying his creator.
The creature destroying his creator. Yeah, but it's again the Golem story, the old like Jewish Golem story. Is the same thing.
It's absolutely it's 100%. When you get to the point where you realize nothing new has been done since about 1000 BC, you kind of realize it's all just the same shit over and over again. Well, so this brings us back to the other thing, which is the type of conflict. So we have person versus person, person versus self, person versus fate or the gods, person versus nature, person versus society, person versus the unknown, person versus technology, and that's it. You have nothing more. So the unknown can be anything. It could be extraterrestrial. It could be supernatural. They're encompassing these stories. But here's the thing. If you tell me you're making a story about the upheaval of 0G on a society, my first question to you as a producer or an editor is going to be, what's the central conflict?
Yeah.
Because what's going to make the reader or the viewer want to pay attention? Otherwise, you're just pontificating in a documentary form about an idea. And this is the problem with Atlas Shrugged. Atlas Shrugged is pontification. It's not. There's no central conflict. It's pontification.
I still liked it.
Ayn Rand.
Ayn Rand is very popular with teenage boys. So what can I say?
I still like it.
Okay.
Although I do think Fountainhead.
One day you will. One day you will go through puberty.
Fountainhead's better.
Come on, be nice, people. But
I'm just fucking with you, bro. Yeah,
and we can trash all we want about it. I'm also not a fan of Ayn Rand, to be honest.
No.
It's still like fucking like the one of the most fucking sold book, whatever. Just like after the Bible.
Yeah. I want to see those sales numbers on the Bible. What bestseller list does that claim on? I want to know because I've never seen the Bible on the New York Times bestseller list.
Oh no, it's excluded. It's actually excluded.
Because it's given away for free in lots of places, therefore you can't track sales on it. But they love to say it's the most
those Gideons
book in the world.
They're messing up the sales number. Those Gideons putting it in there.
They really did. Yeah.
I got a few pretty nice Bible that I bought.
Oh, I do too. I like them.
There's a really nice Christian bookstore in Vancouver, actually, that had some really, really beautiful Bibles.
Well, the old family Bibles, you remember those? The old ones?
Yeah.
They'd have like their family tree, and it's all like this wooden, beautiful embossed covers, and they're just
that's
gorgeous.
Something we miss now, man. The tradition that we lost. Yeah.
Well, it was an art, right?
So much history. The art.
So this is where you get into the whole idea of the scribe being about doing what he does to glorify God.
Yep.
Right. Mm-hmm. So he wants to, like the Kells, the book of the Kells, probably like a horrible bastardization of Celtic culture, since the Celts didn't write anything down. So now we got this to go from. But in and of itself, it's fantastically beautiful.
It was the Celtic culture at that time,
through the eyes of Christian monks who weren't part of the culture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, no, there's going to be a little bias, my friend.
It was the Book of the Celts. Like it was like it was made in Ireland. It's the descendant of what we think of the Celt. Like the Celt was not a dead culture. It's like at that time they were now Christian, they were now monk, and stuff like that.
And they were a dead culture at that moment in time. They stopped being Celts and became the Irish and the Scottish and all those things, and the Welsh and the Manx and the Cornish and what have you.
That's one way to see it, but I'm not sure if it's the right way to see it.
Fair.
Yeah. that can be debated. You know, what makes a people? Then,
but this okay. So all of this roundabout, pointless debate that we're having is to show you that you can't classify things into nice little categories without them trying to crawl out of them. They will try their hardest to crawl them. I presented you the 7 types of storytelling. You argued me, looking for ways to break it. I presented you the 7 styles of conflict, and you guys tried to, in your chat, was trying to find ways to go, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Yeah. And this is the way it works. So the minute you start trying to classify things, people are going to try and break the classification.
It's not necessarily trying to break it. It's also like testing the limit of a theory. Like, and I think that's important too. Like,
what is the limit of something? When it breaks.
Yeah, well, but you know, I often talk like I do those shows. Those shows not meant to be debate. They're meant to be like dialectic, right? We're discuss together to try to come closer to the truth, right?
Sure.
So we have to challenge idea, websites like that, and sometimes like play devil's advocate and.
This is news to me. I thought the point of this show is to keep the chat talking long enough so you're here for 6 hours.
I got something to do tomorrow morning too, so I need to keep this one short. Those type of conflict.
You might want to go to the third comment then, Max. Like just saying.
It's been an hour.
Every comment is going to be replied to that extent.
Like we're still on comment number 3. So
all I'm saying, Max, is that if you're trying to figure out what is possible, we must first rule out everything else.
The impossible.
Okay, so
those things,
the first thing I want to say is Monopoly is not a role-playing game.
But you roll dice.
Heresy. Of course it is. No, just kidding.
And I'm a
Yorkie dog.
I'm trying to freaking put some limitations here.
But
okay. So
those type of conflict that you read there.
Yeah.
Do you think that's something interesting to consider when you try to come up with a story for a game? When you try to come up with a game?
Absolutely, it's important to consider. But the thing is I think most of us are beyond the point of actually considering it. And that's the thing. I think when you sit down, you try and consider the 7 types of story or the 7 types of conflict, and you think about them actively as a creator, you're now navel gazing. You're now spending way more time in your intellectual sphere of what you were taught or what you've read, as opposed to telling a story. I think people instinctively will add those elements to stories that they create. They will not think about it doing it. They'll just do it as a result of creating a story. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I think that those kind of questions of what kind of story, what kind of conflict, in my mind, that should be the domain of the player. The player should decide for themselves as part of their character's motivation. Am I against myself? Am I against the world? Am I against this foe? Am I against this oppressive system? Am I against the environment? I'd like to see players take that kind of initiative where they're looking at it from not so much from me as the guy running the game. I'd rather see players. I'd rather see players look at that. What kind of conflict story drives my character?
Sure, but at the same time, when the Umber Hulk crashes through the wall, I'm going to giggle my ass off at the players who go, actually, this is a story about me versus self.
No, not
great. The Umber Hulk's about to fuck you up, you know?
Yeah, there's the immediate world and the response. I'm talking about if you're running a game where the players want to kind of develop this character over time rather than just get the stuff and run.
But would it be interesting, like when maybe like something that you can discuss in session 0, when you say like, oh, this is going to be like the theme of the campaign or like the general conflict, like because maybe like when you do the campaign, like I'm a big proponent of that, like, you know, Crispy, like having the player lead the game, right? But also a big proponent of like put some conflict in your world, like that is going to be somewhat in the background. Yeah. That could be interesting thing to say, you know. That's gonna be like the theme. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
Well, we use point of privilege around here, bro. Not fingers up.
We use what?
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege.
Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. Can I
have a point of privilege?
Parliamentary procedure. You can't introduce new terms in the middle of session, please.
That's right.
Hey, it was introduced last session.
I read the whole stupid thing, and I'll never get that time back.
Exactly. I'll be like the guy from Newfoundland. Okay, so. I do this in Bastard Sword. Every character has to create 4 things for their character: a calling, a short-term goal, a medium-term goal, and a long-term goal. Calling could be I'm a protector, I'm a champion of the undertrodden, I'm greedy and I'm greedy, I'm violent, whatever their calling is. That's why they go out into this world.
Yep.
Their goals, and this all ties directly to experience points and getting more for the character to grow. So to give you the example I use in the rules, which is my short-term goal is to get off the farm. My medium-term goal is to become a great star pilot. My long-term goal is to get revenge on the guy who killed my father. Well, we know who that is. Yep. And at some point in time through the story, oops, My long-term goal is no longer valid because the guy who killed my father is my father. So now my long-term goal is to redeem my father.
Mm-hmm.
Those allow the player to provide to the GM, this is what I want for my character. And it causes the player to have to look at how they're going to forward those goals. And they get experience points for two things, forwarding and completing. At the end of the session, okay, what was your short-term goal? Blah, blah. Did you forward it? Well, not really. Then you get no points for that. What was your short-term goal? Was to do this. Did you do it? Yeah, I completed it. Great. Well, here's the completion. Now pick a new short-term goal for your character. And then this is how we get what Crispy's talking about. This is my way of getting what you were talking about, having the players influence the game through what their character's point is.
Exactly.
Justin, you wanted to say something?
I like the idea of that, but can we please not have a short-term goal of making out with your own sister?
Well, it depends on the kind of game.
Yeah, if we're playing Roman Empire, well, what if we're playing? What if we're playing
Game of Thrones RPG?
Yeah, what if we're in Westeros and you're Targaryen?
I think the reference was a Star Wars, but like Luke.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
he was.
That was weird. That's true. Yeah,
Lila at some point, like in the third movie, say like, "Oh, I knew all along." I say, "Oh, okay, now that's weird."
Somehow I always knew.
That's when the banjo strikes up. And away we go.
But I like those idea of like in character creation, having those kind of goals and stuff like that. I do something similar in WinterDarn, but it's motivation. What motivates your character to go forward? Are you like motivated by fame, by greed, by stuff like that? And what was called to adventure? What is the thing that makes you get off the farm and become an adventurer, basically? And it's linked to the experience that you or the skill that you start the game with. Anything to add to this comment? Fantasy and sci-fi. I hope that answers your comment, El.
I'm just looking up something for Justin. Give me a second. I got something. Like, keep talking about. I'm going to say I got something to show Justin here in a minute.
Are you going to show us pictures of you making out with your sister?
No, I'm going to show me pictures of me fucking your mother. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Why are you so weird?
Have a little more self-respect than that, bro.
No.
Oh, say like that guy from the Forge. If I remember, his name is
I've met her. You haven't.
Edwards, right? What was it? Edwards?
Yeah.
Oh, there's a showing something.
This is just for you, Justin.
Yeah, I like it.
Just for you, buddy.
Yep.
So he did. He renounced it, but it doesn't matter because, like I said, we're in our lifetime, more than likely, Pluto's going to become a planet again.
Yeah,
like it's just the way it is.
And your point, Bear, was that it was just too reductionist. The whole like GNS theory.
Overall, I think it's far too reductionist, but I don't think it's the problem of the D20 revolution, which was the D20 revolution did something really, really obnoxious, which was it tried to codify all those stupid gaming store arguments we used to have.
Never do
actually,
that.
That type of thing got codified with everything that came up in the D20 revolution between things like this type of theory and all this kind of garbage. And it just wasn't needed. And I think it did more damage to the hobby than it ever did good in the long run.
Yeah, the most dangerous thing you can ever do is solve a nerd's argument.
It actually seemed to create more division, right? Like it was
exactly.
Yeah.
What I'm trying to do is
balkanization of the hobby right there.
Yeah. Big time.
We had to split off into our own camps, and we're doing it today too, right? Like so.
But I'm fighting. I'm not trying to make camps. I'm trying to create like a useful tool, right? And just like a
not trying to create camps, bro.
I'm not trying to raise fans. I'm trying to put road sign, right?
Yeah.
To point people in the right direction. Do you think it's impossible to try to classify thing in a way that could be useful without like making people like go all like, oh, this is my tribe now and I'm gonna fucking fight everybody else?
Well, yeah,
why are that's people like that? That's an interesting question.
I think it's a valid goal. Like I think it's a valid goal. It's just whether or not it's like Bear was saying. It's just a really difficult goal.
Yeah, it is.
Well, yeah,
it's going to turn into a paint color guide.
I've got some of the smartest people.
It's a Venn diagram. That's what it is.
And Justin.
Huh?
The smartest people in the RPG sphere.
Sorry, what was that, Max?
And Justin. I said I got some of the smartest people in the RPG sphere. And Justin.
Where? And Justin. No, sorry. That's mean.
I resemble that remark.
Anyway,
Yeah,
so
you read some
to
board.
build on what you said, Crispy, yeah, what Max is looking to do is to create the Venn diagram. Where you can say, well, this, where do they overlap that? I'm saying you can't do that. It's going to turn into go to the paint store and there's just that catalog of paint colors.
Right.
Where you've got to go, well, I can't tell the difference between taupe and eggshell. You know what I mean?
That's why I
see
said
what you're saying. I think so. I think I follow.
The best guide you could have earlier is just use the name of the game. Right, literally, like freaking Star Wars D6 is the best game you can play for Star Wars D6.
Pick up
going
the
to the
pace
next
a
comment?
bit in the comment, yeah, because we're
comment
almost an hour behind.
Hi,
So
Gabe.
hey, I'm not saying hello. So
Hi,
hello,
RPG Grandma.
for dropping by. I don't know if you're still watching.
Such a nice lady.
Yeah.
She is, and her videos are good. I like her videos.
Yeah, she's fun.
Yeah. Or I guess would be the pronunciation.
Ooh.
Well, there seems to be a space between the R and the O. So before we address the comment, we need to address that.
Okay, let's argue about that for 10 minutes.
He say like a Arun, I guess. My suggestion is TTRPGs belong to a lower order of board game, and that thing like board games or even chess come downstream from theory of practical games like sports. I'm not offended. Like I'm okay with saying like it's a type of board game. It's a type of game, right? We cannot agree on that. Is it in the board game category? Like it's kind of a board game without the board, and we do something completely different. So some people, for some people, it's much closer to a board game, and some board game get closer to RPG nowadays. It's like so.
Yeah.
What do you think, guys?
Well, I think board games in and of itself is a massive category. So like what kind of board game are we talking about? Is this a worker placement game? Is this a deck building game? Is this a like there's
if you spread this to that conflict as well, we'll be here for 6 months literally, not me just joking about it.
I like board games.
I like
that's
board game
besides the point.
And the part of the reason when I wanted to do those talks is because I like board game as well, and I find that in the board game sphere. And I talked to that about last week with Justin and I think Dan was there, or Guardian of the Rune.
Guardian, Dan.
Yeah, but yeah, like I find that in board games they have this language that they can talk about. Like you can ask somebody in board game, what is this game like, and it's gonna tell you that it's end management with a worker placement element, and then you have an idea of what the gameplay is like, and you can say, you know what, I like those kind of game. I'm gonna give it a try, right? They don't tell you about the setting, they don't tell you about the art necessarily. They tell you about mechanics, and they tell you. And I understand that maybe mechanics are much more important in board game than the tone, the setting, and stuff like that. But I like how they have like those term defined, like there's push your luck mechanics, stuff like that, and then people know what it is, and then you can make a decision based on that. And that's I think like I like to see that in RPG as well. Like so, and we do have some of that, but even sometimes like the people like try to explain you a mechanic of a game, and they just describe the mechanic and say that we should have like a term for that. We should have like a
1980 to 1984. Music defied classification in the popular culture. Disco had died, and no one knew what to call music anymore, so it just became called rock, and everybody listened to rock. And you turned on the radio, and you could hear the Bangles, followed by Alice Cooper, followed by Genesis, right? And I mean Genesis, like 70s Genesis, not 80s Genesis.
Yeah.
And it was great. So there was rock, there was country, there was jazz, there was classical, blues, right? That's how it broke down to these very broad categories. And somewhere around 85, 86, rap started to hit. And then suddenly the music execs had something to hang a hat on. So there was rap and not rap, and metal and not metal, and this and that. And suddenly the record stores started dividing everything in, and people became metalheads and rap fans and this and that and the other thing. And it has not benefited us in the slightest.
Isn't the new catch-all pop, though? Like, isn't pop kind of the catch-all?
No, because pop is now a very specific type of music that is, the American Top 40 type of thing, right? So it's all very well and good to want to classify everything. But I honestly, and this is just, I'll play the game, but for me, ultimately, it just is a divider. It does nothing to unify us.
I remember like in the 90s, even like I was a metalhead there, and even then, like it was like, oh, is it like a black metal grindcore?
It's
Like,
death metal to black metal.
Yeah. Oh, this is not power metal. This is like this other fucking thing that is like it's speed metal. Like what? Like at some point it became like it's fucking ridiculous. Just
But
like
this
good
is
music
the
and shit
problem,
music.
right?
And we have the same thing. I'm quite in a matter of jazz now, but even there, like there's like fucking like, oh, this is bebop, this is art bop, this is bossa nova. You know, we have like all kind of those
is this acid jazz? Is this house jazz? Is this
it just generally anything with the word acid in the name I avoid, unless I'm trying to do some acid etching.
My only quibble, I guess, with this comment, which I guess I agree with for the most part, but I don't think that role-playing games are a lower order of board games, and my argument for that is
I think lower order.
Oh, like he's just talking
like
about
inferior.
Classification.
It means exactly classification.
Then I understand. It's not a value judgment. It's just it's a hierarchy of where would we place it.
It's like broader would be high order, and when you go like
then I don't see any issue with
refined, it's lower order.
I see. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I misunderstood that. This is not obviously one of the smartest people in the hobby that you're talking with.
Come on.
I don't know where he got his head that any of them were smart. I don't know where he got that from.
And well, it's because you're here, guys. You know where the fun is at. Or not
video games are the lowest order. How about that?
Or the next order of category of spring from board game.
Well, it's like a tree thing that it goes from here to here to here.
But like a video game wouldn't be like a underneath RPG. They would be like on the same level but a neighboring branch maybe. And even then from board game,
I'd still put them on a lower tier.
No, I don't think so. Do I think so?
It's only because you got paid in that field.
Well, depends on what kind of video game. Now we got to start classifying the video game types because yes, computer role-playing games are definitely a sub-order of tabletop role-playing games. And
and now you have like the best-selling mobile games are actually games like Wingspan, which are actually board games that are now just been digitized on the phone.
So this is an exercise in ultimate futility because you can literally split the hair eternally.
So maybe the taxonomy with the branching, like with the bigger branch and then like splitting down, does break down at that point, because at some point, like, well, is like a video game like Wingspan coming down, but like if we say like a video game or not like a necessarily enough shoot of board game, there's the big game category, then you go down, you go board game, the other side you go sports, and then like how do you branch that down from there? Like so maybe you cannot make a proper tree from it because there's too much thing that would decline from two different branches, right?
Yeah, because what's air hockey?
It's a sport.
Is it? Is it a sport? The one where you're using not air hockey. Sorry, not air hockey. Table hockey. The one where you have the little slider guys
foosball.
And like that one. Not the foosball. No, the hockey one that was around.
Oh, the hockey one. Gotcha.
The
one where
is that a board game? Is that a sport? Is that a simulation? Like it just
it's a variation of foosball.
These are the weeds, and once we get into the weeds, there will always be more weeds, and that's the danger of this.
Yeah, but then we can stream every week for the rest of our life talking into the
weed. We could roll up some more board characters.
One day we'll do that. One day, like there's gonna be like some game.
It's better than what he's proposing.
What?
Spending the rest of our lives.
Oh, let me take that Morkborg book. Oh, I accidentally got a paper cut in my eye. I can't play. Sorry.
Well, you don't need to paper cut your eye. Just look at the cover.
Do you three have Morkborg?
I only have the PDFs they sent me for review.
Is it readable in the PDF? Like that's the only thing I was like, I'm not
haven't
sure.
reviewed it yet.
Oh, you haven't? Oh, okay.
You can. It's free on the website, and it doesn't have all the art in the version on the website.
Oh, okay. So it's a little more legible. That was my only. Like as I was looking at.
It's much more legible.
Okay. There's a question here for me, I guess.
Yeah, it's for you, Crispy.
I'll ask you, Crispy. Do you honestly think Ginny D has ever played D&D or 5e game versus Aaron or Son D&D style? Both. Like I lost kind of the end of the question there.
I guess I don't really know this Ginny D. Like I know who she is. I just have never spent any time. I don't think I've watched a single video of hers. I don't really know. Like, has she ever played D&D? Like D&D as in 5th edition?
She's a 5e player, and a lot of people take umbrage with her because she's been playing for a couple of years.
And now she's had a huge following. And
And she's like got a huge following, and she gives these like how to deal with DM burnout. You don't fucking know what DM burnout is because you never run a 5-year campaign. You know?
Right.
No, I think she does know what DM burnout is. I believe that she does know what DM burnout is, but I think it's because she doesn't know what DMing mean, because like she's still in that phase, like she's trying to plan everything out and think ahead, like all the solution, like the possible solution that the player is going to come up with. So like you're doing fucking way too much prep because you're trying to control the player, like, and try to like create a real world with different track to give the impression of choice. Like, so that's gonna fucking burn you out if you learn to cut down and roll more with the blow. If you're not being like a control freak DM, it's much easier. It's much easier. But,
so I'm sorry, I can't really answer the question. I just don't know. I just don't know enough about her. It's just not something that her content doesn't really interest me. And to compare it to something like Arneson OD&D style, again, I wouldn't say I'm an expert on Dave Arneson and his style, but so I'm sorry, I don't really have any thoughts on this. Giant forehead or not, I just don't have any thoughts on this particular question. I'm sorry.
I didn't want to say anything, but man, that's a 5.5 head, buddy.
Oh man, it's
Bear. You got fucking forehead all around the dead.
Oh no, I've got nothing but forehead. I'm a dome. I'm not complaining.
We're kindred spirits, you and I, Bear.
Yeah. My hair started doing that too, except it was going to make the Bill Murray Island of hair right here, and I was like, "Well, we're going away now."
The only
I have a deal with my barber about that. Yeah.
The only person I've seen with a larger forehead than you guys is Brie Larson.
Yeah, well, there you go. Maybe that's why I have such animosity towards her. I see her as competition.
The thing I would say about Jenny D, I think she's somewhat new to the hobby still. She's good. Like, I've seen some of her video and stuff like that. I think a lot of the advice she gives is actually like pretty bad advice. That's gonna would give bad habit to people. And I think I'm not against somebody like new to the hobby trying to make content and talking about their journey, but she could do it with more humility and not talk from a place of authority, and try to learn from it and share experiences like that. Like, but she want to be like the talking head.
She falls into the Jennifer Lawrence trap of making a stupid statement, right?
Oh,
so
like what did she say?
Jennifer Lawrence came out and said, never before has there been a female star lead in an action film.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, really? Linda Hamilton, Sigourney Weaver, and like,
Sigourney Weaver wants a word. Exactly.
Those are just the 80s.
And
so she said something like that? Is that what you're saying?
No,
well, everything she says.
The way she gives advice and the way she talks about role playing, it's clear that she only knows 5th edition.
Okay.
She knows nothing of previous history. So like some of the stuff she's giving advice is like, yeah, bitch, that was in the AD&D DMG.
And this would explain why I don't have an opinion about her, because I'm not a 5th edition guy, so I just don't.
I love the advice that she said. Like, a lot of advice, and that's also part of the reason why I made my channel from the get-go. A lot of the content that you see on D&D is kind of samey, like on role-playing game. It's kind of samey. It's people repeating the same advice that we heard over and over again.
Listicles. It's all listicles.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of it is not very good, I think. But just people people heard, and sometimes you see people's game and they don't even apply their own advice. But they heard somebody said that someplace that was talking with some kind of form of authority, or like an air of authority, and then just repeat the same thing. It's just like an echo chamber. And I say, you know what? I think I read this bullshit. I'm gonna make my own channel, and I'm gonna try to talk. How I see. Yeah,
what's that guy's name? Chris Cox or Chris Perkins?
Chris Perkins. Chris Cox is the president of WotC. Chris Perkins, the guy that give bad advice for
every day's a gift.
Yeah, Chris Cox. So the question is her advice better or worse than Chris Perkins?
It's the same thing. She basically repeat what Chris Perkins says.
Okay.
But Chris Perkins, I often say Chris Perkins got a reason, like because you work for WotC, they have a reason to give bad advice.
They want you to play wrong.
Dependent. They want you to play wrong, so you keep buying their shit.
Is he the Chris Perkins? I'm sorry, I'm displaying my ignorance here. He's the guy that Legion of Myth had they watched his advice thing.
Yeah, we
kind of broke it down,
and that took us 2 videos.
Okay, yeah, there was some pretty bad advice in that. That's for sure.
Yeah, and she's on that tier of advice from what?
I just don't give that any thought. It's just not. Don't spend any time on it.
For me, I wound up seeing all these people when I was playing 5e because we were, let's play 5e. Let's see how it plays. So I would watch as the GM. I'd go watch 5e videos to get ideas about stuff, and some were really good. There was this guy, It's a Chinese guy who wound up doing a lot of Cthulhu in the end, but he did these really great 5e videos breaking everything down, how it works, how to do spell casting. I can't remember his name. It's something. Anyway, he's a really smart guy. He was fantastic. But then I'd find other people, they're just like, this is the greatest game ever. It's so awesome, and I love 5e. And it's like, well, what the fuck? Okay, that's nice, but this isn't a helpful video, And then there were groups like XP to Level 3, who now I'm kind of done with them. But at the beginning, when they were first hitting their stride, they would do these great class breakdowns that were comedic in nature, but also explaining how fucking useless some of these class abilities were, and how rogues just break the fucking game. Like it was really good stuff. It was good advice to have for people playing 5e. But Ginny D doesn't do that. Ginny D gives you advice on how to run a game and how to DM a game, but she's also too busy doing cosplay and writing little songs. You know what I mean? Like it's
Does she post her games that she runs? Has she posted games?
No, I don't think so. I don't think she's ever posted the games she runs. She's played in some live stuff online, some of the celebrity type stuff in that. But
it's way easier to
that's
play.
The guy. Thank you, Sly Blue Demon. Yeah, that guy was awesome. That guy's videos were fantastic.
And I gotta say something about XP to Level 3 because you brought him in. I didn't watch a lot of content of him because it's not my style. I mean, I find it kind of a bit annoying, but like it's just a matter of personality. We don't mesh, right?
It's ADD theater, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's as much on me as it is on him, right? But from what I've seen, I saw sometime, and I haven't did a video about him on my channel. I said like he did say some stuff that made sense. Like I've seen very few of his content, and I can find some good stuff in there. So I've found some bad stuff as well. So I guess
his class stuff is great. His 5e class breakdowns are and they're funny. That's the best part. He takes the basic of teaching, which is teaching with humor. And when you teach with humor, students walk away with understanding. That's what Dr. Rick Westheimer
and also he does raise question. He makes a point, he make an argument. He say like at some point, the video I was reacting to at some point was about like the condition of stun and stuff like that, and and he made like he's making an argument, and then you can agree or disagree with, but you can think about it. It's just not like repeating like fucking common like just like platitude, right? I think I can give him that. Yeah, Justin.
Oh, I was gonna say, he's always having fun. Like you can tell he enjoys playing role-playing games and telling stories. Actually doing the thing. It's not like a job for him, right? Which is like very refreshing.
I think a lot of these guys for me either. A lot of these guys, when they started and they weren't making money, were way better than when they started making money. The only one I would say for me that really, 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 really didn't fall into that trap is Seth Skorkowski. Like Seth Skorkowski, his videos are just, he's gotten better at making them, but it's the same type of content from when he started to now where he's making money off of it, right? Whereas someone like XP to Level 3, he and his friends would just run around the yard and do stupid gags and skits, and now they do full-blown productions with multiple cameras, and it's just all about, cosplay and amateur theater now.
Yeah. Well, overproduced. It loses
overproduced and under delivering. You know what I mean? It's overproduced. But it's junk food. It tastes good at the time, but you're not getting any benefit out of it. Seth was always like that.
More money than talents too.
Yeah. Seth produces products outside of his YouTube videos, from what I understand.
Yeah.
So he's probably putting his free time from not having a day job into that, instead of creating skits for his show.
Yeah.
And I don't think XP to Level 3 or whatever that show's called is doing that. I don't think he creates supplements, does he? He doesn't.
Yeah, he does. He put them on James Guild. Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't aware of that.
So L is waving to RPG Grandma, and RPG Grandma is laughing to tears. I don't know why, because that was like an hour ago. It
was a week ago.
So a lot of people saying hi to each other. We can skip fast above that. It's nice to see you.
No. We have to spend an hour on the
Justin.
laughing face.
No, Justin, rein it in, brother.
Bleaker, say hi to Crispy specifically.
Yeah, hi, Bleaker.
Yeah.
Thanks.
I don't think.
And to no one else.
Me, so that's nice. I feel good.
Oh yeah, that's right. Show Bear some love.
Fuck Bear. I get it.
Yeah.
That's okay. I get it.
I'm the new guy here. Like I shouldn't be getting any. I'm just the FNG
what else
here.
here? Like L tried to put name on the GNS theory and he got it wrong. Gamist, Bruce, that would be right. I think Bruce is gamist. Shauner would be a simulationist.
Yes.
Because Shauner want people to stay in character. Narrativist would be Eden Dog, where he's telling a story and he's taking away player agency and stuff like that. In terms of GM, I think those would be like a better
Yeah, I've got to watch that gameplay of Eden Dog. I've heard not good things.
Oh, the Call of Cthulhu ran yesterday?
Yeah.
Really? Wasn't good? I didn't watch. I took a nap.
I've heard from.
I'm not one to criticize, but it's just what I see him doing is something that I've done in the past too. There's a temptation when you're running a game to over narrate.
Yep.
And I in my humble opinion, not that I would do it any better, but I think that there was just an excessive amount of narration.
Yeah. What I would say to be like it's definitely not my style. I would even say like it's a style that is completely completely like the opposite of mine, right? He does like 90% of the talking during the session. He tell what the character do, where they are, how they feel. He give like multiple choice questions to the character. Oh, you can do this, you can open the door, or you can like, and then just ask the player, okay, roll me this. You haven't like those idea roll, and then depending on how well the character roll, is gonna get okay. You think of that, you figure out you have this idea that come up, like kind of like really giving cue. So, it's really not my style of play.
Yeah, me neither. But to give him his due, he's a phenomenal player. Like I've seen him in games, Heathen Dog. He's really, in my opinion, he's a really, really good player.
Yeah, I haven't seen him.
I've watched a couple of his actual plays. I found him really good, like what I would consider an excellent player.
Oh, really?
So
maybe I should.
It just wasn't a game that I would want to be in. That's all.
Yeah,
I think GM Cody's the best player in the world.
He's amazing. Is that the guy that does the Southern accent on the? He is unreal.
Yeah,
but
good.
Not to be outdone, I really liked the other guy too. I don't know his name. Gaming with
Brian.
ADH.
Yeah,
Brian was very good. Yeah.
Brian is like, I swear to God,
phenomenal.
I want to slap him because he's so hard on himself.
He's so good. I was
you know what I think is a fucking phenomenal player. Like it's this guy over there. Fucking crispy.
Good?
Well, I try, but I have to say, what I like so much about what was his name? Brian. Gaming with
ADHD. Brian. Yeah.
He had this like completely natural interaction with a NPC that Bear put in that knew him from his like wild and crazy days, and he was like the way he played it, where he's like, no, this is a new posting, like let's not, I've got to make a good impression here. The captain's got me on a short leash. It was just so perfect. Anyway, my opinion.
And it wasn't planned. Like that wasn't a planned out thing. I just fucking threw that at him.
Oh, that was good.
Rolled with it like a pro. I was like, damn.
Yeah, well, that was very good.
The Cody guy. Oh man,
Cody. We were convinced Cody had spent the 2 weeks leading up to the game in front of his mirror practicing because he was just like he just came out of the gate like I know who I am.
It was so good. It was great, and I loved the first officer. She's like this ice queen, and it was just anyway.
We had a lot of fun with that, and we're actually playing this Tuesday. We got the third session, and then we're doing back-to-back Tuesdays. We're playing this one and the next one to make up for last week where we missed.
But
not to promote my shit. Thanks anyway, though. But
no,
sorry, I was off topic. But...
I don't want the Frenchman to put me in a headlock.
Not that Frenchman. Take your head right off.
Well, I gotta say, Max, I really love this like Roman sort of thing you're doing, where you're trying to like what's up, Pliny? Like what's going on?
It's a bit cold. I'm wrapped in a blanket.
You should get a red one.
We didn't talk about Stoics at all today, and suddenly you look like Marcus Aurelius, but goth Marcus Aurelius.
That's why we love him.
I often wear that around the house. I don't know. I like to rub.
Do you ever give lectures to your cats, kittens, countrymen?
Cats, kittens, countrymen.
Those are some cultured cats, man.
Hey, Bear, that's a shirt.
That's a shirt.
Yeah,
it's not a blanket.
No, you should put that on a shirt. Cats.
Oh no, dude! Listen, anything I say that you think should be a shirt, I give you full permission to make a shirt.
No.
Yeah, Justin, you get the shirts, man.
Dude, you're the shirt guy.
Also, when I wear that, I'm less of a floating head, because it's a bit gray. So
it's a floating head.
Oh man, that's not right. Yours a floating head.
Okay, I need more liquid. Go ahead, keep going, guys. I'm just gonna turn off my shit while I get some liquid.
Yeah,
We'll be like 2
Crafting
comments
Gamer
down
CI.
when he comes back.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly. I'll get back and be on comment.
You got
8.
6 months, man. You can trek to the Himalayas and back with some fucking spring water.
You know, I do those show live because it's an opportunity to interact with the chat and stuff like that also. And I feel like people like took the time to either come in and chat and stuff like that. I appreciate the time of people. I appreciate the people that come in. Their comments should be addressed to some extent, you know. So
you gotta stop wasting time telling us that, because we want to like finish the
Bear's
comments
gonna come back and we have like we're gonna go to a one eye
and the comment is, hi everybody.
Hello Crafting Gamer, it's nice to see you as always. And then like L wave to Crafting Gamer, RPG Gamer say hi to all. And now Rex still say that's interesting how both the gaming focus and story focus groups are more willing to go out of character, yet the simulationists seem less likely. Yeah, and for different reason. That's and you know, there's something I can unless you have something to address to say right now about that. No, like there's something also interesting that we see with the, and we talk about that a bit with the Black Lodge game, and they talk about it also with the Basic Expert, right? The people that are much more, or like the Bro SR and stuff like that, and the people that are into the like emergent narrative, we agree on some stuff, like the doing less prep and rolling with the punches and stuff like that, but we come at it from very different perspective and very different, like they come at it from very like, oh, it's a game, we have those charts, we're those table, we can decide randomly, and we say that, well, it's we were coming up with a story together, we can make up stuff on the fly with what makes sense and what makes the story interesting in a sense, what push the narrative forward. But we agree on a lot, but from such a different, with such different motivation, such a different perspective. I always find like it's interesting in that sense.
I got to get up for work at 5:30. Any chance I'm gonna be able to get out of here before then?
We're usually done around that time.
Yeah. No, because I also get somewhere to go tomorrow morning in Montreal. I actually need to go down to Montreal tomorrow morning. So
allons-y, mon vieux.
Don't stop by and say hi. Do not come near my home.
No, I thought I was thinking we could go on a Hangar show together. At lunch break.
Yeah.
That'd be a nice surprise for Hangar. He would blow his mind.
What the fuck?
We're French people in the same room.
I'm not French, you fuck.
Close enough.
You Ontarian cunt.
RPG Grandmaster, it's very dependent on the group and referee, what they find fun, what their style is, and variety of slice of life.
Perfect example. My game I was just running, one of the players had made this barbarian noble type character, and in the last session we played, his cursed sword finally was whispering a little too much in his fucking ear, and then they found a cursed dragon hoard of treasure, and it just kind of pushed him over the edge of, I will be king and you will all serve me, and it degenerated into a fight where him and another NPC were killed, and one of the primary NPCs was killed, and it was all really fun. And then he said, you know what I really liked about that? I said, what? He goes, normally I'm always worrying about what I do with my character's mechanics and how I'm going to think. He goes, I just gave into role-playing on this character, and it was a whole other experience. And it's like, yeah,
amen.
It's called the better experience.
I would agree with that. I think that's something that's when you really touch to what's unique with this hobby, right?
Yeah.
What's different, like, and
a lot of people like get that in a board game.
And a lot of people like miss on it, you know, because like they're done there, they're too focused on the mechanic and stuff like that, and it's like, you know what, get in the mindset of your character, you'll see it's fun.
That's why I'm always saying I'd like a mechanic that is so simple and easy that it is absolutely
that even you can understand.
Well, yeah, even that I can understand, but that it's absolutely forgettable, right?
Flip coin dungeon.
Well, a little more complex than that, but yeah, that's what your mechanics are supposed to be used for, saying yes or no in a what if scenario. And if they're more than that,
but you want something that can be weighted, you know, like it's not just yes or no, like binary 1 or 2, because otherwise you don't have a character, you know.
So not to talk about bastard sword endlessly, but this is one of the things that's driving me nuts with people, is they're going, well, why is it +1 +3 +5? Because it's a simple progression of chain, and that tells me what's going on. At first level of bonus or penalty is +-1, second level is +-3, and the third level is +-5, and we're done. Yeah, but why couldn't it be like 1 and then 2 and then 3? And I'm like, because that's granular, and I don't want that level of granularity. Go play fucking 30 addition. It has.
I agree. I absolutely agree with that, Bear, and I do the same thing with Winterdarn. I go like 1, 3, 10. But I haven't like in Winterdarn, when I work Winterdarn, I put like those designer note, right? And I say like I have one about this topic. I say what happened to 2, 4, 5 and the other number. I say like, because if you try to go granular, the GM is gonna spend time thinking about like if there's a gap between, it's easier just to quickly decide, oh, that's +1, that's +3, whatever. Just like, and you move on. Yeah. When you start going granular, and then you have those arguments, wow, +2 shouldn't that be +3, or right. It's too small a gap, you know?
Yeah.
So I agree, like less granularity can speed up the game and make it faster and make it.
Well, it's not the question of speed up the game. It's just I don't need that level of granularity to get the job done. Yeah. You're slightly advantaged, you're very advantaged, or you're extremely advantaged, and that's it.
That's something that was something that was driving me crazy with the Witcher RPG. When you have like a list of modifier for combat, and this one is going to be +1, and this one is going to be +4, and this one is going to be -2, and this one, and they all put they not even put like in logical order of any sort. And it's like, man, that's fucking like what now I'm playing. I'm supposed to refer to that chart every time. That's fucking insane, you know. Like just pick 2 or 3 and go with it, you know. Any thought on that, guys?
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, same here.
Well, actually, I just had to rethink a mechanic while we were talking, and I have to go back and fix my difficulties and make them all just 11 +1, 11 +3, and 11 +5. Now we know what levels of difficulty we're dealing with to move on.
Simple mechanic, easy to teach people.
Yeah, exactly. So thank you, Max.
There you go. It's been worth your
Spice
time.
of life.
All right, good night.
Yeah, that's right. He drops the bike.
Well, you know,
off it goes.
If you want to drop out, guys, like you're free to go when you want. Like,
whoa, you kicking me out, man? What the fuck?
No, I'm not kicking you out. I'm just saying. Should I put the link again? Like we're 4 now.
Oh, we can go 6. Come on.
We can go 6. Okay, I'll copy the link again.
Now, the more voices, the more time between answering.
Yeah, no, I'll eventually leave because I'll have to go to bed. You know,
or die of old age.
One or the other. But you know, the more voices, the more people for you to talk over, Justin. So that's fun.
I only talk over 3 out of 4 people.
To be honest, I find it very hard when you don't have a camera. It's hard to make your place in talking because people don't see you, like
they don't
raising
see
your hand or getting
the visual clue that you're about to say something. I had to do that when we were playing online. I was like, everybody, cameras on now. Like when my home game, I was like, cameras on. Why? Because you're all talking over each other. So put the cameras on, you'll see each other, and it'll help there. And it did. It cut down the crosstalk.
Yeah, I just put a video on that, Bear, that very topic. That I find that online games, it's even more important to be able to read the room, and because you have a limited number of nonverbal inputs. But if you at least there's a camera, so I can see he's fidgeting. I can see they're sitting up in their seat. They're kind of anxious, they're moving towards their mic. Okay, so there's someone that wants to say something. Yeah. So yeah, it's interesting. You think that it's more important in person. It's easier in person than it is online.
It's intuitive in person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Justin, why don't you turn your camera on?
Well, I don't have one set up in this room.
You're not wearing pants, are you?
Nope.
It's probably like lying down in bed.
No.
Well, none of us wear
we
pants.
saw you in bed the other morning, Max.
You should spend more time in bed.
Wearing pants. Well, no one's wearing pants. Max is wearing a blanket.
I'm wearing a blanket.
Bear's wearing a hoodie and a cat.
A hoodie and a cat. That's all I got going on there.
OSR has no pattern or taxonomical potential. You know, that's one thing also with like when we're talking about the classification, like people like that's also one way. Oh, this game is OSR, and I say like that fucking means almost nothing. Yeah.
It means nothing.
There's so much variety in the OSR. It's like there's so many things.
Morgborg is OSR.
Well, you have everything from nobody can DCC to like.
But
there's all sorts of things.
DCC OSR, like nobody can agree what OSR mean. Just like it's always like
that's true.
Labels,
it's hard to it's hard.
Yeah, people say like, oh, it's a big tent, but then again, like they're unprecise label, and that's also one thing that I want to address. Like I wanted to address in the taxonomy thing.
It means not giving money to WotC.
That's
all. Well, my understanding of OSR was that it was 6, 3D6 or some version of that, 6 attributes. Hit points, AC, and what else? Like that was what it was explained to me, like because I didn't know what it was. And
6 attribute, D20, class level, hit point, AC.
So 5th edition now is OSR by that classification.
Well, that's what I didn't understand, because I was like, well, that doesn't that fit most D20 games?
OSR is fantasy fucking Vietnam.
Yeah.
Okay? You guys remember that quote from RPGNet back in the day? Where the guy said, my wizard can actually be useful in 3rd edition, so I'm no longer a one-spell slinging asshole in fantasy Vietnam worrying about dying every time I enter a room.
Oh, okay.
I can be heroic finally. So OSR is everything before 3rd edition, though the 2nd edition is an arguing point, it looks like. Some say it is, some say it isn't. Okay.
Well, some people say that that 3rd edition is OSR now because that's like almost 25-year-old now. So like shouldn't be like isn't that old school?
How about we just treat OSR as a bullshit, useless statement? And
it's a marketing. It's a marketing.
I don't know. I just don't know enough about it to say, well, this is OSR and this isn't. Like I recognize the logos, but
exactly.
It says OSR. It's OSR. There we go.
I recommend slapping it on your book if you can justify it for selling it purposes. But
so it's a marketing tool.
Yeah, pretty much.
That's what it is. Like a marketing label.
Palladium is OSR.
So is Palladium OSR? I mean, it has more attributes.
It's that old school thought of play, right? Because it's OSR is not about the mechanics; it's about the style of play.
It's a style thing. Okay.
But you had old school games that had a very different style as well. Like I don't know. It's just like it's an empty term in my opinion. So I would agree that it has no taxonomical potential. And people that say like, OSR that is the most innovative game design movement. He said it's a game design movement. I said it's not. It's very, very, very iterative, which is not wrong in itself, but it's the opposite of being innovative. It's like we just like refine something, and which there's value to it as well. Like some people are gonna come like some games. There's some games like I often talk about Burning Wheel. Burning Wheel is a very innovative game that would need some iteration, right? We need some refinement.
So is GURPS?
I never even read it.
So OSR then?
I did not. GURPS?
Is it? I don't know.
Most people would say
OSR?
no.
I mean, these are all old kind of. Is that? Yeah. But that doesn't see. I don't think that would be.
They don't slap the logo on the book.
Feels like old. No real Scotsman level arguing when it comes to game design.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's what it feels like.
No true Scotsman fallacy.
Yeah, that's what it feels like. It's like, well, if it doesn't have this, it's not OSR. So that's why Notepad Anon's review of Shadow Dark tickled me pink, because he just sits there going, I can't hate you. 50 years of innovation, $2 million, strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, charisma. And he just goes through all the stuff that's just the same shit again. He goes,
that's
I'll put you on the shelf until the next innovative version of this comes out.
I was I did when the Kickstarter was blowing up and going 2 million. So I did like a talk about the Kickstarter and I said in the Shadow Dark, and I say in the video, I wasn't like, I don't think I was overly negative, but I say like, is it innovative? Like that was a question I was seeing. I said, it's not. Like, and I got so much hate for that fucking video. Oh, you're just like fucking hating on that girl. That's just trying to make her. I say like, no, it's not. And I say in the video, it's not innovative. Not every game has to be innovative. That's all right. But saying that it is, it's kind of like a lie, right?
Well, that's.
And I was watching the other day like an interview by Me, Myself, and I with Kelsey Dion. And Kelsey Dion in the game say, it's not very innovative, but nothing is new anymore. And she even said herself, said, man, I fucking got so much hate from saying that. And now like the fucking creator of the game admitted that, it's just like a refinement.
Yes,
I pick stuff that I like and put it together. It's not innovative. But
it's not sexist when she says it, Mr. Max.
It's also not sexy either. No? Sniff the glove? Nobody?
Yeah. What's wrong with sexy?
Fuck it, man.
That's
a girl did it.
Spinal Tap reference. Come on.
Yeah, I got it. But like, you have to go like, what's wrong with sexist? What's wrong with sexy?
What's wrong? It's very sexist, don't you think? I lie. It's good. But this is the thing. OSR for me, is as empty a term as sandbox has become. It doesn't mean anything anymore. It's just a buzzword that people throw out to try and give something some sort of quality. I prefer judging everything as an individual thing and then deciding what it is based on what it is, not on what category I think it should be. Bringing us full circle back to the point of this conversation, that this is why I think this stuff just becomes circle jerk. It's mental masturbation.
I think the term sandbox still has some meaning in comparison to other things.
It's where you put the sand.
It's where my cat poops when he goes outside.
Yeah. But it's a
video game term that's been co-opted into a tabletop role-playing game.
Sorry, you broke.
There must be
some. It's a video game term.
there must be some agreed upon categories, right? Or can you just put OSR on any product? Like if I made a product and I can just put OSR on it, or do I have to like meet some? Is there some kind of benchmark?
Like, at some point, like there was like a Venger Satanist that he was what he was saying he was doing like OSR product, and RPG Pundit was like giving him shit about it, saying, no, your real products are not OSR. I mean, like, who the fuck care about what this guy think, right? So,
but what, but I understand that he said that, but why, like, based on what? Like, what was it that broke? That was a big enough departure that it could not be called OSR. Like,
I guess it's probably because
my OSR products,
because it wasn't made by Pundit.
Because I think I have one Pundit product, Star Adventure, and then I have Stars Without Number, but they're both OSR, aren't they? Aren't those?
Yeah. I would say so. Some people say that Crawford product are not really OSR. You know, like I said, it's like fucking vague.
So L is right. This is just it doesn't really have enough of a pattern.
Yeah, L is right, like always.
Go buy your lotto tickets, kids.
Love you,
hello, Rick.
Oh, there's Rick. I really like Rick.
That was funny.
So Guardian of the Rune say, if you call it a role-playing game, you need to have a game. Definition of a game is a form of play, especially a competitive one, played according to rules and decided by skill, strength, or luck. There's an important part of what a game is versus just a type of play is that it need to be organized. There need to be rules. That's a big part of when play become a game. More than the competitive. Like competitive is kind of like a dated view because now you have a lot of games that are cooperative. Or I guess when cooperative game you compete again an outside objective. You don't necessarily compete against another player. So I guess there's still like the competitive aspect.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we can all agree on that. You need to have a game.
Yeah, the rules are important.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on.
If you don't have rules, you're just sitting around a campfire telling stories.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And I'm kind of a role play focused guy, but I absolutely need rules for it.
Yeah. They help you do the binary yes no thing. That's like what I was getting at earlier. Without the rules, there's no way to arbitrate. Not arbitrate.
Well, I see the
no
rules,
sleep
Justin. Well. Yeah, my take on the rules is that the rules are
Justin is the rules.
It's as Justin saith, so be it. But the rules are it's the mechanics by which I can interact with the world. So it's important for me that as more of a world simulationist guy, I have to know the rules so that I know this is the way that my ideas actually are translated into the game and therefore into the world.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Instead of you having to say yes or no and then it becoming an argument between the game master and the player, you divert that to like
add a bit of a objectivity to the game. You know, like it takes away from the arbitrary of the GM.
Yeah.
It prevents your players from hating you.
Sorry, what's that?
Yeah, you can't have unlimited capriciousness on the point of the game master because then like the players are just paralyzed. I don't know what it'll do. Yeah. I'm not sure if this will work or not. I don't. Yeah.
What would you like me to do, Mr. Game Master?
Yeah, that's what it becomes. It just becomes ask the game master what my next move should be, and then you get into this horrible situation where the game master is giving you options, which is terrible. I hate
or just playing your character for you. So
I try like just like that's not trash on Eaten Dog games.
No.
I wasn't thinking. I wasn't. No. And I don't think he'll watch this, but if he does, I don't think either.
But no, it's just like it described perfectly what it was. So
I've seen other games where the game masters, and now you do this.
Yeah.
Wait, you had an idea? Don't do that. Do this instead.
All right, calm down, Shauner.
I got your taxonomy category: D&D, IP
No, Shauna wouldn't
emulators.
give you that level of detail. Sorry, bro, but Shauna would not give you that level of
I like
detail.
Shauna.
He
I
would start
consider him a
talking
friend.
about your.
I get
But
along.
I like him, but he blocked me. I gotta say, I don't know why.
Yeah.
IP
I like him a
emulator,
lot.
screenwriter simulator, drama club simulator, and dog shit.
Yeah.
Those are not very useful category. I would say that. So, you know, when I say L was right, like that's over now. I hope
I don't
you
know.
enjoyed.
I think it would be fun trying to shove every game into one of these categories just as like an asshole session.
Oh, GM Cody just said hello. Sorry, I know we're not supposed to interact with the. I just want to say, sir, you're an
we're supposed
absolute
to interact
inspiration.
with the chat, but like
No
as it
skipping.
comes.
Okay, I shouldn't say anything. I'll just write something.
In
No,
order-
I don't know, man. I'm scared to interact with the chat. Someone said something I wanted to respond to, but now I'm terrified you're going to beat me up.
I'm kidding. No,
They said that we
no.
do it around here. Around here, we wait until I read them and then we respond at that time. I don't have 17 hours. I just don't.
Yeah.
He's not going to beat you up. He's going to say something in French. A fire circle will form around you, and you'll get sucked into hell. It'll just be like some random thing in French.
Thank God the Queen's on my side, I guess. I don't know.
Yes.
True on terminology. I don't know what she was referring. Oh, because
Well, it
saying
was
Final
2 hours
Fantasy-
ago.
Final
so-
Fantasy.
Yeah, seriously. This is
Just
not an
2
effective way to
hours
do this
ago?
next.
I know we're catching up. We're only like an hour 30. Oh man, okay, we're quite behind. Crispy reading my note.
Yeah. Rick was really nice. He sent me a message with his thoughts on the topic at hand, but it was a topic from like an hour ago. So,
Hello, Dice Tale. Nice seeing you. Thank you for joining.
Hey there.
How you doing?
Can you hear me okay?
absolutely,
Yeah.
sir.
Yeah, we're in
Put down
the
RPG Grandma's comments so I can see who this person is there, man.
Dice Tale.
Doing all right.
Hey, how you doing, Dice Tales? There we go. Now I know who it is.
Yeah. Great commenter. We're in the replying to the chat. We're trying to catch up on chat. Now it's going fast because like people like saying hi. Big Bad or say hello, Big Bad. Nice seeing you. Say what's up. And 28mm say thought it might help. Crispy say yeah. So now people like talk each other.
Yep.
Hello. The crew is
Yep.
all here.
Yeah, I figured it was time for the adult to enter the room.
Yeah, that's right.
Thank God we needed you.
Yeah, I'm just jealous, Bear. My wife has banned cigars from the house.
Oh yeah, I saw that you saying that. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a recent thing.
Well, I'll tell you, Quebec has taxed and made pricing and choices about vape fluid now that have made it like most of us are probably just going to start smoking cigarettes again because it's roughly the same price, you know? And they've banned flavors. They've done all this shit that they put in place. My friends just closed their vape shop because they're tired of the Quebec rules. You know, they're like,
Why?
"Fuck it."
wow.
What was the
When did Quebec become part of California?
Oh,
Well,
man.
here's the thing you don't know
They
about.
always try to be.
Yeah.
If you think Canada is socialist, come to Quebec. It's super socialist.
Yeah. Funny story. As much of a basket case California is, Ontario's provincial finances are worse than California.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Ontario's just worse than everywhere anyway.
That's
You know,
right.
Thank you.
Yeah. Amen.
Are you in Ontario?
You like that?
No, I'm in the other socialist province in Canada.
BC.
BC, yeah.
What part? I used to live in the Lower Mainland.
Oh, I'm in the interior.
Oh, nice. See, that's fun because there's weird cult towns in there.
Yeah, that's my town. Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, excellent.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
look
live,
at that.
Hey,
Speaking of Ontario, hi, Sean.
Yeah.
Sean. Oh, Sean.
Hey,
Sorry for the insult, sir. Sorry.
Dice
Oh,
Tale,
yeah.
you're the only American
Sean.
here, right?
Like Sean.
Yeah.
We're both
Yeah,
named
Sean's a
Sean.
good guy.
Just don't add the to the end of it.
Yeah. I lived in Trail for a while there.
Trailer
Ooh.
Park, you mean?
No, trail means you have heavy metal poisoning. You may want to check that out.
I was just
That explains a lot.
How you doing, Sean?
I'm okay. I just got back in after leaving Bear's stream. I went for lunch, came home, had a siesta. Then a friend of mine called me and said, "Hey, are we still on for tonight?" I'm like, "Oh shit, I had plans."
Oh, and now you're here.
Went out. Now I came back and I saw you were streaming, and it's like, so I guess you guys are addicted to streaming this weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's never enough. Eh?
So
That's the
remember,
first
Yeah.
time.
You throw out the
remember
link.
we were
I'll join
talking
you.
about how some people are destructive, some people are alcohol, some people are drugs earlier about mental health. Some people stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what? Of all the vices you could have, it's not a bad one. You still get to participate in communications and talk gaming.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's the first time you're on this channel, right?
Yeah, I've chatted in your channel. This is the first time I've appeared on.
Yeah. I saw you on chat, but it's the first time you're joining.
That was the first time I've seen the link.
Oh yeah, it's a kind of new thing that I do on Sunday, that I do this open panel thing. A lot of fun, but you know, I do things a bit differently. So we just go like to chat and we discuss what the topic people talk. We go on tangent, but I don't know. I think it's fun.
Now the Canadians are truly outnumbering the Yanks. So, sorry, who did I heard somebody say they were in BC. Which one of you is BC?
Oh, that's
Crispy.
me, sir.
Oh, Crispy, you're BC.
Yeah.
Is it the first time that you two are on a stream together, Crispy?
It
and
is.
Sean?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never met Crispy. Hello.
Oh,
yeah, well, pleasure to meet you, sir.
You really got a channel
It's the
worth
first time for you and I as well,
subscribing,
right, Crispy?
It's the first time, yeah.
Same
Yeah,
here.
I think you were in the
and
chat one time when we were on.
I'm the new guy. Yeah, that's right. I was lurking your channel and your Discord. That's me.
Crispy, you have a channel?
Yeah,
I haven't watched your horror video yet, but I'm definitely gonna watch it. I know you're a big horror guy, so
me, no.
That
was
Dicedale.
oh, Sean did?
Yeah.
Dicedale.
Dicedale.
Yeah,
Oh,
I just-
fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's kind of my take on how to achieve horror at the tabletop.
Oh, nice.
It's almost it's
I
kind of like
watched
a
it.
month
It was a
late.
good video. Yeah, I watched it.
Thanks. Thank you.
I like
Basically, we all have a whole bunch of new channels to subscribe to. Is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
shameless self promotion.
No, like everybody here got
absolutely.
their own channel.
Yeah, and I think we're all writing games too.
Not
Are you
me,
writing
no.
a game? No, not Sean. Sean like is AD&D 1E.
I like my D&D, but I
Yeah,
am
ride or die.
Well,
in the preliminary steps for writing a supplement for OSE. That's not
there you go.
writing my own game.
you could write an OSR game. We established that that's something you could do.
Yeah, it's something I
Yeah.
could do. It's not something I'm gonna do.
You should.
Well, Sean, we were just talking about what defines OSR. What would you, as someone that likes AD&D, what is the definition of OSR? Like we see products that are labeled it. What is it?
Well, that's quite a can of worms. I think. for
Oh, it
me-
is okay.
No. I mean in general, but for me, I think it's the style of play that defines the OSR.
Oh, okay.
So would you say like Traveler be OSR?
I would
with
say so.
validity of the
It's
OSR?
of an older era,
Mhm.
but a lot of modern games and players have this mentality that they have the main character syndrome and the idea that they're not supposed to die unless they allow it, that kind of thing. Games on easy mode, whereas older games, even if we didn't necessarily play it that way, I mean, as a kid we fudged, we cheated, we had our the games, but the games were designed to be more games, like AD&D evolved from the war games.
War game.
And you didn't touch the war games, you were playing war games. And I think the element there is you were supposed to trust the dice. You're supposed to let the dice fall where they will. And that was the story. The whole emergent thing. Now it's about pre-plotting everything. Right.
But
Right.
so would that mean that that bring back almost like the label to style of play rather than style of game, right? And that's something we discussed earlier in the stream as well. Like we talk about like how can we define game and how so much is left to style of play. Then is it worth trying to classify a game?
Yeah, I would say if you wanted a good drop dead black line, no gray area classification, I would define OSR as there's no rules for skills. All there is attributes and mechanics for combat and magic, but there's no rules for non-combat skills. There are no feats. There's just the bare mechanical system for doing combat, resolving magic, and that's pretty much it. So when you start adding skill rolls, and even like the thief class with that are added in, I think it was Greyhawk or Blackmore, can't remember which one. At that point, if you want to just a drop dead definition, you're transitioning out of OSR.
But that would also limit OSR very much so to just D&D,
Just
basically.
D&D, yeah, because there are a lot of old games from that era that, like Traveler's a skill system, is it not?
Yeah, and he would even exclude like D&D 2E with the non weapon proficiency.
Yeah, well, it to me, again, if you're looking for a more inclusive definition, then you would go another way. But to me, that seems to be for real OSR. Is
and
the bare simplest mechanics.
You're not the only one
Nothing
that I saw
else.
use this kind of definition or like this kind of restrictive like kind of utility of the OSR, but there's a lot of people like try to be more inclusive, like I said, I think like it's mostly like a marketing term, so some people are going to try to slap OSR in their game even though it's not really, but
it's kind of like organic. Something says organic at this point. Whatever its original intention for when it started is different than what it's
Yeah, organic literally means it contains carbon, and then it's like, what doesn't?
Yeah,
organic just means that it costs more. That's all.
Prior to a certain day,
exactly.
Sorry,
but I think what if we're looking for a taxonomy, precision is important, and maybe what we need to do is add OSR style, where you have latitude for things like skills, feats, thieves, percentage chances, but there's less structure. You get into 3, and in D&D 3, I think is where you see this. It's like, okay, now we're going to have rules for all mechanics, for perception things, for ordinary activities that are not part of the core rule system, like crafting, those kinds of things. And then you're out of, strictly speaking, the OSR school. And really, once you add things like crafting and feats, I think you really are out of the OSR kind of school of thought. And so I would go with OSR style, which allows for that overlap and the evolution that was gradual. We tend to think of things, okay, we had OSR, then we had D&D 5. We went from this old school thing to this new thing that's got all this other stuff. That's not really the way it played out. It evolved over time. So if you want a taxonomy.
What do you say that the R mean in OSR?
I always think of it as, in current context, as old school Renaissance.
Renaissance, because some people say revival, some people say Renaissance, some people just say role play.
I say Renaissance.
I say religion.
That's a good one.
I agree with that.
Well, if I heard you say that, I'd have to kill you for heresy.
Let's play 40K. That's okay. Every time you said OSR style, my head started to write OSR style. The Opal Gangnam style, but change it over.
I want to see you in a clip.
Now create a video. Yeah. We'll have Bear the dance.
I think Gangnam style belongs to Critical Role.
And I want to ask the 2 new panelists that joined us here, because we were talking about that taxonomy earlier, and we having this debate, and if you can like answer that like somewhat briefly, so we can go back to the comment that is there like a use really for being, because my point was like, can we define like some kind of like better label to define a game, to make it easier for people to find a different game that they might like? Maybe they want to have I like this game that has those characteristic that is in that setting, but I'd like to have a game in a different setting which is similar characteristic. Is there a use for it, or is that like a pointless endeavor? Is it like something that never can be achieved, or it goes too much into the weed and it's going to be useless? Like, do you think there's some point to it? What do you think, Sean?
I mean, of having options? No, there's always.
I think like kind of like label, like better word to describe a type of game, describe the feel of the rule of the system and stuff like that, like, so people can say like, oh, what is this system like? Oh, it's like this and that, right? And then you have a good idea, you can move on.
Whether or not there's a point, it's going to happen. People label everything these days, so there will always be a label that gets attached to something. So sure, because. If you say, Bear says, hey, I'm gonna run an old school game. Sean, are you in? I'm more inclined to say yes than if he says I'm running a very modern style game, right?
But you already come with assumption of what old school, old style, or old school and modern means, right?
And that's fair, because I would still probably ask. Somebody said, hey, I'm running an old school game. I'd probably have to ask them, okay, what do you mean by old school?
Yeah.
And that's what I'm talking about, like having better label. What do you think, Dice Still?
Yeah, I think a better label is probably needed for exactly the reasons we've talked about. You have, maybe just breaking completely with that whole categorization, going with something like minimalist, semi-minimalist, maybe a whole different phraseology and put some boundaries and some context to that. Because it is so ill-defined in current usage. So,
and outside of setting, where do you think the feeling of a game mostly come from?
Well, I'm maybe kind of extreme on that, because when I run games, the mechanics, I'm very happy to let mechanics fall by the wayside for role play. And so to me, it's setting and its style of play that will hugely define. I mean, I've seen RuneQuest games where you feel like you're in Glorantha, which is, kind of integral with the whole RuneQuest thing. And I've played RuneQuest games where it could be anywhere. So for me, it's the style of play and the setting that most bring the feel, by far.
But it would be useful to have like that's my point too. Like, you could find like a better classification of system, of style, of design of game. It'd be easier to find one that fit the proper style of play that you're looking for. So you would have to stray away from the system less, no?
Yeah. I think maybe that's a great choice. What you just suggested, instead of saying OSR and basing it on the rules, just say style. What does this game tend to engender, and how do people tend to play it? Like the Joy of Wargaming is doing a AD&D solo campaign. And there's not a lick of role playing in it, and he's very plain about it. He's like, "Yeah, this is a war game. This isn't a role playing game." He says it even says so right in the rules, and I guess somewhere it may. So style, to me, is far more descriptive.
And I think that the point would be like to have a way that your style of play does not fight with the system that you're playing, right? Anything else? Somebody else want to add?
Well, I was about to say style as well is very independent too. I can run old school essentials. Dice Tales can run old school essentials, and we could deliver 2 different games, right?
Exactly.
So you're just not going to be able to avoid that. That's I go and play another person's game. There are things I know I'm not going to like, things I'm going to like. If I can't tolerate the things I don't like about somebody's style of play, I just bow out graciously.
But Sean, you're a good example too, because you're somebody that is very happy with the system that you're running. Like, you are one first edition AD&D kind of guy, and you're happy there, and that's what you want to run, that's what you want to play, right? And that's fair. But that means like you have this style of play that mesh well with the system that you're comfortable with, right? You wouldn't, like, your style of play might not work as well if you're trying to play like Pathfinder 2e, for example, right?
I don't know about that. I like, for example, I run a 5th ed game, and I've kind of molded, like, I've got a couple house rules, and I've molded 5th ed to suit my style of play.
Yeah, I'm going to agree on that, because there's never been a game that I've run that I can't make it my style of play, even using the rules, either through house rules or just through how I interact with the players. For example, the last Against the Dark Master game we ran, there was a moment where we couldn't figure something out with the mechanics in Foundry VTT. So I was just like, okay, grab the book, let's go. Blah, 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 blah. And there was just this great moment where I actually felt like a fucking DM again, where I was helping a player find a resolution, where with Foundry and all these VTTs, it's just click, 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 click.
I'm not a fan of VTT.
But the point is that Against the Dark Master is a very crunchy old school style game, and I can still tell my stories with it.
Well,
I can tell my stories with D6. I can tell my stories with Flip Coin Dungeon. I think the obsession with setting is an obsession with setting. I don't think it's
system. But you fight with the system. That's the thing. Yeah. No, it's all right.
Thanks,
Justin.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to say when you mentioned you don't like VTTs, every time I close out Restream, I comment in, please install or add a dice roller to this program.
Yeah.
Well, it's just Owlbear Rodeo was the best one because it was simple. It was exactly what you do. It was like having paper on the table. And then their second edition came out or their relaunch, and it's all fucking Foundry VTT Roll20 shit. And it's like, I don't need that. And it distracts me, and it distracts the players because they're so busy looking at the mechanics on that. How do I click this? And what I got to add 10 here as opposed to just doing it in there. Okay, it's 10-5, then roll. You know what I mean? Like it's weird. I don't get the VTT obsession. Sorry to sidetrack the conversation, but
no, that's exactly what we were talking about. I was about to say you brought it right back to why style, as Max suggested, might be a great paradigm for this because what you just said sums it up. You're playing on VTT, but you're bringing your style of running the game to it. And it goes right over the top of the game mechanics. It goes right over the top of the environment, and you make it your style of game.
Yeah.
So to me, backtracking, kind of working backwards from that, then, okay, given that what's going to characterize the game is the GM style, no matter what the rule system is. I think that's just a reality. So which categorize game systems by what they tend to encourage or what paradigms of style, also to be defined, they tend to work best with.
That's fair because Savage Worlds doesn't work with my style. I constantly find myself fighting Savage Worlds when I run Savage Worlds because it gets in the way of my style.
Whereas, and I love it. It works for my style, right? So I as someone who likes to change up the system regularly that we're using, I agree with what Sean said and what Bear said. You take your system, whatever system you're playing, your style is going to override some things, but some systems seem to work better for styles than others. So as much as I had fun with Weird Frontiers, did it really fit my style? Maybe not as much as I was hoping it would. Would I play it again? Absolutely.
But that's a new thing, right? If I go back in time to games in the 80s and 90s, I never ran into that problem before. It's only in the new era that I'm running into these problems. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe not all games can fit to every style.
Or at least is that I think in the new era also we have there's more divergence in style of game design as well. Like in the 1890s, like there was we're still in the coming from the war games still and trying to demarket stuff. Like now, we have games that try to be faster, more rule-light, or more deadly, less deadly, more heroic, more cinematic. We have much more different game, different games have different voices, I think.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's true. I know we do it on the other thing. I'm not saying VTTs are useless. I'm saying the overproduced ones that automate everything are useless. I would rather just have a digital map. Hell, I'll trust my players to roll dice at the table in front of themselves and tell me what they got. If I can't trust them to do that, why am I playing with them?
Exactly.
That's how I prefer to play. Now we do the Sophie's dice stuff where we get our dice on the screen, which it's fine, work well. But I'd like to keep it simple.
If you're recording it for YouTube, I think it's good to have the dice on the screen so the viewers can see it.
I've spent a lot of time getting into Fantasy Grounds. I've spent a lot of time with Fantasy Grounds, familiarizing myself with it. The issue I have with it is the map and the pogs, and that's where it just bogs down. And it's done well. It's not that it's a bad piece of software. It's well done software. And the integration on some rule sets is really quite impressive what they've been able to pull off. But it's just impossible to have the kind of game that I want to have. So I run into a style problem immediately, and it just is so slow. It doesn't work for me.
It puts a lot of there's some good spontaneity.
There are some good items in the comments about this. RPG Grandma said tools to help people.
Yell at him. Go ahead. You yelled at me. Go ahead and yell at him. Come on, man.
We don't jump the chat. We get there.
We tried to do that already, and Max got mad at us.
All right, so let's talk. All right, then let's talk about World War II.
Yeah, he almost took off his blanket.
That's the other rule.
There was no D&D in World War II. I don't want to go that far back.
By the way, Max has completely lost control of the stream, as we just saw. He was talking, and none of us were listening.
So RPG Grandma was saying, watching
Worst
my team
panel
lose.
ever.
Yeah, I'm gonna put you in timeout. I want a fantasy game that is player facing mechanically. Well, now Justin's gonna tell you about Morkborg.
I'm getting visions of the Swedish Chef here. Is that what we're?
I think it
Well,
is
funny
Swedish
enough,
game,
the other one, like this player facing that come to mind, is also a Swedish game with Simbarum.
Yeah.
So they are
right.
like.
And again, the games that are coming up here that you're mentioning, again, it's a style thing.
Yep.
You know, Morkborg, Simbarum, they're all very recent, you know, but they're, and somebody, well, I can't say because it was in the CHAT, but it's old school tabletop, you know, and that's kind of what those are. And kind of the distinction is there isn't a lot of detail about how to do stuff besides combat. And again, some of those, you know, I haven't played Simbarum. I've got Rune Cairn, and it's a fun game, but there isn't a whole lot of role playing in it. Mm-hmm. You know, it's very cut and dried mechanicals to advance plot. And
but
so
the player facing thing, player facing thing is kind of like a new development too in the role playing sphere. No, not one I'm a fan
player
of.
facing, please.
The player does all the rolling.
So you've heard of the Cypher system, Bear?
But I do that. I've seen. I know the Cypher system, but I do that in D&D.
Yeah,
the less dice I'm rolling, the happier I am as a DM.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that, but like some people do. You just like you roll for defense when you attack, but
yeah. Now that right there, in Morkborg, if the game master wanted to roll the defense, I wouldn't give a shit as a player. Just because if the game master wants to be rolling die, that's like because it's supposed to represent the attack of the opposition.
But that's the thing. I don't necessarily like, especially in combat. I don't necessarily like rolling against static number. I don't like rolling against EC. I don't like rolling against like a defense or like an attack of the number of the monster. I like opposed roll, right? I like when people facing each other, they should be facing each other. So, you know, player facing.
Player facing, like my players fuck themselves with their bad rolls as opposed to me doing it with my good ones.
Anything to add on player facing mechanics?
No, sir, don't like them.
You don't like them?
No, I don't like them. I mean, you like them, fine, play them, but as a DM, even in a gym, I like to roll my dice.
Yeah.
I'm a player at the table too. I want to roll those fucking math rocks.
Yeah.
Part of the game.
That's a point of view.
No, Sean, just for you, buddy. A whole jar. That's for you.
Drink it.
I was looking at this lot on Amazon. It's like $30 for 120 die.
Yeah,
that's a rip.
Yeah.
I can get cheaper.
You can? Okay.
Well,
I need you to send me that link.
You can go on AliExpress too.
Just pay them to AliExpress, Wish, Dice Shop online. They'll find these bulk things are like $20 for 18 sets. It's like holy shit.
The one from
that's what I mean. Like this.
The one from AliExpress.
These are some of my D12s. Just some of them.
But you only need 2 for every system. 2 D12.
I believe that joke won't fucking die.
Yep. Yeah, like everything, every stream you go on, the joke needs to be made.
Yep. and I'm the Star Trek guy.
I need to get a good profile pic of you, Bear, for a T-shirt.
Blicker say all I ever see is a guy that puts on stupid voice and guy that doesn't. Most gamer thinks they are the type of gamer, but are really just the same as the rest. I think the voice is like the accent and doing like that, the impersonation. I think that's a very small part of what roleplay is. Personally, I think there's much more like for me. It's all about mindset.
It can be fun, but it's not necessary.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's all a wide spectrum. Pull out the tricks. Have the accents in your toolkit, but you know, there's so much else too.
I want to hear Mr. Boivin do a Russian accent.
You want to hear Mr. Boivin do a Russian accent?
Let us hear your Slavic accent.
That's what you just did was the Russian accent, but please do not go to Russia.
I bet he could do a really
No,
good
I'm not good
German
at doing
one.
accent. I'm especially not good at doing accent in English.
We can do rest of stream with bad Russian accents.
I'm liking this plan, comrade. Good plan. Let's do it. Come
I
on,
wish I
guys.
could do accents like that. I
Bros,
can't.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro, we do this, bro. It's good time.
All right,
It would be
anything
funny.
to add,
show
gentlemen?
solidarity of the workers.
Okay, fuck off, Sovi. Go away.
Free helicopter
okay?
rides for the next comment.
Mr. Max, you do a perfect French accent, so keep doing
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
No, he
that's
doesn't. He
awesome.
does a Quebecois accent. It's horrible.
Yeah.
It makes French people's ears bleed.
He does it in our Castles and Crusades game. It's perfect.
French accent, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I actually gave like a French sounding name to my character.
They did. Bernier? Yeah,
So
absolutely.
have you ever seen
French
Farador? You guys ever seen this video, Farador? It has subtitles. It's a French-Canadian D&D comedy bit where this guy goes back to play D&D with his buddies who've been playing for like 20 years. And he just wants to show up and drink beer and have fun. And they're like taking the game super fucking seriously. And he's like, come on, you just made names and added extra consonants in them to make them sound medieval. It's like, Senor Gardakan and Senor Montara. And it's like, it's really funny. Because it kind of really takes the piss out of the gamers who take things way too fucking seriously, I would answer a question that someone asked in the chat, but I can't. So
we'll
sorry.
get there soon.
Now, there is
No, we won't. We won't get there soon. What are you? What fucking?
there is
high?
there is a taxonomy for people who take the game too seriously. They're called Shawners.
Hey, it's me.
Yeah,
I take it seriously.
I think the game
I
seriously
take
as
my
well.
games very seriously.
I think
Yeah.
I think it's a hobby. I'm not dogmatic about it. People don't want to play differently. That's fine, But
Oh,
like
yeah,
when
of
I'm at
course.
the table,
Live and let live.
I'm trying to get something from that experience, so I want to take it seriously. I'm investing
Well,
time in
I was
that.
riffing on what Bear said about that skit, bros.
Well,
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
riff better. What do you want me to say?
Thank
So-
you.
RPG Grandma was
Yeah,
asking, you want
Don't
PC
make a
versus
point,
PC?
then
Hey, we move on.
never.
We say RPG Grandma is saying you want PC versus PC, and I think we kind of like reply to that with the
PC
player
Master
facing man.
Race?
No, like the player character versus player character. Sorry, guys, but
Yeah, I know.
RPG Grandma say, why don't just say interactive make believe with rules?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not
That's what
bad
it-
definition.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sure, that's what role playing is.
Yeah.
And then,
Next comment, please.
Well, I would add to that cooperative interactive.
I agree with that.
The cooperative part is huge.
Not necessarily.
Well,
I've had some
boils
fantastic
down
games
to,
where they were
again-
at each other's throats and they had a blast.
No.
Yeah.
Like I made
But-
a distinction, but I think role playing game need to be cooperative by nature. You can have character versus character. You don't want player versus player.
That's it.
You
I'm
want
out. Fuck you. I
collaborative.
can't, no.
No. Hang on, Bear. Cooperative is not necessarily collaborative.
Like between the
We
player, we work together
always
to create this narrative, right? We all and in the narrative, the character inside the story can be at each other's throat, but the player shouldn't.
Yeah.
And it's an important distinction because otherwise
yeah.
you turn into metagaming and like, oh, your character fucking screwed my character. Now I'm gonna be upset as you as a player, and I'm gonna come with my next character, and for some reason my new character hates your character. You know what I mean?
Justin,
This
I
is bullshit.
apologize because I just got treated like you on that one where I said something innocuous and just got schooled. So I apologize, Justin, for commenting. I now know what that feels like, and it's not fun. I'm sorry.
Sorry, it was
Serves you right, bro. no.
I think
Clearly.
it's an important distinction, but like that's what we.
Yeah.
So
That's a grammar Nazi gotcha.
Boils down to the maturity of your players, because some players will take it personally if
Yes.
another player comes at them or they get into a fight, and yeah, you're going to lose it. Your game can dissolve if players are actually fighting. But if people aren't so precious about their characters and they just want to see what happens, then player versus player can be great. It can be a lot of fun to see play out.
If you're not willing,
you mean character versus character?
Character versus character, yes. When I say player versus player, you know damn well what I'm talking about.
No. This
I
entire
expect you to
podcast
pull
is
a
about
knife
splitting
out.
hairs and categorizing with words. You have to be
No,
specific.
because I think there's such a thing as player versus player. I think it's a real thing. Like even when you see like people trying to steal the spotlight, like I'm doing now in this panel.
It is your
Even when
stream.
you see like people trying to steal the spotlight, it is a form of competition between players, which I think is harmful to the game.
Well,
right?
then let me use the term inter-character conflict. How's that? Is that specific?
Excellent.
I
And we go
love it.
more PC and woke as we change the terminology into strings of words that mean nothing.
Where it becomes a real problem is when you have players that are trying to win the game.
Yep.
And so then if you take out my character, then I can't win the game, and you're trying to win the game.
Well,
that I'll agree with.
There is one assured way to lose the game, and that is being unwilling to see your character die.
Mm-hmm.
If you're unwilling to see your character die, you've already lost.
That's all I got. How do you win at D&D, right? And winning at D&D is like a.
When you realize that it was the friends you made along the way, and the magic is within you all along.
Yeah,
well, you know what? I'll take you on that. It's the story that you made along the way. The real.
Or Sean would say,
I'm not Justin that twice bad. Don't do it to me twice, Max. Come on.
No. I'm saying you're right. You make that joke, but it's basically it. It's the story you make along the way.
Look. I am opposed to people who use D&D or role playing as therapy. I think they really ruin games. I'm opposed to people who use D&D as a way to feel better about themselves by kicking ass and one-upping and figuring out all the puzzles. And I won at Dungeons and Dragons and it was advanced. I have problems with people like that. What I really like are people who get together to play a game and have fun as a group of friends. My friends and I get together here every 2 weeks to do it because we're old men and we have busy lives and we get together and eat pizza and have a good time.
Yes,
and that's all it should ever be.
But when you remember a game 20 years from now, well, you won't because you're an old man.
Thank you.
But
make your point, youngling.
There was a line; it was crossed. Okay, keep going.
You don't talk about that time you rolled like a freaking perfect 20 with your plus 19 or whatever.
No, but I will tell you about the time that one player argued with me to no end that he deserved a roll for something that I had made a ruling on, and it was like a 10-minute argument, and I finally went, okay, fine, roll, and he dropped a 0-1 and went, well, I'll never argue with you again.
That's
because
funny.
It was funny, you know?
But usually you talk about the times you did events in your game, not the outcomes of die rolls.
Yes.
And that's the fun. The fun is building those memories.
Yet we obsess about mechanics.
Yeah. I don't. I specifically make a point of not. Sorry, Sean. I specifically
at the risk of
mechanics.
At the risk of being on topic.
Whoa!
Makes a great point.
Get out.
Kick him.
Bear makes a great point. You have it right there. We obsess about mechanics. Okay, so let's have a category of games or multiple categories where these are mechanics heavy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the style. If that's the style that you like, then
but
there's the game for
you.
you.
To you might not be mechanics heavy to me.
Yeah,
right?
and also like
so maybe some definitions.
Yeah,
we're back to square one.
I think earlier, like we kind of like reached the conclusion that we're not gonna fucking solve that issue, especially not tonight here, because like there would need to be like so many categories that are so like pointy, like so specific that it almost become like meaningless, right? Like every game would have like his own set of categories, or would they? I don't know. I think like broader. Maybe it needs to be a layer thing. I don't know.
The only question I need answered is this: if I go on this quest, will I find the holy Skia at the end?
The holy
that was for you, Bruce. That was for you, Bruce, because I can't comment on what you wrote because I'm not allowed to refer to the chat. But that was for you, buddy. Wink, wink.
If you were going to comment on the chat, that would have been what you would have said.
People were talking a bit more about the player facing thing. I hope we did address that by explaining what player facing was and giving some example. So I'm gonna skip fast above those. I'll say grammar because we all like board gamer that don't role play, and that's also again like kind of referring to the player facing thing and a bit of confusion. And that's the taxonomy thing. That's what I'm talking about. We have this term player facing game that does mean something. A lot of people are not familiar with the term and misconstrue it. Like they think of something else. So that's what I'm thinking. can we develop this language about role-playing games so we can talk about them in an intelligent manner?
All I say is don't knock it until you've tried it at least once, right? Play a one shot with it before you start saying you hate it.
I don't hate it. It's just not my favorite style.
Yeah, I'm deliberately saying this to Al.
Yeah.
I put it away.
The Ship of Theseus conundrum. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. How much can you change D&D before it's not D&D anymore? Yeah, that's basically it. It's the Ship of Theseus.
Well, they're publishing 5e 1.2 here sometime early next year. We'll find out then.
I'm going to stream it exclusively.
Yeah. We're even talking with like in the because of Gygax, we're having this discussion. Like at some point, like what point do you aren't you not playing D&D anymore when you like made so much house rule, right? What is the point, Sean?
At that point, you publish it as your own rule set.
Welcome to the OSR.
Some people fucking publish their game at their own rule set. There's like one house rule, or just like it's just better layout.
You just file off the serial numbers and.
Yeah.
Better layout. Well, better layout is always a good thing to strive for.
It's a good thing, yeah. But is it good enough for a new game? Some people think so, I guess.
One of the reasons I love OSE is D&D. It doesn't pretend to be anything else. They just give us a new layout without saying, "Hey, I've made my own game."
It's innovative.
Yeah, they've cleaned up the.
You keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think it means.
Sorry, say that again.
He keeps saying innovative, and I find it really saying innovative. I was always like, what is this fucking word he keeps saying? Now I finally got it. So
yeah, how is it pronounced?
Innovative.
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you because it's you, man. It's what I do. I fuck with you over your accent.
No, man, stress on the second syllable.
Cheers, that's the thing with the accent. When you start speaking English. Oh, bye, Cody. Have a good night.
Hey, we don't talk about the fucking chat, Mr. Max. Jesus Christ.
You're pointing the wrong
way. When the accent, when you start like speaking a lot like of a foreign language, like at some point, like people correct you when you made a mistake and stuff like that. But at some point, like you reach a level when people kind of understand what you're saying and then they stop correcting you. So you plateau, and I'm there. So I'm never gonna get upset at people like correcting me if I say something wrong.
Well, English people have a hard time. Like I don't know about American English, but Canadian English and British people have a really like it's considered impolite to correct someone if we understood what they meant, right?
Yeah.
But Romance language speakers love to correct you when you mispronounce stuff. I have a friend who's Italian origin, and I call no, they're not because I've been calling him for 20 years. Porpiton. He's like one day he goes, "Are you calling me porpiton? Oh, you're calling me a meatball." I'm like, motherfucker, porpiton. There was a huge difference in the way I was pronouncing that shit. You were just being an ass, It's the nature of the beast. English people, at least English of British, higher, like more recent British descent, like Canadians, we were taught, or at least I was taught growing up, it's impolite to correct someone.
Yeah. No, you put like fucking pidgin English in your newspaper. Pidgin English in your newspaper. Yeah. You know what pidgin English is?
Yes, I'm just trying to get the reference.
But because you don't correct people that speak wrong.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. They'll do a direct quote where they're spelling it out phonetically or something.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Blicker says, according to DM James, playing after AD&D 2E means you aren't playing D&D, which I would say if you're playing AD&D, you're not playing D&D. They're different games. That's why they added the A, What do you think, John?
Yeah, and Gygax did. I get the feeling from it and from what I've been hearing and seeing about, Gary Gygax's work, that when he put AD&D together, the best way I've heard it put is this is the game that he meant D&D to be. And it reflected his view of how the game ought to be played and what was important.
I heard it's because he was trying to talk Arneson out of royalties.
Good night, Grandma.
Well, that too.
Good night, Grandma.
But you killed you. Good night, Grandma.
I scrolled up in the chat so I can't see new messages.
Yeah.
Well,
but it kills two birds with one stone in that respect. But that's what I've heard a lot of people say. And in rereading it recently, I think there's some validity to that it really was focus of his version. Because what, Dave Arneson was doing with Blackmore was vastly different than what's laid out in AD&D.
That's kind of like a pet peeve I have with like a D&D and edition, because like a new edition was never supposed to mean like a new rule set. That's fucking stupid idea. A new edition is supposed to mean like, well, we fixed the layout, we made some correction, we corrected the typo and stuff like that. We're gonna thing. You like how many edition was there of D&D before AD&D? You know, like all those ohms and those mold veins, or that those are different edition. That's literally what an edition is, right? It's the same rules, but like they're put together in a different way, right? It's the same game, it's still the same game. It's edited in a different way. And then when they make like AD&D, which is like a different game, then there was 1E and 2E, which is still the same game. It's still like mostly compatible, right?
I could understand if you're also fixing something mechanically broken.
Yeah,
for a new edition.
But there's going to be small correction.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, also there's been like an errata or like some supplement now that is brought back to the main game. What do you think, Sean?
You touched on it right there, though, is the compatibility. From OD&D all the way up to second ed, there is sort of a vague compatibility. You can easily convert like a module from one system to another. I mean, it requires a little tinkering, but they're still somewhat compatible. Once you get to third edition, it's a completely different game. You have to do a lot of work to convert something.
That's fair. That's fair.
Black and our host.
I think he went to cough or yell at his dog or something. Which means we have to stay on this topic because nobody can move the chat along.
I want to talk to the chat. He's not here. He can't yell at me.
Hey,
busted.
Sorry, guy. I had to put my dog out, and at some point I'll have to take him in. But he was being annoying, so that's the nature of having a dog.
Yeah.
What he's never made the D&D? Well,
I kind of
then
agree
it's
with
always
that.
a question of like, what is D&D?
I would agree with Al. They don't make D&D. They make fireplace supplements.
And also look that L used the N instead of the ampersand, so that's a battle.
Yeah.
Where's my title?
Yeah, when they brought out 3.0, it really changed the whole paradigm. I mean, it was, and not necessarily in a bad way. There a lot of people played 3.0, and I played a little bit of 3.5, and it was a game that like I wanted to like it because I liked the ideas and I liked some of the things that they expanded and brought in with, I think, feats and skills and a little bit better definition, and that appealed to me. But somehow, somewhere, by going from rulings to defined mechanics, it lost some of its, I don't know, I hate to use the word in this company because I'll get roasted. It lost some of its wonder.
Yeah, but it was also like the introduction of like the feed, the build, like everything was much more mechanical.
Why would we roast you for wonder? That's a fabulous word to describe it.
Fabulous.
Okay, you're gonna get a beat.
Hey, there we go.
That's a beat right there. Looking out the window, that's a paddling.
You did not.
That's a paddling.
You did not put your hand
That's all right.
up and look to the side. You did it wrong.
I'm man enough to be vulnerable. It's okay.
That's okay.
And I will destroy you for it, sir. No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
You think you're vulnerable?
I think Dubong, that's a name I don't recognize. So welcome, Dubong, if it's your first time.
Whoa. Have we gotten there in the chat?
Yeah. Why?
Oh shit, we are there. Fuck.
Yeah, we're catching up,
Just
guys.
making sure.
Most people would just prefer to have their play prescribed to them. Yes. Is it prescribed the right word? Unfortunately. Are you saying described?
Yeah, described to them or prescribed for
prescribed.
them.
It's definitely, most people prefer to have their play prescribed to them, unfortunately, meaning I think he means being told how to play by the game or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Or maybe. Because described, you could see that when we're talking about like what would you call like passive player? That was just like human dice roller, like Sean would say.
Yeah, there are a lot of players who want to be led by the nose. They just show up to the table and say, okay, well, what have you got for me?
Tell me when I roll. Just tell me when I roll.
Yeah, some people are just there to hang out. And there's nothing wrong with that as long as they're not disrupting the game.
Right. If that's the game you want to play, fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
That's not the game I want to play. But
everybody comes to the game is at a different level too. So somebody brand new to the game might be a little lost. So yeah, they're going to be more passive as they figure stuff out.
That's true.
Okay, that's
Go ahead.
It's okay for them to arrive and be passive because they don't know. But if you have a player who's like that in your game, who stays like that, it drags the entire level of play down to that. And that's not okay.
I have a shirt for that.
I don't want any part of that. I'm with Shauner on that.
Yeah, I
It's
agree
like
with
I'm
you.
not there to be a die roller.
And I want to say last Thursday we had I think a pretty good talk with Crispy there, and
Well, let's
Tyler.
not oversell it, Max, but there was a talk.
It was a good talk.
Yeah, about how to
don't be a con
active player.
yourself. Bro.
Yeah. You're too humble, Crispy. It was a very interesting talk. I think.
Yeah, we talked about that though, didn't we? It was like passive versus active players,
and I have a hard time understanding that on one level. If you're coming to a role-playing game, you know, I guess like Shauner says, maybe it spreads like cancer. People play like that, so other people learn to play like that. So that's what they think it is. I don't know. But when I come to a role-playing game, I want the other people at the table to be as a character. Otherwise, you know, that leaves
that's
my
the role,
character high and dry. Yeah,
that's the role. Not I'm the cleric or I'm the knight or whatever. Those aren't the roles you're playing. The role is
who your character is, not what it is.
The person, yeah.
And not to redo the old talk that we had on Thursday, because people can go watch that. But like I think like a lot of GM train their player to be passive, because when the player try to be active and have a contribution, they say no, actually, well in this world, you know, they always like correct them and cock block them. So then they just sit back and say, okay, tell me then what I'm doing. Tell me what's happening. You know.
I pick up the sharp stone to use as a knife. Oh no, you can't do that. You grab some.
Actually, it's not that sharp. Yeah, exactly. Actually, no, there's no sharp stone around. Okay, then tell me what I can do. Give me your fucking multiple choice question.
Yeah. Must we live in this world of black and white at all times, gentlemen?
Yes.
Yeah. No, I got
okay. I was just checking. I had to make sure I needed to know. So now that I know, I'll adjust my thought processes appropriately.
There's probably some sort
Who got time for nuance?
Who has time for that? Ain't nobody got time for that.
Heaven forbid you might develop style.
Well, I don't know.
I feel attacked by that, sir. Thank you.
No, not at all. It's actually it's a boost. It's exactly right what you're saying. It's like it isn't black and white, and style is important.
I'm tired. My jokes aren't landing. I'll shut up for a while.
Oh.
No, I got it. I knew you were joking.
Your jokes never land. What do you mean you got it? Shut up.
I don't make jokes. I don't have a sense of humor. I don't have the tongue for it.
No, you are Marcus Aurelius Reborn, sir.
Yeah. It's very hard for me to make jokes in English, to be honest, because of the timing thing. And whatever. I can make jokes in written form, but in speaking,
I don't know about that. I had you edit that one thing, and you're trying to get me to remove game from role-playing game altogether.
I was right, though. For fuck's sake, you weren't. Yeah. For fuck's sake, Hasbro was bot game of the year for BG3. To be honest, I think BG3 probably deserve it. Yeah. Elden Ring was last year. Yeah, he won last year. What other game came out? A video game. Nobody hears this version video game.
I'm not watching the
Conan Exiles.
It's called I don't know, 3-match-3. It's game of the year as far as I'm concerned. I can lose myself.
I bought a Nintendo Mini so I can play games from the 80s. That's how
there you go.
Backward I am.
Yeah. But like in 2023 games, I think Baldur's Gate 3 like absolutely deserve it. Not that I'm interested in it and stuff like that, but like, it's a big hit. It's a big fucking hit.
Yeah. Well, most people, it's the first time they've played 5th edition.
Yeah. I've been a player that played 5th edition for years, right?
Yeah.
Now they're facing the rules for the first time
and hating it.
What?
Another great point from RPG Grandma.
RPG Grandma said the referee has to make sure the board game aspect doesn't dominate to bring out role playing.
Actually, she said roll olaying, and I think it's way more fun to get people going olay around the table all the time. So I think
I'm going to start doing that. That's good. This is going to be the olay.
Is that like running the trolls at Pamplona?
Well, no, it's more like they kill the orc, and then the rest of everybody just goes olay, 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 olay. You know, and that works out really well.
And the first person that accidentally says Rico loses.
What?
Ricole.
Oh,
Whatever, man.
Fair leg to the joke. Yay!
If you get the reference
look at the chat. I'm so sorry, sir.
us
Please
to
don't
the
kick me, sir. I looked at the chat.
No.
Yeah, but I think I would agree with that. That the board game aspect must not dominate about the role playing game. I think we all would agree on that, no?
Unless you're playing 4th edition, in which case it kind of is a board game.
Yep.
Yeah. That's the.
I'm not taking that bait. I'm not taking that bait.
Well, you're a defender of 4th edition.
I will defend 4th edition till the day I die.
I think 4th edition is not a badly put together game. I think, and I said that before. If D&D 4th edition would have came out with a different name than D&D, it would have been much bigger success.
Yep.
It's just like the clash that it was so different, and people like said, "Whoa, that's what I'm expecting," right?
It did kind of change though over time, though. Like you had 4th edition, like the first player's handbook. By the time they issued their second player's handbook, there were problems they were trying to address.
They had the Essentials line, and the problem is if you want to play the Essentials line today, just go by Pathfinder 2.
Yeah, that's what. Like that's what it did change.
Yeah,
like it wasn't. Anyway.
But it was like a much more like mechanically centered game.
It was a miniatures game,
but it could be played without a board. We played it without a board, and we had fun. You know,
but you had to do some conversion. You know, it was
we just had to say, how far away am I from him? 15 feet. Okay, my power works at 10 feet. I get 5 feet closer to him. Okay.
But a lot of people were upset that he didn't say like 5 feet in the book. He said like 1 square.
Yeah, so you say square instead of feet.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not to me. That's not the important part. To me, it's what Bear just said. It's like, okay, so you play it without a board, but that's like playing mental chess, because it is essentially a very tactical, and there's nothing wrong with that. I'm a war gamer as well as a RPGer, and I love those kinds of games, but it's not really aimed at role playing. It's aimed at enjoying the game mechanics.
Share your thoughts, Beans.
But I think it's all about like the expectation. So Beans has something to add?
No, he just wants to fuck around because it's food time.
Well, go feed
them in bed by now, and I feed them before I go to bed, so they're both like, "What the fuck, Dad? What the fuck?"
Well, we're slowly catching up on chat, so that there's Bleaker said D&D isn't about the rule set; it's about how you use the lore. I can run the exact adventure regardless of what the rules set I'm using. I
agree. I agree.
I agree.
Yeah, I would say the first part I disagree a bit about. D&D is kind of about the rules. That's part of what D&D is. But the second part I strongly agree with. I can run the exact adventure regardless of what rule set I'm using.
You can run the same adventure, but it's going to feel different.
Yeah, maybe so. Yeah, but I think to me, again, the mechanics are far less important than the style of GM and the style of play.
But if you play a game with much more lethal combat, the players are gonna engage with the game in a different way than if you play a game that's much more heroic. Heroic, right? What do you think, guys? You can speak.
More lethal, making your characters more heroic. If I got you right.
I say like this is an example. Like a game that is more lethal is the player is gonna engage with the game, and that's gonna impact the kind of story you tell. Then if you play a game that is more heroic.
Yeah, in general, the greater the risk, the greater the reward.
Yeah,
so if more is on the table, if more is on the table, like if the possibility is always there for catastrophic failure and it requires, careful thoughts or whatever, then I mean, there's more you can get out of that, I would say.
Yes and no. I mean, look, some people like powers and cool switches and knobs and dials.
It depends on what you're going in for it. Like if that's what if you want, if you're playing a superhero game, then you're probably not going to want to die to the first thing that you fight.
But Crispy, even in 5e, my players are varying levels of whatever, and some of them they role play the fuck out of their characters, and they really get into that. But when it's fight time, they love that they can chain together abilities that will produce a result, and when they manage to pull it off, they get really excited and happy about it. They feel good about what they did.
Sure.
So I don't see the problem, and this is where I and the OSR will never get along, is because I don't feel these things are bad. I don't believe it's not on your character sheet, it's in your head. Well, I'm not in a fucking dungeon and I'm not a fucking wizard, so it's not in my head. It's on my fucking character sheet, you know? So for me, I get what you're saying, but risk and reward is the DM's job. You create the risk, you provide the reward. So if I want to kill those characters in 5e, I've killed plenty of 5e characters.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The risk that you provide and the challenge that you provide, it needs to be in function to some extent of the system that you use, right? So
the mastery will provide that skill to you.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that influences the type of story that like it's gonna be like, oh, we face an orc or we face a fucking horde of orcs, right? You change the story that you can that you tell in a sense.
I get what you're saying. I think my problem is that I want my players and my characters and the story that I'm involved in to be something fun and epic, not, hey, we're gong farmers who are now beating up the one goblin who wandered into town, and now we're adventurers and we're going to die tomorrow. I'll just play Harnworld if I want to live like that. You know, like
DCC.
That's the whole point of this comment there. Like it isn't about the rule set. It's about like I can run the exact adventure regardless of what rule set I'm using. I say, well, yes and no. You know, like I think you do have to adapt.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't run Red-Handed Doom in 5e without adapting it, because otherwise the first encounter will wipe out your party, because the certain monster that they use in the 3rd edition is grotesquely more powerful in 5th edition, right?
Yeah.
And maybe it's my dirty little secret.
You could.
But if I'm running an adventure, and let's say you're running it in OD&D, and it calls for first level characters. It's a group of, let's say, gnolls, who are pretty deadly to first level characters in OD&D because they're like 2-hit dice. Nothing special than that, but that's more than enough in OD&D. If I'm playing that in 5th edition and that encounter is supposed to be something that threatens the party's life, those gnolls might turn into trolls, or more likely, I'll bet you didn't know that some gnolls become pretty powerful sorcerers. So, save versus the fireball that you never thought a gnoll knew how to throw.
So Lost Mine of Phandelver opens up with a goblin ambush, okay? Yeah. And as long as you don't have the goblins charge out like idiots and attack the players and just have them stay undercover firing ranged weapons, you can kill most of the party because they're first level, 2 arrows and they're dead. You know what I mean? So again, it's how you use the monsters, it's how you approach the game. It's so many factors go into it. And everyone, again, this is back by must everything be black and white. Everybody wants to reduce everything to binary options, and it's not.
Like, of course, you can adapt, and you can change things and make it your own. But like what we're talking about, like, and what the conversion is useful, because just saying that is not really useful. We were saying like there is a system that's gonna promote one style over the other. Justin, you want to do something?
Maybe, I don't know. D&D's all D&D, man. Sorry, go ahead, Justin. My apologies.
No. I lost my thread anyway.
Sean, you got a thought on that?
Yeah, I was sort of processing. I tend to agree the system can influence the decision. I agree with Bear that you can definitely, can do whatever, but the system will influence. And 5th Ed's a good example of that. It's like the core philosophy of the system is to put the epic story above the mechanics, above the table game. Fudge the rules if you need to. That's almost encouraged at the DMG. I think it's flat out stated. I'd have to double check. It's been a while since I've read through it, but and that's going to lead to the style of play, where you don't get an actual game out of it. You get people sitting around telling a story, and I roll some dice once in a while, but we ignore them when it doesn't go the way we like.
That's the one thing I would say. I agree with, we're sitting around telling a story and I roll dice every once in a while, but when it doesn't go the way you like, you've got to embrace that moment.
You got to embrace it. Yeah, 100%.
I agree with that 100%. I don't think anybody would disagree with that.
Because that's the challenge, right? That's the risk that brings you the reward, like emotionally.
Guys, I know, I just want to remind everybody on the panel here, don't feel obligated to stay if you got to go. I know, it's Sunday night, some people of you have to work in the morning, and I'm not pushing anybody out, but I just want to make sure
I got tomorrow off, so
you guys,
on me, 4:30 in the morning.
So I'm not going anywhere.
Good, Crispy. Do you have any?
I'm probably going to head out.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Max.
No, Dice is going to head out, so I just want to
coming.
Nice
So,
having you here, sir.
I enjoy your
Yeah.
content, Dicetail. If you have not subscribed to his channel, go check it out.
Yeah,
Here's
he's
channel
got
one
great
with
videos.
the yellow flower.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's you. Okay.
that is me.
Subscribe.
And Bear, anytime you want your grammar corrected, just let me know. I'm there for you.
Thanks, boss. So which there's two dice tails. Which one's his?
It's the yellow flower.
The yellow flower.
Oh, cool. I'm there.
Yeah, you'll like his
Craft
videos. They're really good.
I'm gonna subscribe.
Thank you. You guys
And
all
you
have a
always
good
like-
evening.
Take care, boss.
Before he put
Party
in
on.
video, like Dicetail was putting like comment in chat, always like great insight. So I'm glad to have him drop by sometime. Take care, Dicetail. Crispy, you have any thought on this system and forming the type of story you can tell?
Well, I mean, I'm kind of as someone I've already said, I like to switch up the systems a lot. Like I'll do this regularly, and we'll try different. We'll try a different style using a different system. We'll try the same style with a different system. We like to try as much as we can, and I'm very fortunate, and I have players that are willing to do that. Not every group has that luxury, but I do find that there are some systems that it does feel like my players will tell me this feels like it's on easy mode. And maybe that's just me as having a shortcoming as a GM. I need to be more deadly, or maybe my system mastery is not up to par. But my players have told me that they prefer systems where there's always a legitimate risk of failure, and it's not necessarily a random risk of failure. It's just that the system feels deadly, and that's just for us. That's the style that works for us. We've done the high level. I've ran an epic level campaign back in 3.5 where we went 20th level and all the rest of that. But my players now tell me that they much prefer kind of a lower level play. Is that something more like what you do, Sean, with AD&D or second edition? You had said you were second.
They're at the level that they're at, but I mean, I let things fall where they will. So there's a lot of death. We've had some resets where people go back. Even the OSE game that I recap on the show is the highest character is 4th level. It's been a year and a half. The highest person's made 4th level, and it's semi-regular play. Not everybody comes to every session. It's a rotation, right? We just agree. I guess our group, we just agree before we started a session. We agree what kind of style we want. So it's like we want to be higher level, so we'll start at a higher level. Or if we're gonna start at a low level, we'll start at a low level. We'll just kind of pick it. I like the game. I like, you start at first level. All your characters are first level. I do troop style, so everybody can have multiples and they can swap out as they like depending on what's going on. But for the most part, everybody's got the character they like and they tend to favor that one. But if you can bring a new character, you're at level 1. And usually, if you're a level 1 character joining a 4th or 5th level group, you rocket up. You catch up with no waiting. But I like letting the dice land where they do. So there's a lot of deaths. People see it. The dice say this is what happens. So my AD&D group, for instance, they're at the they're at the solid mid range, 5 to 7. And I run it differently than I run my my OSE game. My OSE game is very much an open table with a large pool of players that rotate. West Marches style, but my AD&D game is a focus group. So they're in the 5th to 7th range with consistent characters. Each of them only has 2. Some of them have 3, but each only has 2 that they've run. So, but yeah, I agree with what you say. Like they like the deadliness. They like to know that it's real, that nothing's going to be fudged, because it cheapens the experience too.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I got rid of my Game Master Scream. I just almost unless me rolling in front of the players would ruin the reason for the roll. Like if there was a like a detect traps or something, and I don't want them to see that roll. But almost every other roll is a public roll. Everyone sees it.
Yeah. Well, even like move silently for AD&D. I do a metric where the player can roll themselves, because usually they're going to know the result right away anyway.
Yeah. Well, that's always something that people say, oh, you don't know if you're stealthy or not. Well, if you're trying to stealth somewhere, you kind of know if you're stealthy or not. You can hear yourself, right?
Well, if the guy's moving into the next
really.
step, I let them roll, because they're going to find out right away.
Yeah.
If they're trying to stay hidden, then I'll keep the roll. I'll keep the roll hidden, because you never know. An enemy can be cagey. An enemy can notice somebody's there and then pretend not to know.
Yeah.
Max, I sent you something in the private chat to post in the regular chat for everybody, please.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Oh yeah, that's a good idea.
So one of the things I'm enjoying about going back to Pathfinder Beginner Box is I get to use my experience system, which is it can only work in a D&D where you have the equalized experience tables. Otherwise, it breaks the game too quickly in the older stuff. But it's basically to get to level 2, survive 2 sessions. To get to level 3, survive 3 more sessions. To get to level 4, survive 4 more sessions, and add up and add up and add up. And it really works well because the players then stop worrying about getting treasure or killing monsters. They start worrying about playing their characters in a desire to live. And it works really well, like really well.
And well, like, how do you define a session? Like, is that the time you're like that night's?
Yeah,
work?
that's a session. Getting together and playing the game is a session.
Yeah,
not like an adventure, but a session. So if you're going to level 10, let's say in a game like 3rd edition or 5th edition, that's going to be what? 2, 5, 9
factorial,
15. Yeah, it's going to be like a year worth of playing if you play every 2 weeks. You know what I mean? Before they get to level 10. That's a great way to advance, and then they get to have fun.
Reminds me a little bit about the Savage Worlds advancement. Like that's similar to what they do. Although I slowed that down.
Let me say something, Crispy. On paper, I fucking love Savage Worlds. In practice, I hate it.
Yeah, it's not for everybody. I agree. And I do modify things on it. But that kind of advancement after one game session. But we've found that we slow that way down. It's just my particular group, they're not in it for just leveling up. I know some groups that's what they want. They want to level up. My players don't want that. They're much more interested in just the story that develops.
Sure.
Yeah.
Players also like to level up.
Do you feel that like there's some games that are more about resource management than other? You can talk about
absolutely.
That's a game that most people know, like something like 5e, when you have like those you get a long rest, and then you have like your spell and all those abilities that you can trigger and stuff like that, all those buttons you can press, right? And there's other game where you have less that. Do you feel like this is a like maybe older school game where you don't have all those buttons to press, right? Does it change the way that player interact with the danger in a sense? And does that change the story? Because in 5e, oftentimes it's gonna go well. We take a long rest, and then we charge it in because we got all our power and stuff like that. That's how far the planning goes, right? We took a long rest, we're fully charged, we go and then we trigger abilities. When you're into older school game, you don't have those ability to trigger. You don't have as much button to press, to use that example. So a lot of it's going to be where we need to come up with a plan. We need to think a bit more, and now you have like suddenly your character are not just like superheroes like bashing down the door. They're a little more like tactician. They try to come up with a plan. They're a little more smarter character, right? Don't you think that this influenced the type of story you changed? No, you haven't seen that difference?
I don't. So I took a bunch of people who were played lots of different levels of D&D, but they've been playing 5e for a year, and I ran them. This was right before COVID hit, and I ran them through an OSE BX game, right? Goblin Gully. By the time we were done running it, there were 17 characters had died at the bottom and killed on a bridge and died, right? We had 17 corpses at the bottom of the thing. And the players, who were very good players and very enjoyable and loved it, all said to me, can we just play something that doesn't kill us as much? Because we'd really like to get into our characters for a while as opposed to dying all the time. And I said, what, that's fair. That's a very fair assessment. But the only thing I saw was that the wizard hated it because he had one spell, 4 hit points, and a dagger. He fucking hated that game. He's like, this is not fun. I don't feel like a wizard. I feel like an asshole with one spell. You know
my point on that. People that want to play wizard should be punished.
We ever play together? You have to be a wizard, bro.
So I know this is heresy, but I would just start them at a higher level. Like I'd say, like, if you don't want to be hit with one, you want to be killed with one hit. We're just going to start at a higher level.
But they wanted the experience of playing the old school D&D to see what it was like. So I ran them in an old school game. And 17 characters later, man, there's one of these players. If I write, hey, you want to go hang out on the bridge in Facebook, he'll still be like, fuck that bridge. Because he lost 5 characters on that bridge, He's
got a bridge phobia.
Oh, yeah.
Now, I do say that the murder hobo is a blessed person that should be respected, but the game system should not be a murder hobo. You should be able to die in it. It should not be trying to actively kill you.
Don't play Cyberpunk.
I've played Cyberpunk. We never
Not with
left
me.
the bar. We never left the bar. We told the game master we'll lose the campaign, okay? When the corporation is eminent. My tongue. When the corporation's eminently domaining our property, we'll just let them do it.
And then they buy the bar and kick you out.
Yeah, that's how the game ended.
I love your cat, Max.
Yeah, he's annoying. You want attention.
I'm just waiting for some sync where Max Cat goes off to the right
bears.
there,
Yeah,
and it looks like
And then beans
I'm
come
watching
through.
that.
Yeah. No, I fed those assholes. They're now laying down and happy.
Did you any other thought about like this system influencing the story you tell, guys? No.
What do you mean?
Well, we're just talking about, before I move on, we're just talking about like the system, the type of rules you use, influencing the type of story you're telling. Just not that you can tell, but that you organically come telling.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, it's going to influence. Absolutely.
Yeah, it has influence.
All right. I hope that answers your question, Bleeker, or your comment.
It just shouldn't be like the system shouldn't be designed to be an asshole about it.
Yeah.
Setting Trump's system always.
Yeah, I say that. I say that.
On day, for me, they're so intertwined. Setting and system.
Yet everything else is black and white with you, but that's the one where it's all shades of gray.
because the system is telling you a lot about the setting, right? It's telling you like how cheap life is.
Well, the system defines the physics of the world.
Yes, but
exactly.
you can create a system and then play with the language you use to describe that system to change the setting to describe a different setting, right? Like this is why it's important to have a thesaurus around, you know.
So RPG Grandma was saying playing and not only.
You know I'm not wrong though, Bear.
So we got that right. Guys in the room, so any D100 or dice pool game is not D&D because they don't use any of those mechanics. Dice pool, I would agree. D100.
Yes, games that are not D&D are not D&D.
So I disagree with that because all you got to do is multiply everything by 5, and you can use a D100 instead of a D20, and we're off to the races.
That's what I'm about to say. Like D100, if you just use it as a D20, multiply by 5, yeah, it can be D&D, whatever. Doesn't matter.
But then you introduce the dreaded math, which modern players fucking hate. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
and also it serves no purpose. I would much rather go the other way. You know, like Call of Cthulhu. I say fucking divide everything by 5 and play with a fucking D20.
That's what I did when I was doing BRP. I used the Pendragon model, turned it into a D20.
Exactly. Like I'm much a Pendragon player than BRP, so yeah, I like that better because we don't need that granularity. What do you think, guys? Anything?
I think Bleeker's right on what he just said, but we're not allowed to talk about that.
No, can't talk.
We'll get there eventually. Don't worry.
No, I won't because I'm leaving in an hour.
I'm gonna tap out.
Like Grandma left a half an hour ago, and we're still talking about her comments.
Like seriously,
brother.
Maybe
Maybe she's gonna watch the video on demand, and then like she got her
video on demand.
Replay. What? No, the replay.
But double speed. But even then, I don't know.
It's not the edition or game. It's about how you execute the game.
Yes. Move on.
Yeah. All right. All right. D&D 5e character are trash. That's my only gripe.
Fully disagree.
Well, they fit within the context of the game, that rule set.
Yeah.
It's not my style. They're too overpowered. There's too much going on, stuff like that. Too much magic.
So again, okay, I can't believe we're gonna have this conversation when I wanted to go fast. But dude, that's bullshit. They're too overpowered. You decide the power level is the DM.
Character classes. Yeah, okay.
Again, you decide the power level is the DM. You decide the threats you're throwing at them. You decide how tough the bad guys are. You decide how much resources are available to them. You as a DM have the obligation to challenge them. Yeah. Therefore, system fucking mastery. It doesn't matter if you're playing D&D 5e, 4e, BX, AD&D 2nd edition, or fucking Cinnabar.
But they're always going to be...
Mastery will allow you to challenge your players no matter how great the system makes their characters.
The PC are always going to be like much more much more powerful than the commoner in the world, right?
They should be.
Unless you
They're
make your
not
world
common. They're uncommon. Even in AD&D, they're uncommon people.
But that's a matter of style. That's a matter of like in Warhammer Fantasy, the
then
PCs.
Play Warhammer Fantasy. Stop asking
exactly
D&D to be Warhammer Fantasy. That's the problem. People want D&D to be that.
That's exactly what we're talking about at the beginning, about feel and tone of a game and different system and trying to be able to align the right people to the right system. That was the whole point of that fucking talk. So we're back
all right. You win. You're vindicated.
Back on
you
topic.
feel better now, motherfucker?
We're back on topic.
Whoa, you broke the rules.
What?
Mr. Max, you broke the rules.
What's the rule? I make the rules.
No. The one rule we have is never get back on topic.
No, I always get back on topic. You have something to add, Crispy? Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I agree with Bear on this. I think the person running the game has a responsibility to know the game as well as anyone at the table, if not better. But I also think that a villain really, for me, most villains, in order to be competent and threatening, use the same character creation rules as players. So, because why wouldn't they? They're in the world. Why wouldn't they use the same rules? So I that's how I like to deal with that concept of, well, this isn't overpowered. The other thing I would just say on this, and this may make people upset with me, but I have no qualms whatsoever of telling players that such and such is not allowed in the game. So, because
I agree with that.
Because frankly, and maybe it's just because I'm in a small town, but most of my players don't go out and buy all of they're not whales for whatever game we're playing. We don't play 5th edition, so I can't really comment on 5th edition specifically, but most of my players don't have all the materials. And if they have it, it's just a PDF that they may glance at 3 or 4 pages and that's it.
Yeah.
So I have no problem with players coming at me and saying, oh, but I bought this resource and I want to be able to use this. And that doesn't happen. Yeah. But I would, if I did have a player that came to me, I'd just say, no, I'm the final arbiter of what's in the world, and that is not in the world. So it's not an option available to you. Or like, I'll just be upfront. Like, this is a house rule. We don't allow this, like what 3.5, we do not let keen and, what improved critical stack or whatever it is. Like like in this table, we don't do that. And that's,
to be honest, when I play a game, I'm usually always like a core book only kind of guy, because I find like you usually don't need to add more. I think usually
I don't mind
add to a game.
Yeah, I don't mind if players come to me and say, "Hey, I'd really like to do this," but if I decide I don't like it, then I just say, "No, sorry, it's not allowed."
And then I shame them.
Yeah.
And if you ask me again, it's a 1d6 hit points.
No, you can't wear your anthropomorphic cat costume to the game. I won't allow it.
I'm not playing.
Bear brought his cat into frame. Speaking of cat, to distract from the 8 possibly going his way. I don't know why people would 8 on Bear. He's a lovely guy.
Yeah. You're so wrong.
you say that, but no, everybody likes you. RPG Grandmaster, yes, I changed 5e, but you don't get to reply to that. I changed 5e, but you have to tweak all games, setting, fill you want, fix problem, but fill holes and rules or simplify. Like that, people often have this attitude, oh, you always have to tweak your system, stuff like that, or your setting or your rules to fit you. But like, maybe not. Maybe you can play well. Maybe you just need to find the right game for you. Maybe there is a game out there.
Here's a crazy concept. 5e, the characters are superheroes and they can't die. Then don't play it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You like me.
I
don't play it.
Play the fucking D&D you like and quit bitching about the thing these people like.
Yeah.
Why do we have to do this? Why do we have to constantly be shitting on people who like things different than us?
But Bear, I do like hearing what games you like.
It's
like
fun.
I do like hearing why you like them. Like those.
Well, and also we're nerd. We debate about fucking shit like that.
Well,
it's not debate. It's hate at some points, at some levels.
You might notice I
Edition
never
Wars under a different name.
I never go after the players of 5e. I go after the fucking company. The company is what I hate.
Which is fair, but
like the
I've
company is
magic.
Yeah, the company is deliberately cultivating an atmosphere of tribalism and bigotry, and that's coming from me, motherfucker.
The most tribal bigot I know.
So I don't even. And then in order to really win, I don't give them any mental real estate. Like it just does. I don't even think about it.
I agree with that, Crispy. It's a very, very, very blessed attitude.
They don't
But,
get to live in my head rent free. I just don't.
If I want to run a brutal, vicious D&D game, I'm going to run BX.
Yeah.
If I want to run a game where the characters have to really think about how their characters behave and make all their choices and really, really be into how their character functions in the game rules, I'm going to play 3.5. If I'm going to play a game where we're going to throw dice, they're going to cast spells and have a good time and laugh and hopefully not die in the first session, we're going to play 5e. And we're done. And it's easy. And I don't have to shit on people who didn't like it.
You say it's easy, but it's easy for you because you've been in that for a long time. You've played a lot of system. You collect game. You know, to some extent. But like that's what I'm saying. For other people, like it's hard for some people to find the right system because like, I'm gonna try this one. Now I need to learn those rules, invest time in that system, and then doesn't do. And that's why I was talking about like doing this taxonomy stuff and that, and being able to classify a game better to make it easier for people say, you know what. I have this problem with this game. I'm trying to fix those issues I have with this game I'm playing. Where can I go and say, okay?
Yeah, DM has a video that literally does this. He goes through each edition of D&D in the video and explains, if you want this type of game and this type of thing, this is the edition of D&D for you.
But we can also go outside of D&D.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
When you go outside of D&D, you don't hear as much of this bullshit. Like, I'm sorry, you don't hear as much of this arguing outside of D&D.
But maybe the solution, maybe the game you're looking for is not a D&D game. Maybe
But that's the adventure of exploration at that point in time. Finding those games, trying those games, reading those games, finding videos about those games. You know what I mean?
But that's what hopefully we can do at some point. But like that's what I was saying. It's putting like road sign. You know what I mean? Instead of saying like go explore on the road and maybe you're gonna get where you want at some point. You know, say like no. Maybe like we're gonna direct you this way. You know?
It's like then go travel the highway. Well, what one?
Well, then make content where you do tourism guides about games so that they can find stuff and say, hey, look, I'm going to talk about horror games.
That's a great idea, Bear. Like what we should do in a 3-hour stream, instead of, this kind of, in a sense, a little bit of navel gazing. Instead of that, we should just say, hey, Sean's here. He's going to run us through his style of AD&D. And then everyone can kind of see, well, this is, that's exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for that kind of style. And then whatever. And then Bear runs us through an awesome Star Trek session or whatever it is. And that actually might be a better thing than live streams, honestly.
You got that wrong.
No,
Bear
runs us
through the superhero.
Or superheroes. Yeah, sure.
Mr. Max runs us through the Star Trek game.
Yeah. Or Pendragon. Like I want to play in a game run by, I want to play in a Pendragon game by Max. Yeah. Instead of a live stream of Max telling me about Pendragon, I want him to show me like this is Pendragon. This is why it's awesome.
I'd like to do that as well at some point. Like, but you say it's navel. Is what we're doing is navel gazing. Like
it's not. I know that.
No, it is. It is.
It is a bit.
That's what I do.
We've been here for 3 hours.
We could have had a really good game for 3 hours. Like
he lives in the woods. Navel gazing's all he's got.
And I don't watch movie. I don't read books. So what else am I gonna do, right?
But no, I would love. Listen, all these people, all these channels that we are all talking together and hanging out together. I would love nothing more than for us to play more games together.
I think that would be a great thing.
Like I would love fucking Max Liao to run a fucking Earth Dawn one-off. So
whoa! It's pronounced.
But if we followed his rule of drinking every time it was mentioned, we'd be hammered by 10 minutes.
True.
In.
Yeah, especially a teetotaler like
I guess
me.
if you're playing the game, you pronounce the name of the game less.
but like you see what I mean? Like that would be a hey, we're gonna run like that would be a lot of fun. And then it would give people something they could actually something tangible to look at and say, yes, this is what I want. That
I gotta admit, sometime like I did like end up like you just like fucking get off of a 4-hour, 5-hour stream and say like, man, this time could have been used to play
the game we're talking about. Like, wouldn't that be?
Yeah.
So I've spent so much time arguing with people on these streams about, or just in conversations about why I don't like modern Star Trek, right? And I hate Discovery, man. Now I'm running a Star Trek game to show them what I love about Star Trek, so that they can see the Star Trek that I love. And I got to say, having players like Sean there and Cody and Brian and Zane and
becomes a show not tell kind of thing. Right?
Yeah, it's been great and it's been fun, and I can't wait for Tuesday night when we get to play again. I can't wait for this. It's going to be so much fun. But it's showing. It's saying, "Hey, look at this, see this," and that's a great idea, Crispy. I'm down. You figure it out. Tell me when we're playing, and I'm there.
Well, I mean, the logistics are a little challenging, but I still think that there's got to be a way of doing that. Like, hey, we're gonna do a drop-in stream, but you're all playing. You know,
yeah, drop
like
that. At some point, like I thought about that. I said, like at some point, you're gonna kind of fucking Sunday stream and say, okay, here's making like this. Send me a character. We're playing this. Let's go. Right.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm down. I'll run Prime Directive. I'll teach you guys the coolest version of Star Trek ever. I'll happily
see. That sounds awesome. Like and not even so much that like we're just doing another, just another actual play, but then to play it and then afterwards say, what did you like about it? Like, what was the like? This is why. Have like a little after session of like, this is why this was so cool.
I would be I would be fucking down on that, because I was about to say, like, I find like one thing that is missing is also people like you look at people and people like do review and stuff like that, and they say, oh, I like this game, was fun, the book is well put together, and say like sometimes I think he likes depth, like tell me about the mechanics, tell me about what this mechanic provides to the game and stuff like that. But I also like I have a look of game design on the stuff like that, like I like to think about the rules with a little more depth, because like I'm into designing game as well. So
yeah, like
I want to talk about what this rules, what this mechanics provide to the game. How does it impact the feel of the game?
I'm just thinking like if you put some constraints on it, say like this is going to be we're going to play for an hour and a half, then we're going to talk about it for a half an hour or whatever it is.
We're going to run a skirmish or whatever.
Then it's just to whet people's appetite. And then we're becoming more of a gateway drug to all of these other things, other games that we love that aren't mainstream games that get more than enough attention as it is. Like I
get to make Mr. Max play Star Trek, which would be way fun.
I think that'd
what
be
do you
awesome.
mean? He'll school you on that the lore.
And I'm like I know like I'm gonna break my own rule, but no, I'm not gonna play a Klingon. I'm gonna play a Romulan.
There you go.
No, you're not. You're going to play the Federation and shut the fuck up.
Yeah, he can play a Romulan. A Romulan covert agent.
There are challenges to what I'm suggesting, but I do think that it would be really, really cool to have someone say, hey, listen, put it out there on the Discord or whatever. We're going to be playing this. Here's how you do it. Come on in. Whet everyone's appetite.
I think that'd be like a worthwhile endeavor.
I agree.
And
not like what we're doing where we're getting live plays together with people and it's having us, the creators, these people who are like building communities, play together.
Yeah,
it would be something. It would be
something, and I think it'd be really cool to see. Like if you, I don't know, just an idea.
Yeah, and I think like the post-talk discussion would be important as well if we can have
And that's where the crowd, the audience comes in, because they're going to have questions.
They're going to have questions. Yeah,
it's good. It's a good idea, man.
Yeah, let's put that together like in 2024.
Yeah,
I think it's a good. I think that we could do it. I think there's enough people that are interested.
We almost did that, Sean and I, with Back Me Berserker. He was going to do a Back Me campaign on it. It fell apart sadly, but I was super. I don't like being a player, but I was super excited for that. Because I never
just be really cool.
Me Bear, Dungeon Minister, Back Me Berserker, and DM Wisdom from Agranak.
Yeah. Sadly it fell apart, but I was excited because I never got to play Back Me. I was excited to play Back Me,
That's sad, because I'd like to see that Agranak studio guy.
I don't know Agranak.
Yeah.
He's the other puppet guy. He does a puppet Dragonborn, DM Zoth.
Oh. I never seen. I'll say Bleaker, D&D has no lore, and then you make a rule gestures to settings. Settings are not the game. IP games are shit. Like I know that L is a big advocate of like make your own setting, and I tend to agree with that. I like to leave a lot of room for the players to contribute to the setting. But I know that's not for everybody. But
I think. Personally, you should play the setting 1 or 2 sessions to become familiar with the actual game, and then start ripping it apart. Just become familiar with the rules.
Or it's a starting point, and then you move on from it gradually. Yeah. What do you think, Bear?
He's like, no, don't do that at all. He's like, Star Trek, stay in it. But that's an IP game, right?
It is, and I love it.
Yeah.
And I think Alien's a great game, and I want to run an Alien game and show people that it can be interesting without xenomorphs.
Yeah, but it's also those are good settings, and you can't say that about the.
And I'm not against IP game because
realms anymore.
Yeah, I'm not against IP game because especially when they're linked to a movie and stuff like that, they're good shortcut. Like I always say, keep your I like doing historical. I say keep your setting mundane, or go with something that the player are familiar with. So you can say like, it's like X, and then you can put a spin on it. It's like X but Y, whatever. Just and go with it. I think I'm not against IP game in that sense, but not every IP is great.
Not every IP needs a game, and that's the problem we're having right now. Is that there's too many fucking like the Escape from New York game.
There are some IPs that lend themselves to a great setting, like Firefly. We talked about that. I could easily generate a good role-playing game.
Where's the Mad Max?
Well, it started as a role-playing game.
Mad Max is like a setting waiting. It's the ultimate sandbox for all you people who love sandboxes.
Yeah.
But I think, the commonalities between those two that you mentioned is that there's still plenty of ambiguity in the setting, which allows you and your players room to create new stories instead of replaying the rebellion against the Empire for the 17th time. Like
the Empire did nothing wrong.
No,
I agree. The Empire are the good guys, but the problem is the problem is if it becomes too much that we're just replaying something it's not a new experience. I
don't understand the appeal of playing a Dune game.
I don't see the appeal in that
story. Everything in that universe is based on one.
Whereas an Aliens game or a Firefly game, like a Serenity, like whatever, that has plenty of room.
Especially if you're not playing the core characters, no matter how much.
I think Crispy make a good point there about like this needed the vagueness, but also what I think like a commonality in those IP games that make good settings is like the scope of the story that has been told in those games is usually smaller. Like I think the big epic game, like you're always gonna be in the shadow of this big game. You know what I mean? Like and that's why Dune doesn't work well for us. Like I love Dune, the first book. The rest doesn't exist. But
the first book only, of course. Yeah.
I could see playing in the Dune universe if you were a bunch of Fremen on campaign, it's after the events of the first book and you're out there conquering.
When you're the Jihad. But
after
the first book doesn't exist.
No.
Yes, it's the opportunity to retell the story how I should have gone.
It's just after the first book, and you're out conquering like Caliban or some shit like that.
I guess that'd be fair.
Yeah, how many times can I roleplay being amazed by rain before that gets old? Fuck.
Yeah, one.
You slowly become sick and tired of it.
That's
like,
I
just want my attention back.
There might be room. I mean, if really creative people out there that know the universe very well, like that really know the IP, could say, no, we're going to play this, and we're actually Sardaukar, and we're doing this, and we're on special assignment from the Emperor to do. Okay, well, fine.
We're doing the Butlerian Jihad.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So we're going after all the thinking machines, and we're playing that. But at a certain point,
but then you're playing Blade Runner.
You're actually playing just a different. Anyway, I have to run, gentlemen. Thank you so much for letting me be on your stream, Max. It was a pleasure to meet you, Justin, Bear, Sean. Hopefully, we can do this again sometime. Thank you for stick around.
You planted a seed. Water that fucking tree and let's grow it.
Well, I think it's perhaps worth, if there's enough interest out there. I think this would be what my hope would be is that it brings more attention and more players, more participants in the games that we like. So just a thought. Maybe someone can make it happen. Thanks, guys. Thanks, gentlemen. Have a good one.
Take care.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bounce too. It's 12:30. I gotta get up at 5:30. So
I understand. Yeah. Well, thank you for coming by, and thank you for staying up that late, man. I understand.
It was fun, but if it was boring, I would have left at 10. Justin, take it easy, brother, and feel free to make cool T-shirts about anything I say that's stupid and sounds funny. And Sean, the rocking man, it's giving me motion sickness. I swear to fuck.
This is my comfy chair. You just have to endure.
All right, I will. Peace, love, geek, and I love your cat, Max. He's so cool.
He's annoying a bit sometimes. Like in the evening, you want attention. All right.
Yeah.
And then there were three.
Well,
you think the rocking's bad? I periodically slide down my chair, then have to sit back.
Yeah, but you're just going Avatar. We don't see it.
Well,
exactly.
You know.
Yeah,
that's a good. That's a good another reason to add to the list. Not getting.
Did you have anything to add on the IP game, Sean?
I'm indifferent. I mean, I agree. If an IP is limited, like they talk about a Blade Runner game, I'm like, okay. I mean, sure. you know, but something like Firefly, as I mentioned, would be a great canvas. Star Wars is limitless. You don't have to play the Rebellion. Like Star Wars can be a great adventure game because there's no end to what kind of world you can visit.
But don't you feel like the story told in Star Wars by the films it's kind of too big? You're always gonna be like, and then like, oh, we're gonna meet like Darth Vader, and then it become like a bit tacky.
I absolutely agree that would be the temptation, but that doesn't have to be the case.
You don't have to do it. It's like I was trying to say with Firefly. I like the characters, but I would never want to meet them in the game. You should. Those are characters that are just so obscure to the rest of the world that you should never meet them if you're playing that game.
But that's not the case from the character in the. That's not the case from the character in Star Wars. The character in Star Wars are not obscure to the world, right? That's
how many people have, like, you've heard of Vader, but how many people have actually met Vader?
Well, according to the expanded universe, everybody.
Well, and that's a problem.
And everything.
Star Wars is a great setting. You can have great adventures without crossing paths with the.
To be honest, it's amazing how Disney does nothing with it.
Yeah,
Disney really made it like a small fucking universe because they always go back to Tatooine. They always like the character always meet each other. You know, it's
just
like 30 people in that world, right?
That doesn't mean your D&D or your Star Wars campaign has to do that. That's what I'm saying. I think the world has rife with potential. So the IP for Star Wars doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a bad game.
Have either of you seen the short-lived show Total Recall 2070?
Oh, I love it. I've seen it many times.
I know of it, but I never watched it.
Yeah, you should watch it. And that's Blade Runner.
Yep.
It's not Total Recall. It's Blade Runner. And
well, it's like it'd be like Total Recall, like because the movie with Arnold is very different than the book.
The short story is like the remake, the second one.
But the second one is closer to the book. That's the thing.
Yeah. But the show, what was that? 98. 2001 when that show
something
came
like
out.
that. Yeah.
And it's the world. It's a lot more like that kind of cyberpunk world.
It's pretty good. I recommend it, Sean.
I've recommended it several times, but I don't think people listen to me.
But people don't listen to you. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you should always listen to me. I'm always right. I'm just goofy about it.
Yeah, Guardian of the Runes 5e level 1 to 9 have very little difference from other D&D game. Remove death save and special ability. Remove death save and special ability is the same. Yeah, it's like those are kind of like a big fucking chunk, right?
Well,
like if you make D&D 5e like other D&D, it's gonna be
more.
Well,
yeah, at that point you're house ruling to give the game your flavor. That's what I do. My 5e game is house ruled to give it an old school sort of flavor, but it still keeps the core of 5e.
Well, sorry. The reason why I brought up that show in the first place was that's how you would play Blade Runner, the RPG.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Bleaker said, I just found out that Brie Larson was on Community, and I remember actually enjoying her character.
She's been very enjoyable in a lot of things.
In everything but Captain Marvel, yeah.
Yeah, and that
and our interview.
Well, that's why I said,
yeah.
It's not her acting; it's the way she adapted that character and everything around the movie by itself, and that's what a lot of these properties are like. Dungeons and Dragons is it's not the content in the books for the most part. It's the atmosphere that's been generated by the company and the company's chosen ambassadors that are toxic, to use the woke term.
Yeah.
You know,
I don't remember it in Community, but I didn't watch that much Community, so
I never watched it.
No, I was into. My ex was into it. She loved it. And tried to get me into it. I watched an episode 2. I was like, nah, not for me.
Yeah, exactly, not for me either. Like the Chevy Chase was alright. I could relate to him, but Fantasycraft is one big ass book. I don't know Fantasycraft. You?
Nope.
No. Like I know Bear like mentioned it like 2 hours ago.
Are you 2 hours behind in chat?
I think I'm 3 hours behind.
Oh, wow. This is the worst we've ever been, bro.
That's the worst we've ever been. But there was like more people on the panel too. But you know,
I've been waiting for this one.
That's yeah.
Yeah.
The 6 Master Race. Oh, that was for Bear, and now Bear is gone.
Big Bad has named my game system when I finally.
Okay, well, let's power through your chat. Let's see if we can.
Yeah. Depending on what mechanics you like, I don't know what the differing. Oh, like yeah, she say like bell curve, huge swing, straight percentage. Yeah, and bell curve, huge swing, straight percent. Yeah, I agree that matters a lot. Like that's gonna change the tone quite a bit.
I agree; those are indeed things. Yes.
I agree with this too.
I know. I never played in a homebrew that was good. Most homebrew games are bland as hell and easily half-ass. At least the IP games provide fine content. I disagree with that, to be honest. I think most settings are kind of shit and not thought through. And I always say the setting is not the star of the show. The characters are. The character, like it's about like what we relate to as human beings, about like other people and the emotion they go through. It's not about like, oh, look, the elves in my setting are different. Or there's no elf in that setting. Like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah, this guy Bleeker's saying he's never played in a good one too. So that's
subjective experience. Yeah,
he'll change his mind once he hits somebody who hits him with a really good homebrew setting. So.
Like a setting is supposed to be like inspiration for your players. So if you got a shitty setting, your players are probably not going to be inspired to be involved in the world, you know.
Well, I like story, like I said, I like story about human emotion, right? And human conflict between them and stuff like that, like stuff that you can relate to, and that it hits you, like you know. I want my D&D to be like Dostoevsky.
Nothing wrong with that. Now, I do agree. He's, there are some good IPs that do provide content. I mean, assuming existing settings, not necessarily IP, but people shit on Forgotten Realms, but I like Forgotten Realms. I use it in my AD&D game.
Oh, yeah.
I merged it all into the same planet. I started in Greyhawk, and then they took a boat and went to Europe, which is Faerun, right?
Well, that's why I was saying now, not always. Forgotten Realms is shit now. It wasn't always shit. Like the current iteration of it.
Yeah,
do you use like a modern? You use a modern?
I use the gray box for my first ed game, but my fifth ed game is modern.
Yeah. And I'm also gonna agree on Bleeker on one thing. A lot of people like make their own brew hit because they try to make it too distinct and stuff like that, and it become a distraction, or they don't, like I say, a lot of people don't think things through, right? They're just like, well, you added this thing in your setting, but it would impact so much of your world.
Yeah, what's the consequence?
It doesn't feel real.
Exactly.
Feels like you're.
And that's when the players start like breaking the wall too, and then like the GM say, "Oh no, you can't do that because reason." You're like, just like, but whatever. Yeah. I like my game separate, but it's pretty cool. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, like segregation of games. So we're pretty far behind.
Evening.
Feel the thrill. Good evening if you're still watching.
Oh, yeah, he posted 5 minutes ago. So, or she,
5 minutes.
She.
No, it's not 5 minutes ago. It's like 9.
That was at 9:42.
No, but their most recent was at 12:36.
Oh, okay. Arrow FL, Mr. Max, as a samurai. Next game, let's go. As a samurai,
Max.
Yeah, I'm a fan of Kurosawa, so I'll get nothing against that. I'll play a samurai, no problem. Yeah.
Yes, but will you
Sorry.
Will you play a samurai that can cast fireball? That's the question.
No. Sly Blue Demon say, I like Sword and Planet, and I like his avatar there with the cat pondering the orb.
Yeah.
Do you know Sword and Planet?
Well, no, but it sounds intriguing to me.
It sounds intriguing to you?
Yeah.
I never heard of it. Sean?
Nope.
No? Well, I'm sorry, we cannot comment much further than that.
I will be Googling that though.
Oh, there you go. At least your comment served this purpose. Red Moon, Blood Moon. Red Moon, Blood Moon. Is that Red Moon, Blood Moon? Right. Fantasy and sci-fi both each partially include everything. They are so ambiguous. They are two of the most broadest of word terms.
Mm-hmm.
I think like they're very broad category. Yeah.
Yeah, they're broad genres. Yeah.
Yeah.
And often can blend easily. Like Star Wars is a good blend of sci-fi fantasy.
Yeah, and that's why like people like start like making like subcategory and stuff like that. And it's like Bear would say with music at some point, like, oh, it was metal, and then like, oh, it's grunge metal and like black metal. And like at some point, yeah, you can try to classify things, and that's the idea of like taxonomy. Like you got like the bigger category, and then like a layer down, you got a more specific, and then more specific. And but yeah, I think we agree on that. I thought Mr. Max was a brony. No, I'm not. So
brownie.
No, I'm not a brownie. You know what brownie are?
I know what they are. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. What about you? Justin don't know what they are. You got his own like.
Justin is a brownie. He was defending them, so he must be one.
Yeah. He got his own like little pony in the jar. I guess it's not there because you already replied to that.
Yeah, I was like, he's off.
laser beams or wands. Yeah, that's basically a lot of magic is treated like a science and stuff like that, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't make a difference. D&D plus Star Trek equals Star Wars. Do you think this equation translate?
Yeah, well, Star Trek is just the Empire's good propaganda PR department. Yeah, when you read the history books of the Empire, you're reading the Federation.
In a very vague level, El's right, because Star Wars is very much science fantasy. It's got a heavy fantastic element to it, but it's got the sci-fi. So yeah, sure, why not?
Transporters equal portals. Yeah, it's all like. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Like it's just like it's just the setting is just the backdrop, right? You can tell the same. And there's already these people like to say like, oh, any technology sufficiently advanced is indistinguishable from magic. Yeah.
Asimov's third law. No.
No, it's more law about robotics.
Yeah,
but I forgot who made this one.
Arthur C. Clarke.
Maybe
Clarke's third law.
Maybe you might be right on that one. I forgot. Sean, you don't know?
No, man. I know the saying. I can't attribute who said it.
Magic rings are technological device. Yeah, and then we can go to all those examples. It's like driving, but hyper. That was about the hyperdrive. What's an hyperdrive? How does it work? Well, it's like driving, but hyper.
You're still in comments that are before I even showed up. So.
Oh. This is all the explanation you need sometimes. RPG Grandmaster said the original artificer were an interdimensional super science aliens in D&D. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Do you have artificer in your game, Sean?
No, I forbid them.
Oh, really? You forbid them? You think they don't fit the tone, or you think they break the game?
I don't. No, it's not about breaking it. I just don't like them conceptually, at least in my games. I mean, in another setting, if I were to play Eberron, for example, yeah, they'd be there to support of that setting, but I don't like them for the settings I use.
I got you. Psyker, not magic. Yeah, for when you do like the science fiction, but it's the same fucking thing. Not gnome, that's with the artificer. And psionic, yeah, we got it. Psyker, psionic, same shit. Magic system equals science system. Again, we're all on this. That was man. This topic generated a lot of comments 3 hours ago. At some point, I need to find a better system, to be honest. Or maybe I'll stop answering every chat. I don't know.
It's not so much fun mocking you over.
NPC advanced race.
You're gonna answer everyone. You're gonna be slowed down. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
It was Arthur C. Clarke.
Oh, Kamala Harris is now Bear on our list. I don't know. What did Bear say about Kamala Harris?
No, I have no idea.
I forgot. And being on the Kamala Harris list, is it about like a sex thing or is it about a murder thing? You know. I decided.
I don't know the context, so.
I decided arcane magic work using nanotechnology. Yeah, like a lot of people do that. I'm not a fan of that. Like that's like the numera thing. Like, you know, oh, it's like there's magic, but it's actually science. Just people forgot it like that. I think, like, to be honest, I don't like it. I think it's kind of tacky.
Yeah, wasn't that like
magic?
Shadow of the Torturer or something like that? I can't remember what book did that.
I need to find like a comment that's going to generate a lot of discussion because I need to get my dog in, and I need to get you talking. Oh, she said AIs are good. Yeah, now we're gonna go all those examples about build the trails. They probably just don't care about genre because we live in a world of fusion of everything. I like my things separate.
Yeah. The only thing I like fusion is my Thai food. Yeah. I like it fusion with French fries and battered fish.
All right, let's move on.
I'm trying to stall here so you can go let your dog in. No.
Oh yeah, no, stall on something interesting. You can go full fantasy with arcane super tech in the background, yeah. And subjectivity. I don't remember like this. Fusion, world of fusion of everything and subjectivity. Yeah, that's this kind of follow up to the previous comment. Raven. So, do you agree or disagree that a setting? It's probably not here anymore. Do you agree or disagree that a setting as a magic that has magic will never evolve into sci-fi technological society? Interesting topic. I'll give my talk and then I'll let you reply to that while I get my dog in. I think that's fair because magic kind of thing. If you have magic, and especially if you have magic that's reliable, science is not going to develop in the same way because there's no need. You know, like it's like it's kind of take the place of it. So I think that with in a setting with a lot of magic, there would be less technology. What do you think, guy? I'll go get my dog in.
Depends, as you say, on how much magic there is. If we were talking a Harry Potter world, well, even Harry Potter world, heavy magic, but the people who were not magical still had to be innovative and still had to design things.
And also because the magic was secret, right? To get them from being killed. But if you were in like
it's too open a question, right? Like just because the magic exists doesn't mean it'll stunt the growth of society, but it is certainly a possibility too.
Twist it, right? Like if you were making a magic item that was like consistent and self-contained that could heat up every time it was exposed to water, right? So
you can you want to do like nuclear central.
Yeah, but like it's very simple. Why would you need to have coal miners if you have the ability to build a water boiler out of some magic crystal? Right? Like
and you're wrong. It depends on the prevalence. I mean,
but it's also like you have like those magic settings, and it's like people like do nothing with it. People like do like they use the magic in such a constrained way. So like you have like people are not that dumb. Like you could do one thing with magic, they would do everything they could do with that one thing they can do with magic.
And there would always they would discover new things too.
Exactly. Yeah. And do you think that the world of Harry Potter is logically consistent when you start thinking about it? Like those people that can do magic. The world of Harry Potter, the setting of Harry Potter. When you start thinking about it a little deeper, do you think it's like logically consistent, or do you think it's break down when you think about it too much?
No, it'll break down.
It breaks down.
Harry Potter was designed to be analogous to like a metaphor for growing up, right? So that's why magic changes, because it's based on the perception of the level of the protagonist. He starts at 10, right? And then a lot of the things he experiences, especially if you read the books, it's less so in the movies, but in the books, they'll encounter things that are direct analogies to the things that kids face growing up, right? And so it's not about the consistency of magic, it's about the metaphor. But
what's your story?
As the logical world, it breaks down completely.
And more so when you go into the expanded universe, like
the
Why
magic beast.
Why are you writing about the political structures of the magicking world international?
What is the tax policy of Voldemort?
But pretty much.
Yeah. Particularly, the battle armor of one saint in D&D is a mechanical battle suit. Yeah, still in the example of like making fantasy, and we all agree. But psionic are basically magic. Yeah, and knight and spade are the aesthetic. I gotta say that I like in a sci-fi setting when they still have they find like a reason that people still use melee weapon. You know, I'm a fan of that. I can say that.
Yeah, they don't have magic. They're a particular person that doesn't have magic, and they want to at least have the ability to strike back.
No, but like for some reason, like Dunes do it well. Like they have the shield that stop high velocity projectiles. So now people so now people go back to fight with knife, and they did something interesting with it because but now the shield don't work on Arrakis. So that well, but now people don't really have gun because they don't work with the shield. Well, it's like the shield in Arrakis drive the worms mad, right? And it attracts all the worms around. So it's that's intense. But now there's this whole story that Paul is trained to fight with a knife with the shield, and now he has to fight without, and it's an interesting thing, right? But I like that's one thing in sci-fi that I like. I still want sword fight for some reason.
Yeah, sword fights
but
are
I want
cool.
it to be justified. Yeah. What do you think, Sean?
What sci-fi hand-to-hand swords and sci-fi?
Yeah.
I don't mind it. It's flavor, but it becomes one of those questions: would they logically regularly use old ancient weapons in a technologically advanced society?
Well, it's like
we don't do now. So
like the drill sergeant said, if you put a knife through the guy's hand, he can't press the button to launch the nuke. That's a Starship Troopers reference.
Yeah, but you can also shoot his end, right?
Yeah, but it's cooler to throw a knife at and stick it in the wall. But
Flicker said, I'm just amazed of how many different games people play. It's as if they can get in a good game that actually lasts long term. Well, Sean here is the guy that play one that found his game.
Yeah, I'll sit in another person's game, but I'm not going to go buy 50 games and run them. I've got the games I like, and they're the ones I play. But I agree with him. I mean, it's a good observation because people are like, how many people brag? Oh yeah, I play this game and this game and that game. I mean, why?
Yeah. Well, we got the gamer ADHD. We all see the new shiny. For me, I can say also for me, like reading rules, getting into game, trying them, so that is almost like a hobby in itself, right? I'm just I like game design for me, especially role-playing game design, right? It's an interesting puzzle for me because you can do so much in a role-playing game, and you need rules that can accommodate that, and you need enough complexity that it's interesting and it's engaging, but it needs to be simple enough that people can run it at the table and be efficient. It's an interesting puzzle. There's a lot of things to balance, and I find it interesting to see how different designers try to solve that.
And that's fair. From my perspective, I just want to play the game.
Exactly.
I'm not out there trying everyone because I went through that phase in the 80s when I got into role playing games. I sampled a whole ton of them, and ultimately I came back to D&D as the one I preferred.
Yeah.
Now, would you be opposed to playing a different game if
No, I'll play in games like other people run them. That's fine, but I'm not going to be inclined unless something really catches me. Like I did play earlier this year. I've talked about on other streams a game called Lex Arcana that kind of caught me. I was like, that was interesting. That was.
I need to check that out. Actually,
what was going on in that game? What was the core?
Well, the setting can be used with any system. The idea is it's Earth. It's the 5th century. Rome never fell, so the Roman Empire still rules the world. But it's Call of Cthulhu in that you play part of a cohort of special individuals, whether they be you've got magic powers or psionics or you're a warrior or whatever. You're sent by Rome to hunt down supernatural threats.
Yeah.
So that's the setting, but the system is what caught me. I mean, it was I kind of liked the simplicity of it, but the possibility. So the basic idea is whatever you've got, your stat. Let's say you're 15 in your fighting, your combat ability, or whatever skill you've got. You get to choose what dice you want to roll, so long as the maximum value of all those dice equal your exact number. So you've got to figure that out. So if you have a 15, then you might choose a D8, a D4, and then a D3, right? And then you roll those dice, and the dice are exploding. So if you roll your maximum value, you get to roll it again, and then get whatever target number.
Do they make a D3?
Well, you roll a D6 divided by 2.
Yeah.
Or a D12
that's
divided
not
by
as much
4.
That's not as much fun.
I'm sure somebody's made a D3, but in any case, that's the simplicity of the system. That's a kind of interesting system because there's so much possibility there, but it's very simple and easy to learn.
And also, like, there's this I always like when you have choice in a game, when you got to make a roll and then you have a choice to make. Like that's always something I'm a big fan of. So that's the same when you talk about it. I was on with you two on that stream, and I found it very interesting. It's something I need to get at some point. RPG Gamma say Raven, it could go either way. That was replying to Raven question about like the sci-fi and fantasy and magic and technology. And I guess that's fair as well, because like people like could use magic to reinforce the technology. Like Justin always say, oh, you got like make a rock go hot and boil water. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you say nuclear, but I'm just thinking like a steam engine or something like that, right? Like level of technology, because that's all you're really doing with the steam engine is boiling the water.
Yeah, and controlling the steam, but also like what do you do with a steam engine if you can do like a tensor floating disk? Just like
yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's a world where that level of absurdity is. I'm talking about like if you could create an object that anyone can use and is permanent. Right, like you create an artifact that's permanent in the world, like a magic sword. Anyone can pick that up and wield it, right? You don't have to have magic to activate the magic of your +1 fire sword or whatever. Yeah. So if it was that kind of durable, like any farmer could then have a steam tractor or a train connecting two cities together, which is. Like, I'm assuming that level of magic exists in the Forgotten Realms. Why aren't there trains? Because
they can teleport.
Yeah,
but not everybody can all the time, right? The average farmer can't.
But why not everybody can all the time? Like if you have like magic to that level in the world, the whole world would organize itself to have as many mages as possible and make magic as accessible as possible.
Would they?
Yeah.
Right? Like there's always elitism, right?
Maybe
there would be the mage college keeping that flow of technology. Like I could see the train yard of the magically steam powered trains being a monopoly owned by what's that freaking city called? It's right there on the top of my head.
Cormier, Arabelle.
Yeah, pick
Cormier is a state. It's a country, not a city. But
yeah, I'm thinking the coastal one.
Baldur's Gate, Waterdeep.
Waterdeep. I'm thinking Waterdeep.
Yeah.
It would be a monopoly of their mage college running trains from place to place.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Arun say, I think you can make cultural distinction like dice based versus card based, but I think when you get more specific, then the general audience won't use it. That's a fair fucking point. I think maybe we're trying to
make timestamp on that one.
9:50.
Yeah, 9:50.
Wow, that's an hour before I came in.
I'm sorry, Sean. Oh, Bloodwort was here. Like I just run whatever game I pull off my shelf, maybe once or twice every 6 months or so. Yeah, that's a way to go about it.
We're setting up fireworks outside. What the hell?
Oh, really? For it's Veterans Day firework.
That was yesterday, though.
Yeah, Remembrance Day was yesterday.
And you don't do firework for Herman
You might even
birthday.
be able to see them out the window. I don't know. Maybe you can see the flicker.
No, but I heard a bang.
Probably just some ute.
I thought it was gunfire at first. I am in Scarborough.
Why would a tactical
Scarberia.
game have a shit character design? It doesn't necessarily follow that a tactical game would have shit character design. I don't know.
Well, not
Would you say that?
deliberately.
No.
Not deliberately. I'm sure whoever makes the game thinks they've made great characters, and then it takes the players who know the system to figure out, oh, certain characters suck, others don't.
Yeah. But the two are not mutually exclusive, so I don't know. Arun say the same way people say bugs and spider interchangeably, despite the difference. Yeah, people do that, but I don't know what that was her referring to. So that's always the drawback. I never been that behind before. Just like not like it was the first time I had a big panel. Usually like me, Justin, and Joanne in the room. Sometimes somebody else. So
well, RPG Grandma came back. She's asking if you've caught up yet.
No.
No, Grandma, 3 hours behind. There's still an hour behind the time I joined in.
We haven't even gotten to you leaving yet.
The more descriptor, the better you can find, search, sort for what you want in the game. That's what I was kind of hoping that we can get at some point, but maybe I'm seeing the error of my way now. RPG Grand Matt said Eden and TSR tactical space game is why Earth and Mysteria are stuck. A weapon is deployed on them and the love of physics. Oh yeah, I remember like I heard you talk about that. Was it in Rick's stream? Like you got a weapon that like it's a space game, a sci-fi game, but they have a weapon that kind of like changed the law of physics, made magic work, and block the technological development. So then you can go on the planet, and then it's D&D world, right? Interesting. Yeah. If you had something to add, don't hesitate. You know, it's like we're 3 hours behind.
No.
One more comment.
I'm deliberately not interjecting.
Magic is fantasy as equipment to science.
Covered that, yeah.
Yeah. Arun say regarding specific game core rules versus genre, some people can play any genre of Risk, whether it's space or Napoleon War, whatever, and some are picky about it matching genre and game.
You want the correct pronunciation there? Genre?
Genre?
Yeah.
How do I say it? Genre? Yeah.
Genre.
Really soft G, genre.
Genre.
No.
Oh yeah, I put a diphthong in front of it. Yeah, I put a D in front of it, right?
Yeah. No, the proper genre of Risk is small cubes and little star shapes.
You only
I have
play Risk.
5 different versions of Risk, and yes, the core is similar, but they all play very differently.
Yeah.
Did you play Risk Legacy?
No, I didn't play that one. I love the Lord of the Rings and the Game of Thrones Risks. Those are quite amazing. Game of Thrones is really crazy. 8-hour a day. Oof.
I used to play
diplomacy. It's like half diplomacy, but it's good.
Interesting.
When I was in high school, we used to play a game after class every day.
Every day, man.
Every day.
Yeah. We can talk about the design of Risk at some point.
We used to have this game shop called Nexus across from.
And they let you go there and play Risk. You're not buying any shit. You're fucking free.
No, they provided the board too. Yeah.
They're out of business now, I guess. Arun said, but most people understand no matter the aesthetic genre of Risk. Now you make it worse. Genre of Risk, it's essentially the same game. Similar thing can happen with the D20 game. Yeah, that's true. And that's why also I said like that's why I'm saying like, you know, like I think the system influenced the tone and the feel of a game more than the genre.
I'll be right back. I gotta do a bathroom run.
All right.
Train the main van.
I'll say, Justin, I would give you 6 reasons Cleopatra 2525 was worth the time to watch. Breast.
I was just reading this comment and I'd say sorry, L, but 1.5 pair at best.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like if you're going
wasn't there also like this unking guy, like the sex slave that was a male?
Yeah.
then yeah, it's unwatchable.
You know more about the show than I do. Like this is, I guess, this is how you supplemented your Star Trek fix.
No, it's because it's like I know stuff. Like I don't need to study something for like days to know something. Right?
You just intuit trivia out of the ether.
Well, I learned fast. RPG Grandmaster Man versus Man, Man versus God, Man versus Nature are your most basic story.
I think Bear covered that in our 6 months ago.
Yeah. Now we're catching up though. We're catching up fast. We're only like 3 hours behind. The Journey of the Hero. Yeah, exactly.
Joseph Campbell, I believe.
Point out like the Campbellian myth. Yeah. Man versus Technology. Yeah. Civilization versus Chaos is a good one. Yeah. But like those also like a kind of like philosophical question, like, and how much civilization is too much civilization, big fucking tits. I'll leave that on any. Sorry. Yeah. I just wanted the people to quit comparing D&D to Star Wars movie when I said don't mix fantasy and sci-fi, and it went from for an hour about metaphysical religion college course. That's what we do,
Mm-hmm.
Probably still the most purchased book. That was talking about Ayn Rand, which, man, we're far behind. Fuck's sake. Hey, Francis.
I fucking hate Ayn Rand, man.
I do too. Well, yeah, I don't hate her, but anyway, let's not go in this topic now. Where in D&D books are the most where in D&D books the most shoplifted books? I don't know. Is that? I have no idea. That never seen anything on that.
Shoplifted.
Most shoplifted book. I could
see that.
Yeah.
I could see that. Little 12-year-old kids.
Yeah. Oh, Elsie, I thought that was a TV guide. I could see that.
Yeah.
You don't have TV guide anymore, but
that's called grandma.
Yeah. RPG Grandmaster, my family has a family Bible with family trees. Oh, those are nice. We're talking about that. Man, we're really behind. The Celt were tribes that fought each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's a general culture group.
Yeah. It's human history. Like we always like fight each other. Cats are doing some.
The day humans stop fighting humans is the day our species has been wiped out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Bleaker say gamer will agree even if they are agree 100% because they can't resist trying to prove they are superior than you are. Like I said, we don't agree here. We try to figure out what is true. I think it's an important distinction. They had share language, but each had own language. Yeah, they had a share language, but each own language. Well, that's like dialect, It's all
dialect,
like, how much we want to split air, which
it's like Cockney and freaking
yeah, or like French and French.
Well,
or even like every region of France.
And then there's demon.
Every region of France had their own dialect until like mass media, right? Mass media is killing a lot of that, but some share culture too, but unique take as well.
That's a super soft genocide, mass media, right?
Yeah. Bleaker, your role play as a banker and property owner in Monopoly. Yeah. We talk about that. Comment number
we should play
312 right here. Yeah. The time is now 6 a.m. EDT.
Yeah.
And we're back in EST, but we're not EDT anymore.
Yeah.
June 12, 2024.
I will.
Would be EDT.
Yeah, I will win the Monopoly game because I have a small hat that I can.
The character they didn't put the right hat on the character's goals are about as useful as GM plan. No, I disagree with that. Character goals are very useful because they inform you how to play your character.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean that your character is gonna reach those goals. But your character should have motivation and think they want to accomplish, other than just like, I want to level up. If you want to play a character, like people have goals in real life. So
you're playing a person's life and experiences, not stat block.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you are playing a stat block, I will pull out my X card and invite you to the door.
Elsie calling is retarded. Money, I don't know what calling what. Money and sex, what kind of calling is that? Politician. Oh, like the calling idea.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people, this is like their blinded focuses, right?
Most people, naughty, that's all they're about. Fucking go on Twitter, man. That's all people care about. Money and sex, man. You're fucking like brain over there.
And caring about more is called fascism.
Yeah, Bleeker said like Justin has never made out with his sister.
I don't have a sister, so like it would be
the
very
only thing
impressive.
stopping you. Yeah. Phil the Trail say it's up to what the player wants to do, and being drawn away from goals is dope. In fact, going against your goal can be a central conflict. Yeah, exactly. That can be very interesting. That's part of the reason why you want gold, because sometimes like now you have the immediate urgency that goes against your long-term goal, and you have to pick. And then I always say like this quote by Wagner. I say like the only thing worth writing about is the human art in conflict with itself. I think that's interesting in RPG as well. Like sometimes you have long-term goal and short-term goal. Those come into conflict, and then you learn about your character through play because of the decision you make.
Well, that's the essence of storytelling: is have a goal and what's interfering with your goal. Full stop.
Exactly.
Yeah, I like the next one.
The goals of others. Like that. Yeah.
My parents decided that.
Justin decided to never play the Habsburg RPG. Yeah, because you're only child.
No, I have a brother. I'm still not trying to play it.
But failing. Going in the rune, say your character's goal and how your character is connected to the other PC should be decided at session 0. Not only session 0, because this is something that evolves. And like I always say, you learn your character creation doesn't start when you start playing, because you're still like adding to your character, you're still adding depth and stuff like that.
The only thing your character creation does is give you a starting place for the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
You grow. Like I hope you're enough of a well-rounded human to grow, and I hope your facsimile of a human called your character is also well-rounded enough to grow.
I'm gonna half disagree with this statement. I mean, I agree it's a statement that's fair, but it's not the only way to play. It's not a should be situation. I'm totally happy with characters coming into the game complete strangers. Let them role play their introduction. I don't always do that, but it's like it's just one way to go. It's one of many threads to pull.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Yeah.
Because like, what if you're like, I want to play, I'm good, but I just don't have any kind of spark of an idea of what kind of character.
You just want to let it play out. It'll come to you too, and that's a valid way to play, to see how it plays out, and then say, okay, let's go from there.
Yeah,
it's also okay to have an idea going in. I hate it when people have got their entire life path mapped out.
Oh yeah.
My character's going to do this, and he's going to do this, and at level 20, he's going to say, let's worry about getting to level 2 before thinking about level 20.
The whole point of the game is to figure out the story of those characters, like
and see what happens. Yeah,
and see what happens. Exactly. You don't come to the table like knowing the whole story, what that's going to happen. You know what I mean?
But at the same time, having a goal, as you say, is good. So long as you don't have the expectation of meeting that goal, because anything can happen.
And that goal should be like what a real person would be having as a goal, and not like I have the goal of getting to level 6.
Yeah, exactly. It's a character goal, not a player goal.
Yeah.
Ron Edwards, that's who made the GNS theory. For Pluto, that's what we're referring to when we're talking about that Pluto is going to be a planet again before we die. Mr. Max wants to be the Greta Thunberg of RPG terminology. How dare you? I'm going to lecture people and point at my finger. Red Moon, Blue Moon.
How dare you? How dare you? You
Morality,
should,
ethics, alignment, reputation. I should add like pigtail, eh?
No. You should record that, like get like some sort of podium or something, and record that, and then just put it up as like in the channel intro.
Morality, ethics, alignment.
Oh, sorry, there's no teleportation.
Man.
Yeah, I'll have to eat it.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
Alignment, reputation, etc. Games. Morality, ethics, alignment, reputation, etc. Games are sadly rare nowadays. There were a few in the earlier day of console RPG. Oh, talking about video game. Yeah, Ogre Battle, Ultima, whatever else. Yeah, no, it's like because like when you go into that morality, ethics, alignment, reputation games, you make a statement about the world and a value statement. And now like people get upset. People are so thin-skinned that if you say like, "Oh, this is good, this is bad," or like, "Oh, you touch those kind of subjects that are kind of morally gray that people have to think about," people fucking freak out. So you cannot do that anymore.
Tell many modern players, especially the wokesters, that a lawful good society can have slaves and watch them melt down.
It's unfortunate it killed like storytelling because we cannot tell an interesting story anymore because like the cater to the Bleaker said the only classifying I give a damn about is Blue Air Gamer and everyone else. Well, that's the big level, like top level where you can just like make a quick generalization.
Those are like the first level of Maslow's pyramid of gaming.
RPG can message
just people you extract out of the Blue Airs.
RPG can message just play the games you want. Don't overanalyze everything. It gets to minute too minute. Minute and silly argument. And why does it make for better gaming? Arguing over mechanics and addition? No, but it's just like it's like I said, it's a hobby in itself.
We'll always have the arguments. Well, it has
and like I said, like the reason I wanted to do that, the reason I thought it would be useful is to help align people find a game that suit them better for their style and stuff like that. Like they say like let people play the game they want to play. Well, how do they know what game or the game they want to play?
Yeah, the problem is like if you're using the color wheel analogy Bear was poking at earlier. You pick a color, and your games are just all those shades of that color. So like it was blue, you're like 5,000 shades of blue. It was like,
yeah, but the problem with this analogy is a color. Like you pick a color to paint your fucking living room, right? It goes fast because you can see the color, you know what color it is, and you know if you like it or not. A game is more complex than that.
Yeah, but it's like arguing between eggshell and off eggshell.
It's like if you want to make an analogy of color. It's like I'm buying you a shirt, right? And I'm on the phone, and I tell you like there's those 3 shirts in the store that would fit you. And I say, what are they like? And I say, well, one is I describe you the color, but imagine we didn't have word for color, and I'm trying to describe you what the shirt is. It'd be like fucking insane, right? So I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with that.
It is, but at the same time, it's because the things are so close to each other in concept that if you're not using very broad terms, like I suggested having a database for like, well, I want a D6 dice pool game, and then it just lists all of those off.
Yep. I want put another criteria, and then
it narrows it down. And I think that's the only way to
do that.
No one's going to do that.
Yeah,
like literally,
everyone say it will just be as tedious and difficult as deciding the genus, you mean the genus and species of every animal. Yeah, and also like this genus and species is very arbitrary. Like dogs for some reason are different.
Yeah, why are poodles not called rats and stuff?
No, but I know that you got like some species that can crossbreed and produce different offspring that consider different species, and some are not. And it's like people think that taxonomy is an exact science. It's not. It's just like people making decisions.
Decisions. They're just making shit up.
Tabletop game hierarchy. Well, you weren't there. What do you think? Like, are RPG part of the board game family, a subgenre of board game?
Sean?
Yeah, I'm gonna say yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind people say that. Some people call them pen and paper RPG. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily going to be a board, but
Yeah, but there's a lot of board games don't have board per se, but our card game, board game, I don't know.
You need a flat surface to play them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bleaker say to RPG Grandma. That's how I think about it. Stop arguing over edition and prove who's elitist. Just share idea to help inspire other games. I'm so tired of hearing your stuff sucks. I don't think we say that really here. Or we say it maybe sometimes jokingly.
Maybe jokingly. I actively don't. That maybe something slips out if I'm rambling.
Sometimes I say I dislike that or something. I can even say I hate that, but that's.
I hate third edition, for instance. It's I played it for a year and a half. That was enough. I was fed up. I was done. But I'm not going to tell somebody who loves it that their game is garbage and they shouldn't play it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not for me. End of story.
Yeah.
Now everybody that works at Wizards of the Coast can be chained to a post and left to starve to death.
Nah, come on.
It's too nice with death.
Pulp Alley, despite being very tactical, has RP potential 100%. I never heard of Pulp Alley. There's so many.
Pulp Alley. I've heard of Pulp Alley. You've
heard of Pulp Alley?
Yeah.
What is it about?
Arguably anything can be role playing. Like I told you, I just got back from a games met with a friend, and we were playing Fireball Island. If you've ever heard of that one, it's just a board game. we were acting out. It wasn't serious role play, but there was some silliness. You could theoretically do it. It's like, hey, let's role play what's happening and keep it serious. It'll work, right?
But the reason that role playing kind of derived from war games, because people that would do those old, especially Napoleonic and stuff like that, war game, they would kind of play the role of this general, right? And they would feel, yeah, that's it. You I'm Napoleon and I'm Nelson, whatever. And they would do those campaign personifying those, or they would make sometimes fiction in general. But yeah, so a good idea is useful for any game.
Yep.
Yeah. Bleaker, people want 5 to die, not persist. 5e players or people I guess, coming into FND house, shit on the living into a friend house, I guess, shit on the living room floor, saying this is mine now.
Yeah.
Well, there's certainly something with coming into D&D house. Okay, there's certainly something with the new people that joined the hobby recently, a proportion of the new people that joined the hobby that seem to lack the respect from tradition or for people that were there before them.
I think it's a generation, though.
Maybe, or maybe we're just getting old men. And
I am. I'm finding myself getting a lot of grumpy old man traits.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're just yelling at cloud and say because even people say, oh, the young people, the people that just joined the hobby, just they play kind of stupid way. But when we started the gaming, maybe we were playing a stupid way as well.
Yeah, well, most people say they played like retards when they first started playing war games, but they were 12.
Exactly.
These people are 30.
But now 30 is the new 12. Don't you realize?
I don't see you disagreeing, Sean.
I will.
Don't want to be mean.
I know we're not in the States.
Sorry?
I said I know we're not in the States, but I plead the fifth.
Yeah. I don't want to get arrested for saying that.
I play older D&D and 5e. It's not the edition; it's what the group does with it. Yeah, I would agree with that.
I'm the same. I play 5e, and you know what? My 5e game started as sort of an experiment. I just wanted to test some house rules out, see if I could old school it, and now the group loves it. They're looking forward to it.
Yeah.
And me too. I'm like, this game's actually fun. So
no,
I don't love it like I do the older ones, but I do enjoy it.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's not bad bones. And now there's a lot of fat that need to be trimmed and stuff like that. But the structure is all right.
Yeah.
Fill the trails. A more categorization that we were just discounting. Yeah. Well, I know that's what's gonna end up. It's just a reason to talk, guys. You know, like I'm saying that it's just a topic, just a reason to talk, to get together and to discuss the game. And that's why we stray off topic, and I don't mind. I'm not trying to keep people on topic. I say like taxonomy and stuff like that. Just like, you know, I'm trying to do something that hasn't been said a million times, right?
Mhm.
So yeah.
So
Video
let's talk
games
about builds.
about what? Yeah, exactly. Let's talk about character builds. Or
Oh God, man.
video games already have a taxonomy. It's kind of shit too, though. But you see people like on YouTube doing a video essay about video games when they try like to go a little deeper, analyze it, and describe it. And I think like we don't really have that in role playing game, and it might be harder because it's a much more fluid system. It's much more like there's much more like of the creation of the experience that is on the table. Like in the video game, everybody that played the video game is gonna have a similar experience. So, but I think there's still be room to.
It's like somebody was talking earlier about reviewing games, and it's like,
me.
Yeah, well, I think we all were, and it's like the one thing I never see people do is actually walk through the game loop.
Yep.
In reviews, like it's got nice art. Here's the rules.
Yeah,
the game loop.
I do like those. I do those how-to games, right? Where I go to the basic game mechanic loop, like, and the goal I do with those videos are separate from review. But I always say like, if you were invited on a one shot on a short notice, you could watch that video and be able to follow along in the session. You know, I'm not gonna cover character creation because you can just use the pre-gen. I'm not gonna go in all the little mechanics and detail because I want to keep it short. But I'll tell you how the mechanics work, the kind of like big concept of the game, stuff like that. So you can, and I'm not trying to sell you in the game either. But I often do those videos. I did those with a few times. Those videos.
Yes, but nobody
I
can
combine with a review as well.
Nobody can understand what the hell you're saying.
Well, that's a different problem altogether. But like somebody that can speak English could take that concept and go with it.
Yeah. No, you do a good job. I think you could be a little more in depth and maybe like.
It's always the balance between like going too deep.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like
going too long. I want to keep them short, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like actually play out the scenario.
Nah,
like do a little freaking role playing, bro.
Why would I do that?
Role play like you're playing a cycle of role playing.
No.
No.
Guardian Rune said, but I'd rather be divided if it means I get the experience I want. That was the whole point, trying to align people correctly. RPG Grandmaster, social media is full of activists virtue signaling people. That's not all player, just the vocally needy one. That also I agree with.
I'm sorry, Grandma. Mr. Max said I can't chain them to a pole and let them starve to death. It's the only solution I know how to fix that problem.
No, people can reform themselves. You know, they're still young.
Lies.
They have like
don't change.
They have decades ahead of them. Like, you know, people change. People can change. I believe that. I have hope.
I'm sad though.
But I think it's very true that, you know, like there's this very vocal minority, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of
there always is. It's the vocal minority that kind of does a lot of shaping of our world.
It's become criminal for us to tell them to shut up, though.
Yeah. Else, FPS, jump scare, visual novel, MMO sports, football. Yeah,
football.
Like in the video game, but Bleaker said, well, the fault of 5e comes mostly from the woke fucks. I don't blame the edition. I blame those people ruining it. If it could have been better, the people were involved. It's unfortunate, I would say.
Please tell me that was a rubber grommet and not you farting.
Oh, he was moving.
Oh, no, I'm adjusting the chair. I'm on a recliner.
Yeah.
It's old. It creaks.
Yeah.
A dexterity game or a billiard. Yeah, that's when we're talking about the fucking air hockey. Oh, man. We're never going to freaking get through that. You bonks, the digital uppercut. I don't know what
viewers you still have, but
12. Some people like some people are waiting in chat to have their comment replied to. So something polite. I'm kind of committed to that now. Elsie Blicker Pundit, the self-proclaimed messiah of the OSR, were integrating 5e. Yeah. Also, like his first game was really not OSR. Like not his first. Was it his first game? Arrows of Indra. It's like a Fate game. So whatever. People can do different things. Yeah, I think it's personalized annoying, but it's still shit and not D&D. Yeah, I'll really like to age on 5e.
I play more pork.
Oh, it was okay. There you go. You forgot to read that part, Justin.
Yeah. I got cut off.
Yeah.
You start speaking, you ginger weirdo.
RPG Grandma say, I just like playing games, so rules I'm flexible on. Does the rules get the job done? Is the make of a break or point of game? Yeah, ultimately. But like that's the thing too. Like here, like I over intellectualize thing maybe. Like that's what I do. Like I'm talking about stuff. I like to go into the weed and stuff like that, and I try to think a little deeper. But yeah, it's not useful. It's a perversion, in a sense. But
yeah, sometimes overthinking things. You can read a book.
I can't read. Phil the Trail say Ginny's been on D&D Live's Play, so there's evidence she has.
She's what?
I never. Oh, that of her playing Ginny D.
Oh,
We're talking about her like is there a game of her online, and we said I don't know, maybe not, but apparently there is. So maybe we can hunt down at some point and do like a.
Yeah, no, she was on the official D&D game. They're on their official channel.
Oh, you saw her?
Yeah, I saw there was another guy, a Pro ZD or something like that. He's a voice actor. He does some funny videos.
Are you in Mr. Max's Discord?
I am, yeah.
There's a thing called Bad Live Plays or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
If sometime in the next
for gameplay,
if sometime in the next year or so, if we get done these comments, can you drop a link to that play in there for?
Well, if you can just fucking, you know what to fucking search on YouTube, Justin.
He already knows where it is and it's called. It'll be faster for, like,
Sean. If you want to do it, you can. If you
don't I'm looking up right now because I'm subscribed to that channel.
Oh, there you go. Was it any good?
No.
No.
Well, it's not the style of play I like. I'm not gonna say it's not good. It's just not the style of play I like.
It's very diplomatic. Red Moon, Blood Moon said the most important question is the game good or not. But that's the thing, like just saying that is the game good or not. That's not really a question because people define good or bad for a game differently. The game is like is the game good for you or not? That's the real question. And how do you to know that we have to know what you like, what type of game you like, and what type of game it is, right? That's why like it's their easy answer. Oh, is the game good or not? Like it doesn't mean nothing. You need to have like context for that question.
It's too abstract of a statement. But for me, probably not. I'm assuming there's a lot of hand holding of the players and.
No, I'm talking about like we're not talking about G&D anymore. We moved on to something else.
Yeah. But generally, like if we're talking about a game being bad, that's how I define it.
Yeah.
Restricting
Red Moon, Blood Moon say find the type of game you want. And then the only thing that matters if it's good or not. But that's the thing. What we're talking about is this exactly. Find the type of game you want. We were talking about like making that easier, trying to figure out a way to make that easier. Like to first understand the type of game you want, and secondly, understand what type of game a game is. Right. That was the whole point I wanted to discuss earlier.
Me, I like a game that is capable of doing the things I need to do while blending seamlessly into the background, like as a system. And the easier it is of doing that, the happier I am. Especially if the like the in-game dice rolling is like rememberable. Like you do it, it's done. You know, there's no referencing something or.
No, yeah, like I say, but like yeah, like we like different type of games, but the games we like, if it's a good game or not, yeah, like those are words.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's not going to stop me from like if there's a system I find chunkier than I would personally like, it's not going to stop me from playing with people I like, right?
Yeah. With people like people often like they're like, oh yeah, setting then rules that support the atmosphere and environment you're creating.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you can add to that, like, people first, and then maybe setting and then rules. I'm more like a rules before setting, because I always say like it's easier to put like a good setting on good rules, like then like if you have like a game with a bad setting, you can like a setting is easier to change than the rules, I find.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's one thing. Like I'm hearing with people when it comes to Morkborg, and this I use Morkborg because it's the game. Once I got back into the circle, it's the one that I looked at first that I actually liked. That wasn't a textbook, but people are always going on about the setting. But you're a person that freaking changes the settings with your game normally. So why are you talking to me about a goddamn setting? Yeah. You know. Thank you, sir.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, I'll let you play with the links, but there's one of her appearances, at least on the official D&D channel, in the live stream game.
What do you think, Sean? Are you setting first or rule first?
I would lean towards setting, ish.
I'm surprised by that.
I'm not as religious about it as Max Liao, not you, Max.
No, but I'm surprised by that, because you're a guy that got is like for like you got this setting that you really like, right? Just like
I have the system that I like.
The system, that's what I meant. Sorry, the system that you really like. So you would say like, well, you would think that maybe it's like a system first, and then like you can play like different setting in that same system.
Well, yeah, I see. I don't want to commit to an answer on that, because I mean the way I play it, like to me, Greyhawk, Forgotten Realms, they're identical. Right, so
exactly. I agree with that.
They don't bring in those settings. Don't bring in any special rules, with rare exception. Like there is a rule that is in the Forgotten Realms box set that I do use that sort of enhances first edition dragons a bit. But
I think that would put you in the system first, Cam.
Yeah, but I'm not precious about it. If
that's all right. That's all right. But you need to pick a tribe.
Ravenloft. If I were to run Ravenloft. I would the rules that come with Ravenloft that trump the normal setting I would use, right? So if the system has significant rules that you need to incorporate, then yes, the setting would come into play. It's just the way I'm playing it. It's kind of a moot question, because the settings I use don't have any special rules.
Blicker said DM burnout has little to do with the amount of prep. Most DM burnout and still do very little prep work. I love DMing, don't get burnout, and I do a ton of prep works. Yeah, it's gonna vary from people to people. I think the amount of prep, but it's also how much you like prep, right? Some people like it more than others.
Yeah, it's a factor, but it's not the be all and the end all. No, I got a buddy of mine. He burns himself out regularly when he DMs.
Oh, really?
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it why he does that, because part of it is the prep. Part of it is he spends days prepping a session. Yeah. I remember one time we locked in a game for a Tuesday, and it was a Friday. He's like, okay, well, I got to get to work. I got a whole weekend. And he spent the whole weekend prepping the game. Now, in that case, the prep was literally writing the story path we would follow and having all the beats laid out. Like this is a railroad DM. And of course he's going to burn out, because players are going to go off those rails.
It's stress, right? Burnout comes more from, in my opinion, the stress of your plans.
He feels that if it doesn't go to his plan, he's failed the players, and that's what burns him out, because
Yeah.
as far as he's concerned, everything he planned didn't come to fruition. Even if the players were having a blast going off the rails that he planned, he doesn't see it that way. He sees, shit, I didn't prep it the right way. They didn't do what I expected. And that's caused him to burn out. So part of it is the prep and the expectation.
Have you tried explaining that to him?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Have you tried explaining that to him?
I've had conversations with him, yes, but he plays the way he plays. He's older than I am. He's kind of set in his ways.
And I think also if
you in control.
If you play with players that are all right with being put on the railroad, and maybe like a more like what we call like passive player, I guess maybe that's gonna burn you out less, because they're gonna stick to your story, so you don't have to like plan. They're gonna take the hook and let you lead. But I like having a game that is led more by the player and the GM being reactive. But yeah, so I do think like the prep does have an impact, but it's not the end all be all, obviously.
No, I agree, but it is a factor. If you're overdoing it, that's just one thing that'll lead to burnout.
There's also like the interaction of the player. Like if you have like player that always like say, oh, cancel last minute and stuff like that, that's also gonna fucking like lead to burnout. Yeah. RPG was celebrating a touchdown from
they were watching football.
Yeah. The classic blunder of being wrong. Yeah, exactly. Your mistake was being wrong.
Your mistake was breathing.
Dice Tale was saying to Dubong, or getting involved in a land war in Asia or in Russia.
Well, that's Asia, right? Russia's mostly in Asia.
Okay, fair. No, Jitat was saying, going back to the musical classification, I tend to think of Ginny D and channel like her as pop D&D channel. Yeah, I think that's fair.
Yeah. No.
I'll
Rebecca Black levels of pop.
I mean, she again, pop D&D. That's a good way of looking at it. I'll watch her stuff, and some of it's amusing, some of it's like, shut up, you don't know what you're talking about, girl. But she is entertaining. She's got good production value.
That's what she got. Yeah, that's her. Yeah,
but you could have that too for enough money.
I try. With what little money I have, that is.
Yeah. But we're not chicks, so.
Yeah, that's neither is Matt Colville. Okay.
Almost though. You got chicks though on his. He does have women though on the panel, so.
Does he?
But yeah, on his show, like there's a bunch of women on his show.
Okay.
Anyway, that's just fucking a throwaway. Like, that's a throwaway comment. Let's not make a whole fucking thing about it. RPG Grandma say, I try to give solid info and advice, or at least something different when we're talking about like our channel. And yes, she does. Fun. That's the banned word in some circle. We're not allowed to talk about fun. It's like verboten.
Not here, bro.
Yeah, Dice Tale say, jealous my wife was banned cigar from the house. Right?
He was on and off the show before that comment was made.
Yeah, that's true. After, you mean. Chris Perkin is the what's the cancer zombie? Yeah, whatever. Sly Blue was saying to Bear, but Bear is no longer there to reply. Are you talking about Don't Stop Thinking? Oh yeah, Bear saw that comment. I remember he jumped the chat. That's why it's cool. He made the cool animation talking about the classes and stuff. I don't know this channel, Don't Stop Thinking. Maybe I should check it out.
Yeah, he thanked him for bringing that up because he mentioned the Asian guy.
Yeah, we're catching up, guys. The TTRPG Ancestor or D&D Traveler, RuneQuest Champion, GURPS, and Vampire. Vampire, you're starting in you're pretty late. Like you're 20 years into 20 years into the RPG. So I don't know if I call them Ancestor anymore.
But D&D and Traveler for sure.
Yeah. You said make an evolution tree to categorize of the RPG of today. Oh yeah, if we were thinking about like games that were innovative and it's a new stem with new game that declined, that could be a kind of like look at the lineage of a game of modern games. That could be an interesting approach, maybe. Yeah. Well, mostly they do break into two big groups: skill-based or class-based, and there's aspect-based. I talk about it a lot. Yeah, which is all you interact, like all your main interaction with the games happen. You think those fair classifications, Sean?
Sorry, which I was looking at
like two big, the big family of games, like skill based, class based, aspect based. Aspect based is like the one like fate, which like a general like wording for your for an aspect of your character, and when you can justify it, oh no, this would be linked to that aspect of my character, you can get the skill.
I agree with that. I don't think that's an unfair assessment, although you get some bleed over between them.
Yeah, there's a lot of hybridization that goes. And the other big category would be like the, is it like a D20 dice pool, stuff like that, looking for success, or that would be like the other big class that could distinguish. El was saying to Guardian of the Rune, you forgot Blitzkrieg and Braunstein, sorry. I keep giving shit for, I keep giving shit to people saying Braunstein because it's Braunstein.
Stein.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the German one, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a brown rock. It's not like some Jewish guy. Bleaker say, dude, Crispy is new here. I've been watching Bear for the past 4 days straight. Oh yeah.
Bear streamed a lot.
Yeah, we all did. Crispy is not new on this channel. I had him on a few times. I quite like Crispy. We get along well, and I like what he's doing.
You a Shauner disciple?
He can be.
Well,
yeah, but
they get along. They share a lot of similar view on role playing game, and so do I. So,
but after tonight, I'm pretty sure Shauner will block him.
Yeah, because he's been on a stream with you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he's gonna have to block Dicel too. Now he's gonna like me, Dicel, and Shauner block.
I don't know if you saw Shauner was restreaming this stream earlier on.
Was he?
Shauner?
Yeah.
All right. Huh. Interesting.
I wonder what his review is.
Yeah.
Oh, he's probably hating us all, but I know he doesn't like me.
Yeah. Well, he doesn't like a lot of people. Don't take it personal. You're not special.
For very childish reasons.
Pundit fames are all historical accurate simulation. Well, I guess it's like Lion Dragon Company. That's the only like historical thing that it's a simulation game, because it did like the Invisible Cottage, it did like Arrows of Indra, it did I'm fucking talking like yeah. I don't like the guys. I don't want to talk too much about him. But I don't think it's fair to say that he only did like a simulationist game, historical game. He did more than that, but it's what got some attention. Else said, watch Eden's Dog, Call of Cthulhu. I fell asleep 3 times during the charity stream, which is normal because it's 24-hour.
Yeah, I actually got some sleep in there.
I do.
A whole 2 hours or something like that.
Yeah. Noijitatse Pandit does Gonzo stuff too, exactly like War of the Last Sun. Yeah. Brian play himself. I don't think he does. Sean, you're in the game with Brian, gaming from the ADHD.
I don't know him that well, but yeah, I mean, we all sort of do. I mean, it's all aspects of ourselves.
And also, like, Brian is kind of new still to the
hobby. New to role-playing games, yeah.
Yeah. And he's doing great for like interesting perspective, and he's a very nice guy. Else a different perspective. Is it like there are as many ways to play as there are people? No, I wouldn't. That's like no.
That's an extreme, but
that's
there are many ways to play.
Yeah,
I think that there are too many. There are enough ways that are too similar to each other, but yet still distinctive, that creating hard categories.
And Dice was saying, but only one way to play correctly.
Yeah.
For each of us, there's one way to play correctly.
There is definitely many ways to play wrong, and they all involve, Jenny D or Chris Perkins.
No. There's many other way. There's many way to play wrong that don't involve
ball
other
gags,
people.
but I'm pretty sure they both have one.
El, if you listen to the Basic Mexican, he's talking about the Basic Expert, and the Basic Expert, I like him. It's not there's only one way, like he's saying that, that's not true. That's not fair, El. Like
this is what people get mad at you, El. You do shit like that.
Yeah.
And it's wrong. So like
we need to be fair. Even if you don't like somebody for some reason, you need to be fair in our assessment. That's the least we can do. Otherwise, it look bad on us. Deciding on mechanics and getting balance in terms of gameplay is really difficult.
Mm-hmm.
Getting balance, that's very difficult, and I don't even know if it's a worthwhile endeavor. Trying to
depends on what kind of balance you're going for, but yeah, like this idea of classes being balanced. This is where 5e goes wrong, is they try to balance everything so everybody's equal,
and that's not the point. The point is that you aren't equal to each other. The point is that you are striving and struggling against the world, not that you're just competing pawns equal to all other pawns.
Yeah, and you're not supposed to compete each other. You complement each other and stuff like that. But also this is trying to balance the class. This is so dependent on the type of game you're gonna run and the style of play you're gonna have and the player playing the balancing that. Like there's so many moving pieces. You need to be we can find balance with like if car were circle in the vacuum, right? It's just like this kind of thing. In one specific context, the game is gonna be balanced, but almost never gonna be in that context.
It's relevant to that offhand remark from a few episodes ago, 3 weeks ago, about communism.
Communism.
Yeah.
And RPG Grandma, now they're tied. I hope you win, or you won. I guess the game must be over by now. Yeah. Justin always look like he's about to say something.
Yeah.
And he is. Justin, he is in his whitey tighties. Yeah. Well, if we're lucky.
I don't own a pair.
Otherwise, it's Commando. RPG Grandma, I always assume Justin paints clothes on his body. That's an image I didn't need in my head.
Same here, bro. Same here.
OSR is 90% D&D clone. I thought it was like
that's probably
100% D&D clone.
Well, Morkborg is technically old school Renaissance. It's not a D&D clone.
Well, whenever I agree with
sorry, I have like a rule. I've got to bring everything back to Morkborg. It's what I get paid for. I'm still waiting for the
OSR, just a bunch of old, out-of-date game that might or might not have some updated rules. There's too many.
Oh, yes, out of date? No.
Out of date?
Yeah,
I don't know if it's out of date.
This is copyright mark 2017. That's not out of date.
I think there's a lot of to be honest, I think there's a lot of OSR games that don't really have a purpose. Some of them do. But some of them, you just look at them and say, well, what are you bringing to the table? I understand. Like, maybe the guy wanted to make his own set of rules, his own role, all rules and stuff like that. But not change so minor, and you don't bring something like excellent layout and but whatever. People want to put games out. Call themselves a game designer and go for it. I'm not the one to stop you.
Somebody just wants to flex their hand at trying to write. It's whatever.
Sorry, I'm getting kind of yawny here. It's 2 a.m.
Oh, I am too, man. And like I said, I need to be in Montreal. It's kind of early tomorrow morning.
You're bound and determined to get through all these, huh?
Yeah, I'm committed. I said in the description that every chat message is going to be read and replied to some extent. So I'm not going to make a liar out of myself. Big Bad RPG. You say it's the reason I want to play Palladium Fantasy 1E instead of 2E. I don't know what the reason was, so
Yeah.
DCC and Castle and Crusader 3rd edition. No. I don't agree with that. DCC and Castle and Crusade are not. Unless you say that it's the real 3rd edition of D&D, then maybe yes.
Maybe.
I think Castle and Crusades was once defined as the spiritual 3rd edition of D&D, perhaps.
Yeah, exactly. Instead of like what he did.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess if we take it that way, I say yes. But if you say like the Castle and Crusade is like a 3rd edition clone, not at all.
Didn't Gygax work on Castles and Crusades early on before he died?
He did. Yeah, he did. He did OSR. That's just OSR. Yeah, that's
all right.
We talked about the OSR. At some
OSR. I agree.
OSR.
Phil that you say it's almost like categories or nebulous. Yeah, I think like it's true, category or nebulous, but they're not useless. They still serve a purpose, right? Like nothing is gonna fit perfectly in the category. We have to understand that, but it doesn't mean that categories are useless.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a life lesson for more than just role-playing game. Next Thursday, Bear appears on Unscripted and Unchained RPG Review to argue OSR. Well,
no.
Be used to him.
He shows up to argue the necessity of well-defined game categories.
RPG Grandma say, but old games are fun. Sometimes old might be fun as you realize rules were left out, rules you need. Yeah, it's a different way to engage also. Like sometimes I say that as well. Like kicking the door of the dungeon and like killing the monster there. That's not my favorite type of play. But I can go to a game like that with people I like and having fun, right? Just like at some point, like I take role playing seriously, but it's still a hobby, and I'm still there, like to sometimes just hang out with people,
Yeah, well, that's earlier when we were talking about serious and like Bear was whatever on me. But you guys like redefined serious halfway through a freaking sentence from being the guy who's like metagaming his character to actually into the game. It's like,
what?
Well, like 4 hours ago.
I don't know.
Fuck it. Let's just move on to the next comment.
Thank you. All done, player. We're improving the rules. You can do that with old games but like some people do that as well. I wouldn't do that. Like I wouldn't do the all done players kind of thing. Like I just do a rulings and move on because
just pick one.
But if you want to do that, that's also like that can be fun. Also, that also can be fun. Like if you want to, you see a rule that's being left out, a rule that doesn't work. If you're in a group that is like that gets the game design kind of mindset, you can say, well, why is this rule doesn't work? So whatever.
Jot it down and keep it consistent from the game on forward.
Touchdown and the RPG Grammar is celebrating. What Bear? What fucking team was playing? Do you know, Sean?
I don't follow sports ball.
Meter.
Sports ball and hockey puck and
no, that's flat sports ball.
I'll say sandbox is just the opposite of railroad. Usually that's how it's used. I don't agree with Bear that the sandbox is a meaningless term.
Oh,
I think it's meaning something.
It's meaningless if you've got
there's one of the key descriptors there. We're looking for concrete descriptors. If I say we're playing sandbox game, what I'm talking about.
Yeah. But sandbox though is not a game. It's not a descriptor for a type of game. It's a descriptor for a type of gameplay. How you run your session, how you run your campaign, and stuff like that.
Well, but I still, if I say, hey, it's a sandbox open world game, you know exactly what that means.
Yeah, I think like both of them are a necessity in some respect. I want my world to be sandbox, but like a dungeon or something like that should be semi-railroad, right? There should be a beginning, like a front door and chamber.
No,
It's no should. It can be.
Yeah.
But okay, like for example, you go into a dungeon, the railroad is you got to see it through like a gauntlet. You got to go from beginning to end.
Yeah.
Whereas in the sandbox world, you can go into that first room of the dungeon and say this is too much and leave.
And nope. Yeah. But you know,
that's not a railroad. That's like a building, man. Just like you just
Yeah.
say like, well, you know, there's a door, there's a room, there's a corridor. You know, just like
But some DMs will present it in such a way that you have to go and see it through, and that's where the railroad comes in. You are being forced down that path. You can't nope out.
Okay, yeah. You should have the nope out. Like that's why I put a caveat in there. But yeah, like there are pseudo railroadistic areas in the world, right? Because unless you know,
but those are just like area in the world that makes sense to be like more directed, you know, right? It's like,
but
or like you say, you could do like if you play like a Western game and there's railroad in the game, that doesn't mean that your game is a railroad. You know what I mean? You can do like a train adventure if you that kind of thing.
Yeah,
but then you're literally on a railroad.
Yeah, but the game doesn't have to be a railroad. You know?
No, but you know what I'm getting at, right? You know, if I say, "Hey, Max, come join my sandbox game," immediately you know in your head, okay, that's the type of game that's going to be played.
Your party is free to
but that's the point. But what I'm saying, like you say, like, oh, like you say, like, oh, I got this new game that's really cool, and you say, like, oh, it is, like, oh, it's a sandbox. It's not gonna come into it because like sandbox is not a
game mechanic. It's
not a game mechanic.
It's a style of play. It's not a genre, but it is clear. That's the point. It is a clear definition.
You do have game like Forbidden Land that is designed to play with it in the next crowd kind of game, though. So I guess there will be that, which is kind of. Oh, I didn't read this one. Phil the Trail say at the script store used to say things in a short-end way and not meant to strictly define anything, like genre.
Genre. Yeah, it's genre. It's a French word after all.
Well, but we pronounce it in a different way in French. So yeah.
How do you pronounce it?
Genre.
Genre.
With the R. Genre.
That's a guy's name, isn't it?
No, that's Jean. The other is genre. There's like this trailing R at the end that you have to
okay.
Bleaker says sandbox is the word you use to convince others you are a better gamer.
That's like in English if we fucking had the name Carl and we use the word car for fucking genre. Like,
Bleaker's sort of right there, and that is used that way. I've seen people who lord it over others. Oh, I run a sandbox game.
Well, it's because like the railroad
taking that tone myself.
To be honest, the railroad kind of game, like you know, I've been guilty maybe of that if it's a crime, which I don't think it is. But I've been saying like the worst kind of DM is the adversarial DM, and the second worst is the railroady DM.
I don't know. I could see having a railroad game if you're still allowing your players to make the decisions of how they're getting through, like,
then
through the obstacles.
If you're still leaving the choice to the player, no, you like, or because it's also like the theme park game, which is like, oh, you got like there's many you can choose which ride to go on, right? There's that, you know, which is not as bad. But because the point for me, like of role playing game are about choice, and you have to make meaningful choice. That your character has to be able to make meaningful choice, right? Player agency that people like to talk about. When you take that away, like then like you're just telling me a story, you know what I mean? Like, and you ask me to roll dice once in a while, you know, like I'm not interested in that. If you want to play that, like, all right, but tell me up front, and I'm not gonna join.
Yeah.
Sorry to say. Else no sandbox was a real box with sand wargamer use. It has always been a table. Oh, it's when people like saying like sandbox come from a video game.
Yeah, no, it comes from actual wargaming.
Yeah, with the real box with sand in it.
Yep. and you move your soldiers on it. But
I thought it was a term that came from video game.
No, it comes from wargaming. Then it went to video games. Then it came to pen and paper RPGs. So I didn't bring it up because it was pedantic. That's the path it came from, right? So
sandbox are just giant railroads. Sometime, well, like it's all the thing. Like, how many legs would a dog have if you call a tail a leg?
Yeah. Well, it's like the Cyberpunk game I referenced. Like that technically was railroaded because it had that fixed event, but like you need to have fixed events.
No, your opposition. That's not the same thing. Like you had like the world was moving, there was something happening, but it becomes a railroad when you're pushed around and the GM tell you, okay, now you're doing this, right? That's why, like, you can have like a storyline going on without it being a railroad. The railroad is about like player agency. It's like if you can choose not to go on the rail, not to go on that ride, you're already not on railroad. You're at least in a theme park, right?
We as a party technically noped out of the quest line,
and that disqualify you from being on the railroad.
Okay, then I get that. I'm just like talking through it, right? So because we need to make this like a good 15 hours.
Man,
well, you're already at 5.
Oh shit! Like every fucking one is longer than the previous one. Okay.
I told you, man.
Next week there's no show, but the next one after that, I'll have to change stuff because that's not sustainable anymore.
Yeah. Now on only commenting to relevant topics. Or interesting things.
Dubong says sandbox is used to denote a negation of railroading, no substance in and on itself, just not that bad thing. Yeah, like. Sandbox is used to denote a negation of a railroad. Well, like it's a spectrum, Sandbox is one end, railroad is the other end. There's a lot of thing in between. Something can be sandboxy, but railroading, I think the definition of railroading should be pretty strict.
Yeah, like if your game master teleports you to another world, and the only way to get back to the real one is by finishing the dungeon. That's a railroad.
Noijitat say, I always understood that OSR mean a game that was based off TSR era D&D rule set, not just that it was old school.
No,
so a lot of people
it literally is old school Renaissance / revival.
Flames of Me dropped by. Hello.
Hey, magic roll.
Just hoping to say hi. Busy right now, but have a good stream. Well, we did, and
now it's just torture.
5 comments away from when I popped in.
Oh, really? And we only what is it?
That was a day ago.
11. We only 3 hour 10s behind, 3 hour 20 behind. So in theory, all OSR games were compatible with each other because they were based off the same rules. Yeah, that was a theory. That was a theory at first, but now because OSR became like a marketable term, everybody wanted to call themselves OSR, so the term became meaningless. That's what it is. It's a marketing term. Yeah. RPG Grandma, well, that's how it started. No Injitat, exactly. Raven said, I think Sandbox campaign predated video game. We talked about that. We covered that as well. Of course, they did, Raven. There you go.
Hello.
Musing joins us. Welcome, Sean. I'm glad.
How you doing, Sean? Having a good day so far?
I've been waiting 3 hours for him to acknowledge my greeting.
Well,
I can go now. I'm going to type in goodbye.
We'll get to it.
In 5 hours, you'll get to my goodbye.
You think it will only be 5 hours?
Blicker said, I'm lazy as shit and do zero prep, but I run a sandbox, so that makes my game better than yours. That's literally true. Like, on irony.
It can be, for sure, yeah. I mean, I run the sandbox game, but I prep it. I don't prep the session. I prep the world. I review the characters, especially where the players are. Like I run the Keep on the Borderlands, and so I review the NPCs. I try to remember their names, even though I got written down, I forget them. But that's all the more reason to go over it. I look at scenarios. If they've chosen a scenario, sometimes they'll have chosen where they want to go in the previous session, which helps me. And then it's like, okay, I can go over the dungeon that I know they're going to. But if not, I just go over whatever the options are. So there's still prep, but it's not you writing down the beats of a story. It's getting the framework, just sort of fresh, so you can interact with it better.
Yeah. Okay. Can you running a model, running a sandbox? Or is module play? Is it like compatible with sandbox play?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Now you got to remember, it depends on the module. Some modules.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't necessarily fit, but some do, and some are easily inserted. I don't know how many of my videos you've watched, but the OSE campaign that's just that. Like it's I've inserted modules left, right, and center.
Yeah,
I could see the modules that are like an area in the world being easier than like this is an epic dungeon.
But what I meant, like, does it like can almost like push the theme park kind of category, which is not a bad category, but it's like like you say, like there's like different activity you can pick to choose, and then you pick one, and then we do that, like in a way.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Well,
maybe it's just
the characters are kind of tied to a location in your game, right? They're tied to
it in that they haven't chosen to leave yet. But if they do choose to leave, I'm not going to keep them there. I will.
All right.
Will adapt. I will adjust.
Yeah.
Then I guess he would be like sandboxy. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I don't do the quantum thing. I don't, do the. Well, I've got this module planned, so they're going to encounter it regardless. They'll encounter the hooks. They'll encounter the seeds for it. But whether they choose to go in is entirely on them. And once I've established it somewhere, I don't move it; it stays. Right?
Yeah.
That affinity loop road concept is a good puzzle. Like if there's a way off of the road that always comes back to the same town.
Yeah.
It's a good puzzle, but that would be a railroad.
Well, but you have to do it purpose, kind of reason for you're not just doing it because like, oh, that's my story, and you're gonna do that wherever.
Yeah, no, there's got to be a way out of it.
Wilderness Adventuring is in the little white box original D&D. Yeah, what? And then she say, "I am Mage," and hello again, Grandma. Elsie, Mr. Max is 3 hours to go reading chat, so I'm going to open my nachos, buggles, and just enjoy the show. Yeah. Nacho buggles. Yeah. Well, yeah, we're catching up on. We're almost only 3 hours behind. 20 minutes.
This is literally the worst we've ever been. It's only ever been 40 minutes before.
No, we've been an hour and a half before.
Okay.
So no. Sean, block you. I thought you had a we did a report. We talk. I've been on his channel. He came here sometime, but I think it's because I talked to Justin and doesn't like Justin, so I think he decided to block me. Maybe, I don't know. Who knows?
What's just sad?
I still like him. I still like his content. So yeah, I think I think he's right on a lot of stuff on role playing game, but
Ditto.
I'm not gonna cry about it. Jeff Cody say drop by. That's very nice of him. RPG Grandma say hi. Then when people like say hi like that, I can go fast because now Crispy's there. Yeah. Whoops. I appreciate it. Good to see everyone. Yeah, thank you for dropping by.
I got a bone to pick with you. You started early. I set my alarm clock to wake me up specifically 5 minutes before you said you were starting at.
Yeah, I wanted to have some time without you. Blicker, we're catching up. Yeah, that's my cat Frage. We're catching up on chat. We never do.
I got a shirt idea for you, Mr. Max. We're catching up on
Was that a Max impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger? Did I do one?
The one you guys were all talking about doing the stream in Russian accents.
Oh yeah, maybe.
Like a week ago.
God, it's been so long. Are you on the game on OSC game with Cody?
No, but we were on a chatter. We were on Bear's stream earlier, and we were chatting.
Yeah, I was on Bear. I went on Bear stream as well.
Oh, yeah,
you were. Yeah, I did we cross on the Bear stream? Because you were there in the morning, and I went after I came back from the gym, but I think you were. Were you off then?
I think we were there. It's all a blur.
I think we were then together. Like I arrived. Oh yeah, because at some point like Curtis joined and then you left, and I was there then.
Yeah, I left just as Curtis joined.
Yeah. Yeah. They wish they were California. I don't know what that's a reference to.
The socialist.
Oh, because you're talking with all Canadian. Oh yeah, Quebec. Yeah.
Canada cast.
The Canada cast. Yeah, exactly.
I would switch the weather.
I'm not a fan of the warm weather. Fly Blue Demon said, does anyone else hear that noise popping or something? Yeah, I think that was Crispy. He muted himself when that happened, and then it stopped. And
then he started typing on his mechanical keyboard. Then he started typing on
at some point it was like a pop,
pop. Oh yeah. I thought that was
something is popping
Dice
or
Tail.
A ball. I thought it was Dice Tail as well, but I think it was Crispy.
Okay.
Because Crispy like muted himself and then it stopped. So I probably like realized it. Sly Blue Demon, yeah, there's a thumping sound going on in someone's audio. They were calling a sandworm because we're talking about Dune.
After Panels unfollowed him and the what?
What? The what? What are you saying, Sean?
I'm just reading the comment.
Oh, nice. Have the panels unfollowed me in the what? Oh, nice. Have the panel is unfollowed me in the. I don't care. I'm just being silly. Who unfollowed him? I don't know who that guy is.
Yeah, I don't even know who it is.
We were talking
Twitter.
about.
I'm looking at. He's still in the chat, so he's saying on Twitter.
Oh, unfollowed you on Twitter?
No, we are following him on Twitter. Wait, does
I don't
it say
remember.
I follow him on Twitter.
What did you do? I don't know. I'm probably not interesting enough. I think I'm following on Twitter. Crispy, sorry for sending this to you a second time. I just saw your actual YouTube name. I don't know what it was about. Hey, Mage, did you ever get around to reviewing OSC Advance? You mentioned is one of your OSC review caps. When you introduced the Advanced class, you were thinking about doing a review. Did you?
No, I responded to him, but no, I haven't even done an OSE review yet, which is on the docket. I got so caught up in catching up with my recaps, I've done no other videos.
Oh yeah, how far are you behind?
Only 3 now. The one which is in the queue, I just got to do some puppetry. I was going to do it tonight, but then I went out. And then the 2 Clericon adventures, and then I'm caught up.
Oh yeah. I need to catch up as well. But I've been so busy with the move. Appreciate Sean.
I should have gone to that.
Clericon? Yeah, you should.
Yeah, I thought my whole weekend was going to be chewed up, but it was only like half a day.
Yeah,
I think Aurora is go train down there.
Yeah, I think Aurora is probably one of the hardest genre to emulate on tabletop. I agree with that. Like I find it very difficult. What do you think?
Aurora? Yeah, no, I agree. It's one of those things, you're not likely to be able to scare your players.
Yeah.
You might get them nervous if they're invested in their characters, but they're never going to be scared. And if you can, then you're an amazing game runner.
They're not going to be horrified, you know what I mean? Like they might be scared, like for like stress for mechanical reasons, like that. Oh, I don't want to die, stuff like that. But like it's not going to reach them. Like I don't know. And it's hard to describe thing in an horrific way, like without doing too much description. I think it's very difficult to do. So absolutely, we agree with that. I cannot think of another genre that'd be harder. But some people really like it, and some people would like the challenge. And I know Dice Tales do a lot more. Yeah, it's Dice Tales audio, the popping. No, I don't think it was. But anyway, who cares now? Well, that would be mean. Beck.me isn't OSR. Why would it mean like Beck.me wouldn't be OSR? Oh, because of what Dice Tales was saying, I guess.
The way Dice Tales was describing, yeah.
How would it be excluded?
Fuck, I can't remember. It was hours ago. Somebody was giving a description. What was he saying? What did he say about?
The
He was thinking about the
feats
skill, like
and skills, and
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, because BECME does have a skill system.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
It's optional if you look at the rule cyclopedia, but it is canon.
Yeah, comment post gaming. So I don't believe that's an accurate definition. I think that still was it was like his kind of personal definition, what he would consider OSR. Like because he also gave another definition. He agreed was like more broader.
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's just simple, like simply TSR D&D rules. There we go. So now we go back to something more pointed. Comment number 385. 5 quests on stream. Mr. Max is about to see his grandkid go to college. Yeah. 5 questions. Yeah. It's like a captain's log. What's a captain's log? When you go to like a big deuce.
You would know. You're the tricky.
It's whatever anybody wants to apply to it. It has no concrete definition. Yeah, there are OSR definition. It would be a constant debate. Yeah, exactly.
There's no wrong there.
I play OSR is the only I listen to indie music of gaming. That's good. Yeah, I listen to indie music. What is it? Oh, it's produced by this. Like it doesn't.
Well, I do play OSR.
Yeah.
I've heard the holy word of Gygax today. Yes.
Yeah. Exactly. Like the preacher, the choir of Gygax, the preacher, the what is that? Yeah. Preach it, brother.
Can I get an?
No, just that's it. I think the R changes. Oh yeah, when you say like what the R mean, it's in different era, like a revival when it started with the retro clone, Renaissance when you got the games like Lamentation, doing something more than just clones. Yeah, and role play when people want to be very generous, or no role play when they think about like the style of gaming more than just the design of the game.
And coming up, the R is going to stand for revolution when we take it back.
Oh yeah. Regurgitation.
It should be
make the same
resistance.
thing again. Yeah. Have you ever? Yeah, it should be resistance. How come nobody did the old school resistance? I don't know. Have you heard the good news? Your game is shit.
Thank you.
Jim Cody, Bear said to Jim Cody, "We are in the ancient Nolistic order of Arnor's son. You fucking splitter." Yeah, it's the whole like registrity. Like,
was he still on the show when he wrote that? Because
yeah, he was.
Oh, okay.
He was like a
Greenleaf left at midnight.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been too long.
I think you're right. No, just that. Gaudjense, so by Dice Tales definition, Symbaroum is OSR and it's inspired by RuneQuest and Drakkar Arc Demoner, but you all have attribute and player intelligence. Yeah, like I said, OSR is fucking like it's Orchestra's OCD label crazy. Label like I said, it's not wrong. It's true that and it goes like the map is not the territory. You heard that saying before? Yeah, we have to understand like the map is useful, it's a tool and stuff like that, but it's not the fucking land. You get the map, you don't get the land, right? It's the same thing with label. But label can have a use and stuff like that, describe thing, but they're not the thing, right? And people like confuse that and they put label on themselves.
Yeah.
And they think that give them like a personality. So
but do we have topical evidence of maps? Topographical evidence of maps?
Yeah.
Do we?
Ooh, I'm gonna get everybody yawning here.
It's a reference to a documentary called Hidden Colors.
I don't know. El Sutunoi. No, it began as old school reference index compilation. Oh, in Austriac. Oh. There you go. That's
I wonder if that's true. If that's the first time somebody called it old school, I mean, it's possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never think I never thought of what Osric meant before, but yeah, maybe he's accurate there.
I just didn't know if that was the first instance of referring to it as the old school.
But he was the Osric were the first kind of retro clone, and they got sued for it, no, didn't they?
Yep, they won. They won their case, though.
Yep, they won.
Mm-hmm.
And come and post it, and it's not an accurate or properly descriptive label like most others. Well, yeah, like I said, again, labels are, nothing fits a label perfectly. Nobody fits the category they belong to. Yeah, you do.
I fit my label perfectly. God.
Retard.
God.
Red Moon, Blood Moon say the more descriptor, the better, as the player can find what they like and the game convey more. Yeah, that's what I was hoping, but now I realize we're never gonna get fucking anywhere. Or maybe I need to work on that alone, and then everybody's gonna fucking ignore it.
Yeah.
She's laughing at what else said.
I would say don't be so hard on yourself, but you just call me a retard, bro. 4.
I did it with love, though.
I was just fucking with you.
Yeah. Mage Music, not yet. I still need to do a regular OSC review. Oh, you replied. But it's on the list. There you go. We talked about it already. I'm going to move on if you don't mind, Sean.
By all means. No, I want you to dwell on my thing
for at least an hour.
Or at least an hour. You deserve it. Yeah.
We're just gonna leave this here and go make an early breakfast, bacon and eggs all around.
You can break the OSR into different waves as it evolved. I'm gonna be tired tomorrow, man. But the more you break up the OSR in different waves, the more meaningless it becomes. That's the fucking thing, And maybe that's true of all movement. And you see the same thing with Comics Gate. We're talking about that the other day and stuff like that. At some point, it doesn't mean anything anymore. It doesn't stand for nothing. People cannot agree.
I just want to say I warned you about this. You told me I was wrong. I warned you about it.
No, I told you. I agree that it would become a problem, but we address it when we're there, and we're there now. So, but for this stream, we're kind of committed. So. The comment post gaming said the people will start going simple. It's always about everything is too complicated. So why just keep using the word simple? Because we can get enough of that cliche. Not everybody say some people say this is too simple. There's not enough to sink my teeth into that.
I would prefer simple and revolutionary than complex and iterative.
Yeah, but there's some games that are too simple. We mentioned before, like you say, the laser and feeling. Which one of you was mentioned before that you say no, that's too simple?
I think we actually mentioned quarter flip game or something.
Yeah, flip game. Yeah. Coin flip game. Yeah. Looking forward to it, mate.
His son is working on a D2.
Yeah,
his young son.
Yeah.
Gotta give him props at that age for even coming up with a simple system. It's pretty amazing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And to be honest, also doing simple, it's when you in game design, adding complexity is much easier than making something simple.
Simpler, right?
Yeah.
OSR has begun to get woke into it. Yeah. So the lefty are making horse soys rule. Well, yeah, they're gonna try to get into everything.
Yeah.
All the hyperbolic smart Alec. Yeah. All the hyperbolic smart Alec phrase like accountant and actuaries. That's a dig at the total party skill that make accountant. No, is that no? He made a Stewart and I forgot the other one, but he made a role-playing game when you play people working at WotC, basically trying to destroy the game. I don't know. It's those goofy games that are very high-level concept.
If it's not too expensive, maybe we should get a copy and play that.
Maybe
try to restore the game to it.
Maybe I have a pack run by the Total Party Skill, and it's all right.
Mm-hmm.
RPG Grandma was saying to come and post gaming, simple to complex, the pendulum swing backs and forth over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
There's people are already in reaction at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, man, come and post gaming. I see you posting a lot of comments in chat.
Yeah,
I'm trying to wrap it up.
He's got 500 coming up in a row.
Yeah, he's got a whole.
Is he fucking with me? He's trying to. Come on, post gaming say, "Got it." Just make me insane when people go into that stuff. I just see red, and I hate it so much. Everything's always about how come it's so complex and so hard to play. Then why are anybody doing it? But I don't know. Some people are one simple, but then I don't know what to tell you, man.
All comments posted after the 5:30 mark, the 5 hour and 30-minute mark, are not to be registered as being made.
What do you mean 5 hour and 30 marks in the morning?
Of the stream. That's in 3 minutes.
Of the stream. Oh yeah. Well, yeah.
I think I got to tap out because I'm starting to fade. But I was hoping to stick
well, no, thank you, man. Thank you for sticking around that long, man. And I'll change things around. This is not sustainable anymore.
Yeah, I warned them it was going to come fast.
Yeah, we'll
bro.
figure out something. Take care, man. See you around.
Have a good night. See you later.
Bye. Have a good night.
Sleep for me.
Yeah, me too. Grim, but not grim dark, and gritty.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was like, man. I need
probably some mention of Morkborg.
It is now 2:33 officially, right, on my time.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna reply to comment after two. Like that's the end of the stream. I'm gonna go to those comments, but now the stream's officially over. Whatever.
Yeah,
I need to not make a liar of myself. A lot of folks about dice too. Which dice you like for statistical generating variable? I think that's a big part of the feel of a game, the type of dice, because like some of them are gonna create like more even result. Some are gonna be like more swingy. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how the concept I'm thinking of will work, right? But it's going to be different than anything I've seen produced. Like you were talking about, like last week, adding numbers together. So I'm not even going to do that. There's going to be no attribute stats whatsoever. It's just going to be no skill stats. Like no like strength will be the same as sword or whatever. It'll interact differently than adding the two numbers together.
Well, you let us know when you have more detail.
Yeah, definitely. I'm nowhere near as far down as you are, right? So.
Oh, because it took me a long time to get there.
Yeah, that's why I said I'm nowhere near that.
It's not hard to learn a game in stages.
Yeah.
Some games are harder to learn than others just from the presentation.
Yeah.
It's like hair. OSR is the bouffant. Pathfinder is the man bun. 5e is pink undercut. D&D is the mullet. That's an interesting analogy. I don't need to think more about it with a fresher brain.
You'll probably forget it.
Come and post gaming. Say that's another thing. If we just all fragment into local because computer are bad or whatever, then what does it matter what style you're playing? You're playing with 5 people in your room. Oh yeah. That's that's the thing with the internet, stuff like that. We can be more picky about the style of game we want because like it's easier to play online with people that want to share our style of game.
Yeah.
But what are you fucking sending me? Paul Pale. Okay, thank you. But and yeah, if there was like a social breakdown and we still want to play a role-playing game for some reason, yeah, we would have to play with the people around us, so we wouldn't be so picky about style, I guess.
Yeah.
Or we do something else. Come and post say, I know a lot of people that never played this game because they never had anybody locally. Thank goodness the internet's around for people to connect. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. VT needs an OSR movement. Please no. You just call like fucking Zoom call or whatever you use. You know? VTT is about automation. No GM require. Let AI do it. Use the VTT paradigm. I often say like AI do like mediocre stuff.
Yeah.
Like sometimes like it's good enough. It's okay, stuff like that. It's never gonna be great, but sometimes it's better than what some people do, right? So some people cannot reach mediocre.
There are things that I don't like with all the VTTs I've seen is like they'll have like the dice roller tray, and it won't allow you to create templates of what dice are available, right? Like so if I need to I need to roll 3d6. I can't like have a template, so I just hit a button and it rolls 3d6. It'll like make you hit the thing 3 times, or it'll have all the dice out there when you only need one of them as an option to play. So there's no like toggle that on and off. Which was like a more important improvement than giving me fucking tokens or tiles or whatever.
Yeah, I find like the way that you interpret result should be like you should have flexibility about that. You know, I say like I want to make a game where you roll these 6s and you pick 2 and you need to make 7, right? That would be hard to implement in the VTT as it is without doing a whole module. Yeah. Oh, I just read that one. Tools to help people get into RPGs are good. I don't know if VTT helps people getting into RPG, to be honest, or they do, but maybe in a bad way. Sometimes people like want to play like video game by hand.
A lazy way.
Well, it's also like they're gonna focus on the wrong thing. Bunch of glutton for punishment.
I don't know the playing over the internet via a panel form like Bear does, or
like we do. Yeah.
That I like, but
that too. I like it too. That's what I do.
Yeah. But focusing on stupid maps and shits and crap like that, no.
Because there's 9.8 million square miles in the continental United States, and not everybody can live next to a player. Yeah, we're not again like playing online, but you don't need VTT to play online. That's also the point.
Yeah.
This is one that I don't believe either. This premise that certain genre only work with certain mechanics, or it's not a certain genre work only with certain mechanics. Certain style works better with certain mechanics. And when with this style, it's not genre, it's style of play. You know, if you want like something more heroic, you're gonna need some kind of mechanics. If you want something more gritty, you will need a different set of mechanics. I think that's what we're talking about, unless we talk about something else. That was like fucking hours ago. Oh, we're catching up though.
I officially refer to every hour as a week.
Burn down OSR, replace it with OST, old school tabletop. Nah, you could do that just for new marketing thing. Oh man, I'm tired. But you can do things manually in VTT as well. Yes, you can, but at some point it just lose their purpose as well. You know, you can just play in StreamYard or whatever on Zoom or. Then we can OST versus OSR. Fuck yeah, that's what would happen. Now it's almost worth doing just to see that. Yeah. The Trekkie versus a Trekker. Let's go. Let's get ready to rumble. Yeah.
I'm opening up X right now to put out a poll.
Play what you love. That's the comment that came a lot. Spread the joy, not the misery. No, we need to spread the misery so it's more balanced, more even. After all, like role playing is communism.
Yep.
Grandma, Wookiee versus Klingon. Yeah, Klingon. Yeah. Oh my God, there is C. Bleaker say play what you love, but I'm going to talk shit about it and make you feel like you're playing wrong. Most gamer. Don't take it so personal, you know. People have a right to have an opinion and express it in a way that make them, I don't know. It's in good jest. One of the benefit of the VTT roles is that everyone can see it at the same time. That's fair. We play in a StreamYard call, but we have like a dice roller that appear on the screen in overlay. So that's all we need, really. Comment post gaming say I like wargaming. All they ever do is talk about how complicated and time consuming it is that they keep wondering why the hell they don't get any new player. Oh, it's like wargaming,
yeah.
And like in wargaming, they have like almost like this pride in like playing the most like fucking complex system. It changed. It used to be that. I think it's not so much that anymore.
Yeah, now it's skirmish games and
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's one of the things like I'm on about. If you want new people to come into your games, if you want new people to try different games, they should be like maybe not easy in the sense of rules, but easy to absorb through the content of the book. If your
some book are
core
fucking
rule
cryptic.
book looks like a fucking phone book when you open it,
yeah,
people are just gonna close it and walk away.
yeah, and also like fucking learn how to write a rules that makes sense, that is clear, that is like not open to interpretation, and that doesn't fucking take like 3 times too much text to write it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Try to be concise.
and that's why those people like back to Morkborg. The reason why people like it is because once you get past the funky text and everything being like garishly colored, it's dirt simple to get through the rules. If you go to the website and read the rules without that shit there, it's like, like, yeah, things are a little spread out, but they don't take up a lot of text to absorb, It's a quick snap of the fingers. I don't know what you just put in the private chat there, bro. Let's move faster, please. You're muted, by the way.
It's private chat for a reason, man.
Yeah, no. You don't need to say this privately, bro.
I honestly like what I was saying is like let's move on with the Morkborg. RPG honestly don't care how folks play, only that they do. The reason I do a channel is like we do channel and stuff like that. We need to promote something. We need to like just saying that doesn't make a show, right? We're making a channel and I'm promoting a specific type of play, but it's also like if you're happy with what you get from the game, if you're happy with the way you play the game, you don't need to watch people like me. You don't need to, I'm doing this content like for people that maybe like oftentimes I say like, if maybe some people are unsatisfied, like don't feel like they get as much from the game as they used to, or maybe they say they feel like they're maybe something more or something different that they want to try from the game.
You should be looking at different games.
Then they look around, they see different game, different people talking about the game, and say, you know what? Maybe that's what I'm missing. Maybe that's what I'm gonna try. And that's fine. If
maybe we should really do what Crispy said.
Crispy said. Yeah, I think it's a very good idea. But like Crispy's a very smart man, so it's not surprising that he got a good idea. He is, man.
It's not that other people haven't said that, bro. Wink, wink.
But I do listen to Crispy though, so that's the difference.
You listen to me, don't lie.
Yeah, I do. RPG, I must say, I really want to put some RPGs together for a good bash. I live too isolated to be able to play war game. There's nobody around. Yeah. No matter how many times Shauner cries, there are no rules for role playing because there's no common ground between groups. Combat has common ground in game system. Well, there's no rules for role play. Well, some games do, but like it's almost like counter against role play when you have like too much rules for role play.
Yeah,
role play needs to be kind of free form.
That's why I harp on the subtle and fading into the background, because it gives you more breathing room for the actual role playing.
Bleaker said the chat being broadcast now as a no reference since it was posted like 2 hours ago. Yeah, that's bad. We'll think about. Oh man, we're going on fucking 6 hours now. We'll think of something something to do about that, because like I said, this is not sustainable. But yeah, now we're like far behind. We're catching up now. Hey, okay. You Bleaker, welcome to Mr. Max stream. Yeah. At some point it was kind of like it was kind of like a lark. It was kind of like a gimmick, like we're just like, we're gonna reply to every fucking chat message, and it was just like becoming like a.
Here's the new rule: we only respond to what L's posting, so you've got to get L to rewrite what you want.
No, that's not it. That's simply Bleaker. So one time on the Pacific. So
I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be laughing for a little bit.
RPG Grandmaster E1 mechanics that support the vision of the setting. Yeah. The type of activity player's character will be challenged with. Yeah. While also supporting and role-playing make-believe. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, that's all.
I just picture the flame war arguments of people. L, write this. L, write this.
Mr. Vic, are you working? Who's Mr. Vic? Is it? I'm Mr. Max. I'm not married to Vic yet, so I didn't take his name.
Not yet. Yeah.
Soviet Principal Gaming. Yeah, I could have named my Soviet Principal in Gaming. I could have named my channel that.
Well, write that down for when you finally do t-shirts, bro. That could be your April Fool's Day.
Principal in Gaming. Yeah.
It only comes available on April 1st.
that's what when we're doing like the Russian accent, I guess. Yeah. No context.
That was
you're right.
a long time ago.
Yeah. In Modern Russia, we rolled the role play. But it's almost like we reminisced on the past stream from a long time ago by reading those comments.
It was only 6 weeks
I remember
ago, bro.
when joking about that. But the people with accent roleplay without an accent to feel like they're a better role player. I don't have an accent. You have an accent. Justin Sean doesn't play game. He's just like as a tea party. I don't know.
Party.
Mr. Max and Bear, you guys recovered from Loam stream. No, we didn't. And we did like a long stream on Bear's channel as well today. So like he went for 6 hours, and now I'm going from 6 hour AR too. So that's a lot of fucking streaming. What?
I was on Connell's movie review show earlier.
Oh yeah. Oh.
So we did we were soldiers and dog soldiers.
Dog soldier. There was a soldier team day.
Yeah.
Comment post gaming. You can make the story work with the game. Yeah, but sometimes like it's more work than like depending on the game you have. Jem Cody said, I don't really never have thought about doing accent. I just do it, but it's not necessarily to be a good role player. Yeah, Major Musing is a perfect example of this. Yeah, I agree with that.
I try not to do it because I suck at them.
Yeah, it just becomes distracting, especially if you cannot keep it all the whole time. Yeah. Crafting Gamer says, so Mr. Max, do you use a chainsaw or do you cut down all the wood by hand? I'll bet by my hand. For the longest time I would do all by hand, right? I wouldn't do no power tool.
He doesn't even use an axe. Just do karate chop.
Yeah, just punch them like in Minecraft. Yeah. No, I would use the axe and bow saw to buck them. But I did that for a very long time for like years. But at some point, I'm an old man now, and I'm slowing down. I'm getting tired more. Age catch up to you at some point. Not in the normal.
What happens when you don't exercise? You should hit the gym, bro.
Yeah, maybe I should. But no, but at some point, like in a normal time, I would have children that would be grown by now that would help me with that, but I don't. So I take the chainsaw. So yeah, I do use a chainsaw, but it's kind of like a new thing, and it kind of disgusts me. I say, oh man. And also, like at some point I want to do other things.
Modernity.
Yeah, exactly. I became weak. I'm weak. But at some point it just also you want to do something else with your life, right? So you just want to do the job.
That's another shirt for you. A D6 with tradition, and then the rest of the die modernity.
Yeah. Guy didn't say just bring the subject without saying where you got the idea. What?
Yeah.
All right. Sorry, Guardian. I don't remember what we're talking about. With one mighty shop. Yeah, exactly. That's
you can edit out the thing we were talking about and insert your comment as a overlay in the video and put it on your channel so we can watch it if we lose context of any comment you
I don't know what you're talking about. Cody, so you're saying you were born in West Virginia? So he's talking Cody. So I guess I cannot reply to that.
Yes, Cody was born in West Virginia. He loved it.
Or maybe not. Maybe he said it. Maybe he didn't. No, he just that say Mage has some games on his review cap where character versus character was handled really well. It's not every table. It's require mature player. I would agree on that. You know, like it's suck when you have like player that take it personal, like, oh, how come you character? Yeah. Crafting gamer Mr. Max headbutt slugs and split apart, and yeah, with my big fucking head. You know.
Fuck.
Oh, Bruce dropped by. I don't know if he's still there. I'm really wishing the yogurt maiden didn't have to hike down to Mount Doom on my third story apartment. Come on, Uber Eats. Those fucking yogurt story. Bludgeon the horse again. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're supposed to let it go, and everybody's gonna laugh at that. Bleaker said, "Chat, I think we should stop trying to and let Mr. Max catch up." Thank you, Bleaker. I wish people would have listened to you.
You are the patron saint of the stream now.
Yeah.
Well, a week ago.
Man versus himself. Pause. Yeah. Intra-character conflict. Yeah, that's what we are talking about earlier. Like that's what's interesting in the story. Yeah. It's a big part of like what makes a story interesting. Dicker, I'll know Mr. Max came up with this. It gets hard to chat after a while to make him keep going. Yeah, man.
It gets hard to chat after a while.
Man, I have a hard time like talking now. Oh, Mage was here back then. Remember when Mage was here?
Yeah, you're going to learn English.
Yeah. Oh yeah, man. No, because my mouth cannot function that well, and it becomes even harder to pronounce English. El just meant to say when you forget the game you played last week due to memory loss from old age.
That's why you want to record.
Justin meant to say when you forget when you saying that to, was it to Bear or to Sean?
I don't remember.
Bruce Lombardo say hail the panel in the chat. All of you, we're tired now. I'm just listening, playing a game. Well, that's a right way to do it. Yeah, we're tired now because we're like trying to catch up on the chat, and we're A 10-minute argument. I had a player argue with me for 30 minutes about how hot is the elf waitress. Oh yeah, man, that's
1d6 hit points for every rebuttal the fucker gives you until he's dead. And sorry, we don't need you to remake a character. Our party's full already.
Yeah. No matter what I said, it wasn't good enough. You wouldn't stop. Well, maybe then either you put your foot down and you just like give him what he wants, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Doing good, Bruce. Watching the football games at Friends. How come she's at Friends and she's watching that at the same time? Taxonomy of RPGs like alignment in D&D. Nobody will ever agree on what anything means. That's a fucking fair point. I did make a video about alignment that you should watch. I think it was a good one that didn't get enough view. Or enough interaction, but it was already on my channel.
Enough interaction.
It was already on my channel. It wasn't done live, so yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, is it 1 rule light or to 10 rule heavy? Then make 9 more. Yeah, then make 9 more category. But like again, I think the heaviness of the weight can be like spread out in different places as well, which so I don't know. It's gonna be like 2 axes, and then it's gonna be like a $9 and exactly, and then we're gonna replicate the alignment system in fucking rule complexity. Jim Cuddy said, "Have a great night, guys. I'm heading off to bed. love the discussion. Thank you for dropping by, Jim Cuddy." Yeah. Like,
it was a month ago when you left us, but
it was literally like a different day. Because now we're in Monday. Man, it's almost fucking 3 in the morning. Fuck's sake. Later, Jim Cuddy. Yeah. I really need to go to bed. I feel like it's psychology class where they teach you a bunch of scheme, all 3 bays with different copywriter terms, but it seem all the same thing. True professors swear it's all different.
Yeah.
Sometimes. I don't remember what it. Yeah, sometimes.
I think that was when we were talking about character types or story types.
Yeah, I think so. I guess so.
I don't think we've gotten to the chat part where we were talking about different types of story structure.
No, we didn't. We didn't think.
Did we?
Oh, our Guardian of the Rune got the coof. Oh man, that sucks.
Oh, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Is that
Dice
why you
Tales
retired?
said to RPG Grandma, Psy, class, and RPG are like that. Good analogy. Yeah. Yes. Oh, RPG, we won the game. Time to go home and get up in a few hours for work. Night all, happy gaming. Well, good night and congratulations on winning the game. And say
that was when
bye
she
and drive
left the
safe.
show.
Bye, Grandma. That's when he left the show. Later, we're gonna see when she came back. So. Ernie said Gary never played with by what was written in 1E. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know. They're so like I don't know. Did Gary play 1E? Was 1E like the true vision of Gary? Like we might never know. Like there's so many. It's myth and legend, lost to time. Dice still said to L, the game will always trump any rules. That's how I agree with as well. You know, when you're in play, you need to keep the game going. Sometimes if you don't get the rules quite right, that doesn't matter. I think it was Arnerson who had an orc in a room with 37 HP that was not possible under that edition.
Yeah. Sometimes you're just making shit up because you need to on the fly.
Well, hey bear.
There's also magic to justify things that
yeah, you never know what happened. Maybe this orc got a specific like backstory that justify it, whatever.
Yeah.
That's not really true this day. I convert tons of 1E, 2E model into 3.5 Planescape game quite easily. Now that time has passed, ton of monster conversion exists now. Yeah, you can do it. It's more like, but it needs conversion. It's not you cannot just like pick it up and run with it.
Yeah.
L takes 3 taps on phone and only takes 2 taps. You snow Mexican, Mr. Max. What? Oh, because I was saying he's gonna paddling for saying D and D with the N instead of like the ampersand.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I have no problem with that. I interchange them all just to piss people off.
Yeah. There's a Dyson design for that. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, like the what was I talking about? That like the with active player, having active player. Yeah. Justin, you're wrong. Fighter is your role. Your job is the party. No. We say like the role you play is not a fighter. Is like a character. You know, you're not playing a fighter. You're playing this fighter, which is got a personality and goal and motivation.
Fred is who you're role playing. Fighter is the job you do.
Yeah. Bruce say Baldur's Gate 3 100% of the time is the same game start to finish no matter what you do. Yeah, exactly. We're talking about like
and in fact the mentality of playing fighter and not Fred is board game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I would agree with that.
You might as well just be a
into the board game
at that point.
Yeah. Bruce say okay, back to Doom 2016. So that's what you're playing, eh? Slaying some demon. Hogwarts Legacy, Spider-Man's 2, Zelda. Hogwarts Legacy is not gonna get the game of the year because of the trans thing, kind of bullshit. Spider-Man 2 is a shit game, and Zelda would be a good contender, I guess. But Nintendo is usually like usually don't get those titles. Armor Core 6 looked promising for game of the year. I think it's too niche. Everybody fucking talk about Baldur's Gate 3. Finally, a bear joke landed.
It'll be Baldur's Gate 3, even if it was a shit game because of narrative.
Yeah. 4E is good MMO that WotC couldn't afford for Programmer 4. Yeah. It was of the days, right? And they were supposed to make like those digital tool with it that never came up really completed, but you know. I love of WotC advertising strategy for 4E was to immediately declare that 3.5 sucked. There's rumor that Chris Perkin and Crawford still play 4E in their own game. L say Bleaker is Hasbro MO. Disenfranchise the old for the new. Well, yeah, you need to. They are fucking stupid company.
They homogenize their products so much into destruction, and that's the sole reason why they don't make a profit off of anything. That's why the publishing houses are refusing to pick up their books.
Are they refusing, or is that what CETA doesn't want to deal with the publishing house?
No. Warehouses were refusing to take them, so the publishing companies were breaking contract. That's why the whole OGL scandal happened. There was a
really? Because also, like, I think like those new books don't sell well, so they're probably like a bunch of like them like
why.
sitting around.
Well, they don't sell because they're so fucking like homogenized, right? Like everything is just blurred together. There's no flavor for anything.
Can we get a link that was for Scrapphone channel, like a Dice Tale? Scrapphone is his channel. I put the link there. There you go. Sound like a GM trust issue if you need to see GM's roles. I don't have like a strong feeling about that, to be honest. Yeah. And then I was saying it's Dice Tale channel. Crispy was posting it as well. Cat noise. Yeah, my cat was something else earlier. Justin Date is peering. Oh, it's you with your cat girl. But no, it's mine. He's a boy. Marcus. Marcus is the name, like Marcus Aurelius. We're talking about the Stoic. How the hell does Bear's cats keeping walking over Mr. Mac's screen? That's crazy. Yeah, Bear's cats are black, though, and I do have 2 black cats as well. It's magic. Yeah. Actually, like a bear just live in the next room over there. I need to make.
Yeah, and there's a cat door between your desks.
Sly Blue Demon, I agree with Bear. It really depends on the table and what they. But saying that doesn't. We can always say, "Oh, it depends." "Oh, you can do whatever you want." "Oh, play what you want." Like those, like we're trying to advance conversation. Those are just like cop-out answer. 15 chat message down, 4:32 and counting to go. Well,
we are in this day.
Yeah. Oh man, we passed midnight. Fuck's sake, we're less than 3 hours behind. But in the DL100 games, you don't have AC, HP, 6 attribute, and all the other things. Dice Tale, Sid mix. Yeah, exactly. Like, but you could do like a D100 that would be like just fucking. Yeah. It's kind of a nice reading chat. This way, I see something I wrote a long time ago and think, "Oh yeah, remember when I said that? Good times." That's funny. We were joking about it earlier. It's reminiscing. Remember when we were discussing about that?
Yeah. No, I don't. I totally forgot all about that.
Because 5e is shit on every other edition of the That's true, kind of. Yeah. I mentioned that same thing on the stream earlier today, and had the same reply. We're just debating or giving advice. I thought, no, you're just hating to make others feel like shit gamer. I don't think we do that. Do you think we do that?
All women in Max's games are evil.
Or evil aligned. Yeah.
Yeah.
All women in Mr. Max game are evil aligned. But if I did. Actually, my element chart is like a good female. That one axis. Noijitatse would love to see you guys involved in some actual play. I do have actual play on a Rick's channel, 28mm RPG. And in the last game, I was there with Crispy too. And other than that, like Big Bad RPG and Spencer from the Dispenser Show. So you can, if you want to see me in an actual play, it's out there.
Yeah. I should do something someday soon, but I can guarantee I'll be rusty because it's been so long.
Yeah. Else, Let's Play sucks. Nobody wants to see a stream game. They want what Mr. Max is doing slowly. Chat interaction.
Well, Al, if you can ever get a mic link, we'll be glad to have you sit at a digital table with us. We'll make him play Morkborg.
I like saying let's play of a system. I don't know that I also do sometime when I'm curious about a system and I cannot, especially if I cannot find like somebody like fucking explaining the mechanics. They do like the review just talking about the art of the book and shit like that, the binding, like which okay, fair enough. You can think about that, but but tell me about the rules also. But like then you need to, okay, I'm gonna go fucking watch a live play so I can get an idea of the rules, and I don't use the fucking rules.
If I really hate the binding of the book, I'll just fucking get the PDF and double side print.
2 hours though. I don't know what 2 hours was referring to. The time I don't know.
We were only 2 hours behind back then.
No, never. Really? Mr. Max was meant to play a Klingon, I guarantee it. And no, I said no, I'm gonna play like a Romulan, I guess.
Oh yeah.
Klingon could be a good choice too. Like Yar. Who's Yar? Tasha Yar?
Yeah.
I hated that bitch.
Oh, I said you could play a double agent. When Bear said you had to be in the Federation, I said you could play a Romulan double agent infiltrating.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there was a story about that. Like he pretended to be a Vulcan, but he was actually a Romulan because they're very similar. Yeah.
Yeah, they're the same race.
Yeah, they're the same race, but one like different culture. One decided to go very stoic. The other one decided to embrace emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I wouldn't know. Love Deck Me Berserker. I watched some videos with Deck Me Berserker. He got good content.
I watched some videos on Star Trek.
Just read Dune. That's not Dune. That's not on Dune. Yeah, you could do that as well. Like,
yeah,
but
well, that's what I said, right? The jihad.
Yeah. Was somebody you posted something in the I was seeing who was eating me on Discord. There's a whole universe. Yeah, but the rest of the universe is not that well developed. Especially, and it is developed more in the later book, but the later book get more and more stupid as they go. So
yeah,
Jude in the game doesn't have to be on Arrakis, just like Alien doesn't have to be about Xenomorph. Yeah. That's what people are saying. The 2D20 system, Dune is pretty dope, but whatever. I guess setting is all that matter now. I like, it's like the same kind of 2D20 system for Conan. I liked it for Conan. I don't know if it would work well for Dune. I don't have it. I don't know. I would need to look at the like the Dune thing. I fucking hate what they did with the new movie, and now like a lot of thing about Dune use the aesthetic of the new movie, and it pisses me off.
Yeah, I think the new movies are really ugly.
Yeah,
like they're sharply made, but they're very, very ugly.
Yeah, yeah. Bruce, say you all have a great night. Thanks for being so great over the weekend. Well, thank you, Bruce, and thank you for dropping by. I know you're not gonna see that now, but I addressed the chat message. Too many players in TRPG as is. We need more gatekeeping. Yeah, well, gatekeep your fucking gatekeep your table, right? They can fucking play the game. I don't care. Don't invite them on your table. Play with who you like. People always say like, "Oh, play what game we like." Play with people you like, and I think that's easier to decide. Play a group of Wookiee prostitute on Naboo after the fall of the Empire during a restructuring phase of Palpatine damage. That'd be an interesting game, like a different way to do Star Wars, but it wouldn't really feel like Star Wars. Call them the stuffies, the prostitute Wookiees. If that's what it means, like I think that's pretty funny. Wookiee prostitute called stuffies. No, that's good. Blicker say that's my
point.
I'm
not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
No, why?
I just have that much self-respect. I would have skipped over those comments as pretend they just didn't exist.
No, that's my point. Though finding a good homebrew is way harder than finding a good IP setting.
I don't know.
Because I think people like with homebrew try too hard oftentimes. Yeah. Or I should say, finding a good game using an IP setting is easier.
You can check the very large list of commercially available homebrew settings. It's called the OSR.
Yeah. Nojitat says Sword and Planet is like John Carter of Mars. Yeah. Also called Planetary Romance. Oh yeah. I'm not really into that thing, but it's also again like kind of like isekai kind of thing, right? John Carter from like he's not from Mars, he's from Earth, but he ends up on Mars, right?
Yeah, of Mars is not from of. That's what those called because he becomes the.
Yeah, I know like Shadow and Sun like really like that thing, no?
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's not for me, but I don't know. I don't hate people that like it,
Yeah.
All you do with a nuclear reactor is boil water and of course fuck up massive land area. Well, you don't have to fuck up the land area, but yeah, boiling water is boiling water is peak human achievement. While you're still streaming, oh, now she came back, and that was like 2 hours ago already. Yeah, we were still streaming back then, and we still are now. Have they caught up to chat? Nope, still not. But we're catching up
slowly. I might note
when we catch up to chat, we end the stream. What?
I might note that nuclear reactors are the most environmentally friendly form of power generation.
Yeah, we don't. Well, yeah, there's some central got some issue because they release they release warm water in lake and stuff like that fuck up the fauna, but there's a way to do it that you can cool the water and chill the water before releasing it.
Have a water cooling tank.
Phil the Trail say, I'm not accustomed to the stream, lol. You really need to describe the context in chat. Yeah, you do. Or it's just funny because we're just fucking lost.
Yeah. What just happened? The enjoyment of this system that's never gonna happen again.
We try to figure out back the context of what the chat was about, and said we're all like, what was fucking talking about them?
Yeah. I think this chat thing works when there's less than 4 panelists.
Yeah, exactly. Like exactly. It was too much. Yeah. It was too, and especially like people with big mouth, like but people that talk a lot.
Yeah.
Common post gaming say that if people are picky, but it doesn't mean that there's a specific mechanic that only works for some specific genre. I don't see how people come to that conclusion. No, it's not that only one specific mechanic that works for only one specific genre. And like again, it depends also on the style you want to do. Like you can do like a different, like the same genre, the same setting, the same kind of like genre in different style as well. You could do like the heroic sci-fi, as you can do the grim sci-fi and stuff like that. But the different mechanics.
Well, also those words aren't synonyms for each other. Genre is sci-fi, setting is Star Trek.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. But he said genre, but that's why I said like you can do like you can have like heroic sci-fi, you can have like grim sci-fi, you can have noir sci-fi, and you will want some
noir sci-fi is the backbone of cyberpunk.
No, more like a Blade Runner, no?
No,
cyberpunk because cyberpunk
is the genre, right? Like.
No, but cyberpunk is not quite. I wouldn't call it quite noir because of the punk element. You know.
Yeah.
When you add the punk, you're not like really into the although like punk means nothing anymore, like because of the steampunk and shit. That like what punks mean. But it's a little more like a gritty in the cyberpunk than what you would necessarily think of noir.
I agree with you. You've won the argument. I was just like,
we both won because now we closer to truth. I must say, me too. Shrug and say, me too.
A week has been lost.
Yeah, that was too much stream this weekend. I must say, me too. What I've noticed is some folks, it's about the dice mechanics, or if it has skill or class more than anything else, and nostalgia. Yeah, I think dice mechanics and skill or class is a big one. Nostalgia, I'm not a big nostalgia guy. Also, the thing is what draw people in. Yeah, I think that's often very true. Western fantasy, medieval space, apocalypse, specific area. Yeah, I think setting like this or genre is often my big draw, but I think it's a mistake.
I don't. I disagree with you there.
Cyberpunk, BattleTech, that sort of thing. Middle Earth, Dying Mars. Well, because like oftentimes setting have expectation of tone, right? So people are drawn by a setting and they expect a certain tone. You could do like one setting in a tone that would clash, which wouldn't necessarily be bad, but I think people oftentimes are after a tone more than a setting.
Well, yeah, I can see, especially if you're doing like an IP setting.
Yeah.
Like if I was gonna do a game and I was inviting you and say, hey, I'm looking to do like a like a science fiction Star Crew kind of like a thing, and then I might say something like Firefly, not Firefly, but something like Firefly.
Yeah,
and then work out the world as we're playing through the game.
Yeah. But if I do like something for like Firefly, I assume a certain tone. Like I'm not. It's not gonna be like very heroic. It's gonna be out of like a more like the scope is gonna be like smaller. Like we do like we're going for survival, trying to make money, stuff like that. And that's the draw. Oftentimes, is like it's in the tone, at least as much as the setting, and I think oftentimes maybe more.
Okay, I agree with that.
Yeah. You see, we still give like proper answers. Fucking chat question, even though we're fucking trying to wrap it up. If they're like deserve it, it's like if they're like stuff to talk about. Not that someone undeserving, but sometimes it's just like people talking to each other. Comment post gaming says social media is a big negative reinforcement bias thing. You're not going to get rid of argument and people saying things sucks. That's just never going away. Unfortunately, I have to agree with that. Yeah, social media was a kind of mistake. I know it's ironic saying that on YouTube, but like RPG, I agree with that.
I think certain types of it, yes. Certain types of social media are a mistake, but maybe not all.
Well, YouTube is, I think, like it's kind of different because like it's you oftentimes like you put yourself out there. It's more long form content. RPG Grandmaster is subjective bias. Obviously, the game you like is the best. Yeah. The one you don't like sucks. Yeah. And there's a complaint there. And Raven say, what was the last 5e book you bought before you realized that you won't buy any more 5e products? For me, it was Fistband Treasury of Dragon. For me, it was the core book. Yeah, and for me, it was the core book. I got the core book, and then I say, oh, okay, that's all right. I don't hate it.
It came out during a time I wasn't playing role-playing games. The only book I've bought since I've come back is the one I keep mentioning.
Well, I've never been like a big supplement guy either. So for me, like to buy a supplement, it really need to be like something else.
Well, that's why I suggested to you, if you do that, take your rule set and have like the veil of a region and like a dungeon or whatever, like a little mini campaign at the end of the book. And have that be the slice of your world, and then just re-release the same rule set but skinned for a different area with a different like mini campaign.
Yeah.
So like you could pick up any book and it would be the same rules compatible with all. Like you could pick up any one of them and have a full game there.
There's already another setting I would like to explore with the rule set that I'm developing. Because like this one I wanted.
I know
to make
the one you developed it on stream.
Yeah.
The orcs.
Comment post gaming said TLDR make me scream so loud. Fuck you. I don't know what you mean by TLDR. I mean like too long didn't read, but I don't know what it is referring to there. One page, everything watered down, make me insane.
Oh, maybe that's got to do with my comment about books being the like phone books.
Yeah. But I think that some people like go too far into like, oh, we're gonna make it simple. They go into the extreme, which can be interesting. Trying to say like, oh, but it's kind of like almost like a thought process. How far can we skate it down and still have a game? Somebody needs to do it, but at some point it's been done. You say, okay, let's be serious about it. Spelljammer, that's a setting. I don't remember like any thought about Spelljammer.
That is the contents of a puke bucket.
Yeah. I ran a game last Friday, Raven say, and felt it was approaching I was approaching burnout. I thought I was not ready, even though I only do a few hours of prep time, but all had fun and a great weight was lifted off my shoulder. Maybe that's the version of something that you don't need to be so ready.
Yeah.
That's how at some point. Like I realized, I always like I like doing prep. Right? I always like doing prep, but I realize I have more fun at the table during game time when I come with less prep. So if I want to do world building, I fucking write a novel, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I suggested this to James is when you come up with ideas like for an encounter, or write them down on a 3x5 card generically, and put them in a box. If you don't use them that session,
they're
still available for you to use later because they're generically written, right?
Okay, now I'm having a stroke. DNN and Traveler, the rest no.
I think this is when we were talking about is Traveler OSR
DNN and okay, the rest no.
Yeah.
Palladium.
Yeah.
Okay.
Something maybe. I'm gonna run with that.
Innovative, elegant, complexity. I hate those fucking words.
Yeah.
I love elegant though. Elegant is a word I like.
Elegant is nice, but all of them are just they're buzzwords. They've become
buzzword.
They're attached to things that they don't fit to a lot.
Innovative is definitely the one that's overused in that.
Yeah.
Obnoxious, repetitive, longo, all that everything.
I prefer revolutionary.
Yeah. That's even more pretentious. But
innovative. Yeah. Well, that's why I prefer it.
I, of course, skim over the module of my personal note for a homebrew session, but for DM, I always limit my prep to a single page of bullet point. Yeah, that's bullet points is a good fucking tool. Yeah. Shauner blocked me because me and DM James got into an argument on his stream one time. Me and Shauner had never communicated. At some point, like Shauner was like blocking everyone.
Yeah.
And then he unblocked everyone, and maybe now he's blocking everyone again. But he's gonna find his path. He's gonna find his way, whichever makes him more happy. I support that.
I don't know. I have a channel blocker.
Yeah, there you go. Like blocking people, like it's not like you can block me. It's not a crime. I'm not gonna cry about it. I find it. I'm not happy with it. I find it regrettable because I like going on a stream. I like interacting with him.
Yeah.
And I like interacting with the other people that are on stream when we watch live stuff together. You know what I mean? We had a lot of fun there. But he decided that he want to block me. He got the right to do so. I'm not entitled to have access to just like. Yeah. Comment post gaming. People will turn on you for even the smallest opinion is absurd. Yeah. I don't take it personal. I need Justin to help me test out an Axe session on Foundry VTT. Well, there you go. You got something for you.
What? I've never played Axe, and I've only ever looked at Foundry. So, if you want me to help you do anything on either of those, it's not gonna go well.
Balance, another shit word. Yeah. This one is not a shit word, but it's like the concept in RPG, like it's so it doesn't work that well. Comment post again. 5e is designed by a marketing depth. Yeah, that I agree, and by a fucking woke marketing depth. That they try to cater to this crowd, like, oh, look at all those young people, they're all woke. We're gonna do like product for them. Like, yeah, and a lot of them are true believer as well, but. Oh, no, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna go into that. I was about to say something like, I'm not gonna say that. There's a huge portion of players that really want a video game but won't admit it for some odd reason. There's a lot of people that play like fucking role playing game like it's a video game, and those like multiple choice kind of game, that's video game mentality as well. You go to a story, and I don't like those. I don't like narrative video game when you're being told a story. If I want to tell a story, I watch a movie. Yeah, out of date is not a thing. I agree, especially for a game, for a video game maybe much, but for a role-playing game, you can always like go play an older role-playing game. Rules are not technology. Well, they are, but I get what you mean. Mine won't be. they never like now like a Command Post Gaming was doing a bunch of message. They never are. He'll delete them, and that's okay. Yeah, that's bullshit. Nothing was missing. No idea. No idea. All those little comment there. I'm going fast through them. Command Post Gaming. Excuse me. I don't remember what you're talking about. And saw a bunch of like little short comment there. Command Post Gaming. She has that prog left attitude, like Pundit act, like they are base but are really AOC. Was that when we were talking about GD? GD is definitely like a Justin. You still there?
Yes. Maybe.
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 Pundit is fake right wing.
Yeah,
he's a big Zio chill. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's not go into that topic. Sorry.
I was trying to avoid it. I was going to say he's that shirt we were arguing about, but
Bruce, I remember last Sunday night I posted a $2 super chat which read your super chat.
Yeah,
I did read it. No, I read the super chat right away. Did I miss it? I don't
I
remember.
don't know. Maybe it took us a week to get to it.
No. The super chat I read right away.
Oh yeah, no. I think you were halfway through a sentence and you finished it before reading it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but no,
49er
that is the thing. If you're gonna keep doing this shit, super chats get read right away instead of waiting.
Now it's the case. Like super chat, it gets read right away, but I didn't get any tonight. So I guess
maybe you should have announced that when it gets
it's in
to
the description. I don't come in begging either. You know, like if people are gonna fucking sending money for like have my opinion on the question. I'm just a fucking dude, man. Just like my opinion is not worth that much.
You can just forward the money to me, and I will use it to buy more supplements.
Yeah. Command Post Gaming say I have games that are sandbox. You can't run them any other way. I would be curious to know which one now, but unfortunately we won't. I did show SR for the world old school. It works better. Yeah. People get tired of I think the world OSR is on the way out. A lot of people like even like a basic the basic expert do the like kind of want to move away from the term. I said XP for gold was for bad player and the Bro SR cried, and as far as I recall, Bleaker was one of them. Started saying I was arrogant and stuff.
The XP for gold, it always gives me like this weird, like lazy mechanic kind of feeling.
Yeah.
Like if it works, but it also feels like
XP for gold means you need to have like encumbrance rule as well, which oftentimes people want to. You need to be like kind of strict with the encumbrance, which people oftentimes don't or not. You know, it doesn't like irk me. It's not my favorite, but you know, I'm not a big fan. I think we can do better than that. But I'm not a big fan of like level games, so you know, there's that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, and yes, send table. Oh, yeah, we're talking about like the send table in the sandbox game.
The war game. That's no.
She's always wrong. I guess that's GND.
Yeah.
I don't see how there can be a spectrum of sandbox. No, it's not a spectrum of sandbox. It's a spectrum between like sandbox and railroad, and there's thing in between. Like the theme park is one, and there's something that are a little more sandboxy, something that is a little more railroady. But if you say like something railroad is a specific thing. Yeah. OSR is a shit term that is so whacked out it has no meaning. That's I think we
that is the one thing we determined during this stream.
Is whining again? Was cry more Bleaker? What? If it was David Lee Roth video Carly on Twitter, I got a phone, called it, cut me off. What?
He got a phone call halfway through typing on his phone.
Oh, okay. That's why the sentence was cut off. Okay. On Twitter, Bleaker was a crack. Okay, I guess like there's some drama on Twitter that's not like in the YouTube chat. in half. I came when the panel was more people. She's right. She's right. Who's right now? At some point she was wrong, and now she's right.
I have no idea.
I have no idea. By the way, she also unfollowed me. I don't know.
Oh,
Man.
Shauner?
No, she.
Yeah, but maybe the person is meaning Shauner.
No, skills. Dice Tale says skill was not OSR. Yeah, he said that. I don't necessarily agree. Well, do I agree? No, I don't necessarily agree because some definitely OSR game have skill.
Yeah, I think that was like one of the definitions he threw out.
Yeah, it's one of the like his strictest definition. Yeah. Blake Urser gets butthurt about it. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm not your dad. I'm not gonna fucking intervene between your people can get upset about stuff. Retro Clone should have only one use, and that's to make old game accessible without the collector price to buy in. But we only need
not
one
all of them
to do that. Not all. No, yeah. Well, that's true. No, like accessible price, fucking OSC, man, it's fucking pricey as hell.
Yeah.
She's wrong when she say R. She shaved her head and went straight sparkle troll.
Who?
Whoa, what are we talking about? Because Ginny didn't shave her head.
Yeah.
What other female did we talk about?
None that I'm aware of.
Yeah. It was old school Renaissance using the design concept of the Gygax. I did a whole video about it. Nobody watched it. I didn't know you had a channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that's a problem.
I know you're on Twitter, but
I know you're on Twitter. If you do like video on Twitter, nobody watch those. Especially if it's like you need to be very short because like Twitter, you just like scroll in the shitter.
And if you're playing video games while talking about something, I just assume you're a video game channel and don't watch it.
Yeah.
Unless
it has not evolved. It was perverted. The OSR, I guess. Yeah. Disregard my spurg. No. Well, spurg. That's just me venting. Well, that's all right. I'm gonna go fast through it. See that? Everything is too simple. That should make me scream. I cannot disagree louder or stronger. Man, that was something. Eh? I did a video on that phrase. It was on me. On what phrase? Don't read my shit. I'm communicating. Don't read it through it. My commentary. Yes, red line. Exactly. This is me chatting with you now, right?
Now,
have you any clue what's happening?
Neither do I, but I know we're like one or two messages from the bottom.
Yeah, we're fucking making through it, and so it's 6:30, 6 hour 30 stream.
Yeah, I will say my poll on Twitter has gotten 5 views and 0.
What was it about?
Choices. The OSR or OST.
Oh, well, there you go. Now that's settled.
Nobody gives a shit.
Yeah. RPG Grandma, I fell asleep and guys going to go to bed. It's midnight and 4:30 and alarm time will come soon. Good night. Night all. Peace. Yeah, good night, RPG Grandma. I hope you're sleeping by now.
Yeah.
Because that message was still like 40 minutes ago. And he said like, yeah, with my cat mucus already. Yeah, he's not very stoic though, this cat. Not at all. So that was kind of like how long were you asleep? Probably like 40 minutes, judging from your comment. The last one, you did one at after midnight. And 3 hour. 3 hour maybe. You went quiet for 3 hours, so maybe that's how long you slept.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the last comment. So I thank everybody that joined us live. I don't know, like StreamYard tell me that it's still like 10 viewer. I get still people that fell asleep. Night guy, have sweet dream. I need to fucking go to bed myself. Thank you, Justin, for joining me. Thank you for let's see if I can remember them all. Sean, Dice Tale, Crispy, Bear,
myself,
and Justin, I told you again that joined me tonight. And
I can pull up the stream and see if we were missing anyone.
No, I know it's good. And thank you for if anybody watched that on the replay. And you know, I often say like, well, if you watch that on replay, like, what the fuck you doing with your life? But you know, I often get like the message. People say like, man, I watched the whole thing. It was pretty good. You know, like.
Also, this time, seriously, seek psychiatric help.
But you know, the first 2 hours before we went to do the catch up with the chat, I think we're pretty good. A lot of interesting conversation.
Yeah.
But
But after that,
yeah.
Seriously, bro.
Arun say good night, good show. Well, I'm glad you enjoy it. And
ditto.
Yeah. Good night, all. I'm in the stream now. Thank you.
We will definitely be changing the format.
Yeah, with like enjoy it. Like no show next week. I need to take a break because I'm moving. And next time I'm gonna come back on Thursday with Dyson Design. And I'm gonna come back on Sunday with some kind of like panel show like that, but the format is gonna change. The whole chat cannot stand.
Now, tomorrow night,
I'm probably gonna be too busy, man.
Okay.
But
just
clear. I'll let you know. But I'm probably gonna be too busy.
I'm okay. If the answer's no.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'd like to, but
I do too.
I need to be fucking reasonable. All right. What is Justin is thinking? Like, on the Monday night we're taking play like the first Diablo. Maybe we'll do it, but and also I'll need to sleep at some point. All right. Take care.
Same here.
Bye.
Party on.